I heard a feedback just for a moment. Is it better now?
It's like staticky.
Oh yeah. It's interesting. It started just now as we started the live, but let me grab 1 second. All right, what about now? Do you hear?
I still hear
Interesting.
it.
Yeah. Huh. What about now?
Okay, I don't hear it now.
All right, 1 second. 1 second. All right, we'll see if that's any better. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you just sound low now.
Yeah, both of us sound a little bit low right now. Give me 1 second then. All right, let's see if it's any better. Oh, we lost, we lost Christina. Oh no. Well, what? Hey, friends, welcome in. We're gonna be doing a special stream tonight with our friend Christina. Let's see if this works. Any better? Oh, hold on a second. I didn't catch your audio. Try again. All right. I think the connection from your iPhone is just a little bit slow, which I think was what caused the delay. See if this is any better. I'm gonna turn all the echo cancellations off and the noise suppression off as well, and see if that works for us. You can hear me okay? It's interesting. I can't hear you. Oh, sorry, because you were muted. Now we should be able to hear you.
I can hear you. You just sound it sounds like your volume is low, but I can hear you clear.
Okay. We can fix the volume though. Really interesting. The echo cancellation when I turn it on for just your microphone causes static. I think it's because your connection's kind of delayed. Let's see if it catches up. Do you have Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna turn, let's see. I'm gonna turn the echo cancellation all the way off and turn your volume up and see if that works. Because I can barely hear you right now. Although I can hear me echoing. It's strange that it didn't start happening until we started the live stream. We were fine pre-live stream. It's kind of a nuisance. All right, let me see.
You want to try and rejoin from the MacBook?
Yeah. Rejoin on your MacBook. See, because I feel like it might be your iPhone.
Okay.
Thanks, Christina. Sorry about that, friends. We tested all the audio like 15 minutes ago to see if it was working, and everything was everything was working. And now that we hit go, it's not everything working. But she'll be back in a second. She'll join up on the MacBook. That's fine. This will be a good opportunity. We'll get some guests loaded up. I'll read a couple super chats and I'll get the TikTok stream ready to go. 1 second. All right, TikTok should be loaded up here in a second. There we go. TikTok stream is up and running. And Christina will be back with us in just a second with her MacBook. Let me grab some super chats, friends, while we're waiting for Christina to make her return, and then we'll probably have everything ready to rock and roll here in a minute. Delve, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Delve says, "Would a Jesus advocate or said, would a Jesus's advocate be an atheist that is trying to steel man Christianity? It kind of seems that way. Like if you're like playing Jesus's advocate, I would assume that you don't believe in Jesus, but you're going to make a case for Jesus's existence or something. That's the way I would look at it. And Dr. Dave, good to see you, says, wish you all a great cookout. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for sharing. Well, thank you, Dr. Dave. I appreciate that. And it's certainly it's gonna be a fun one. Christina is sharp. And Dr. Dave says, enjoy the cookout tonight. We'll catch up tomorrow. Well, thank you, Dr. Dave, for the double super chat. And helping Mega Deconstruct says, praise be to Doug and Sharon for this fall back cookout. Oh yeah, because the time. Yes, yes, yes. Can Doug smite those who implemented daylight saving time in America? I wish he would, because it is the dumbest. It's the dumbest system. We don't need it. Just leave daylight savings time on so we get more daylight in the evening and be done with it. I don't understand why we still do this. I don't know why. It's such a silly, it's a nonsensical thing that we do. And Hank says, geology is my theology. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Hank. And yes, geology is my theology as well. And also from our friend Gretchen, great to see you. Gretchen says, wow, Dalton looks kind of different. Hi, Christina. Yeah, Dalton looks a little bit different today. Well, I created a format for bringing on guest creators so that we can do it kind of like what we're doing on the Atheist Experience and on the line. It should be a lot of fun with this particular format. We're not going to be doing it every week. This would be like, we'll call them special sessions, but I think the format should work out okay. All right, Christina's back with us. Give me 1 second. We'll get Christina pulled in. All right, let's see if this is any better.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
I don't hear any static.
Perfect. And then I'm going to turn your mic up a little bit louder. Let me know, guys, if her mic needs to go up or down, and we'll make sure that everyone can hear Christina okay. All right. I got 1, 2, 3. I got 5 more super chats, friends, and we should have a guest loaded up here any moment. If you're watching on TikTok, you already know how to get into the guest request. You just hit that guest request button, and we'll pull you right in. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZguest. You can get into the conversation, and Christina and I would love to talk about, hey, why should we believe in your God? We'd love to know. JH says, pouring out a double drink offering of Kraken for Doug tonight. I see you have brought a prophetess on board. Looking forward to the barbecue. Indeed, we have. Indeed, we have.
This is crazy.
Well, Christina, we have one guest already loaded up, so let's grab our first guest and we'll get rolling with it. Also, Parker, thank you for the galaxy. All right, Sargon of Akkad, can you hear us?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh, Sargon, I know who you are. You
What's
just
up,
come
Justin?
up.
How you doing?
Yeah, you just come up and bitch and call people
Paint your
names.
nails today, Justin?
I can't.
No, you want to paint them for me?
Fuck no. You're supposed to be a man. You don't paint your fucking nails.
Oh, hold on a second,
What kind of
Christine.
man paints his nails?
Let me get the mic,
You're a little girl or
the
something?
audio routed to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, mods on TikTok, make sure and just ban Sargon of Akkad. He's a whiny little bitch. Don't ever let him come up if you ever see him again. He just comes into atheist live streams and like calls them names and thinks that he's doing something for the Lord. I don't know why he thinks that he's making Jesus proud.
It's most unfortunate.
That's all they have, friends. All right, guys, I'm going to read a couple of super chats. While we're doing, if you're watching on YouTube, go to the description of this video and follow Christina's YouTube account. She's got a YouTube account. I linked it in the description of the video. If you're watching on TikTok, I can't imagine you don't already follow Christina Carroll, but go and follow Christina Carroll on TikTok. In fact, Christina, if you guest up on your phone, since you're on your computer now, guest up on your phone so people know where your TikTok account is. We'll make sure that they can follow you. Also, people in the chat saying Sargon, that is diabolical, by the way. That's a great use of words.
Gone. That's true.
All right, we're going to get Wooby in here next. Yoda, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, the midst of a schism, He brings in a new priestess to guide us. Sharon has spoken to her prophet, and the word was good. Sect of Sharon, horizontal for Doug, simply what for Sharon. Well, thank you, Yoda. I appreciate that. All right, we're gonna get Wooby in here and see if we can get some conversation rolling.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah, how you doing, Wooby?
Good, how are you?
Hey, you doing all right? Wooby, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Okay, and is it a, particular God or is it a specific God, generic God?
Yeah, I believe in the Christian God. Are you an atheist?
Yeah, yeah. Why do you think Christina and I should believe in your God?
Sorry, was that a question for Christina?
Oh, it's for you. I said, why should Christina and I believe in your God?
Oh, so there's plenty of like deductive evidence in favor of the necessity of the Christian God's existence. I'd
Sure,
be happy
go
to
for
present
it.
it if you want.
Yeah, go for it. Give me your best tag argument.
Well, I wouldn't be using the transcendental argument, but I'd be using like a contingency argument. So the idea
Yeah,
would just be that yeah,
yeah.
all
We've
contingent
never
facts
heard
have
that
an
before.
explanation. So
All right,
you're
so
familiar with the argument?
yeah, so we'll just do P1. How do you want to word P1?
Sure. So the first premise is all contingent facts have an explanation.
So all contingent facts have an
Yeah, that's right.
explanation. All right, go ahead. P2?
The second premise is just that there's a contingent fact about all contingent facts.
Sure. About all contingent facts? There's a contingent fact about all contingent facts?
Yeah, that's right. So the third premise is just going to be that there's an explanation for this fact.
For all facts or just this fact?
Well, for that fact, because that fact is a fact about all contingent facts, that itself
Yeah.
is contingent. So it would
All
just
right.
follow that there's an explanation for that fact.
Yeah. So before we get too many premises deep, premise number one is all contingent facts have an explanation. Do you care to explain what you mean by contingent facts?
Yeah, a contingent fact is just a fact that's true in like the actual world, but not true in all logically possible worlds.
Okay, so in your worldview, then it says all facts that are true in this world is what you would say. We'll say all facts that are true in this world has an explanation. Also,
Yeah.
before we get too much further, let me make sure we get the Philbro timer started. All right, we've already wasted probably 2 minutes, so we'll set it to 8 minutes.
Here, this is a rational argument. Do you not accept? Are you not a rational person?
You can call it whatever you want. So the way this works, and it's okay if you're confused because you think you walked into a philosophy class and you didn't. The way this works is you only get 10 minutes for your argument when you want to run bad syllogisms. Every time we have to stop you to explain your verbiage because you're not in a philosophy class and you're certainly not in a philosophy setting, you're just going to lose time on your clock. So then where we're at then is premise number one is all facts that are, we'll say, true in this world have an explanation. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, sure. Just to be clear, you said the syllogism I'm giving is a bad one. Can you name the inference rule that the argument is following? Go ahead.
Do you just want to give the argument, or do you want to do like like
I
semantic
notice how you're not
pettifogging?
able to like name the inference rule. It's gonna be like a dodge. You look really bad right now. So anyway,
Not
yeah.
a not
Tell
a
me what premise
dodge.
you reject.
So Wooby, I think you're confused about what happens here. So we didn't like take your we I went to school to get a real degree. Like I didn't take all your philosophy classes, which means like I don't know any of your insider jargon. The fact that you learned some cool philosophy jargon is not impressive here. In fact, all it's really going to do is waste time on your clock. So like if I went into like your live stream and started rattling off electrical engineering jargon, do you think it would go well?
Just to be clear, you're pivoting to meta and you're not
Just,
engaging with
just
the substance
just
of
be
the
clear.
argument.
I'm asking
Getting
you a
your doctoral
question
now in terms of.
to demonstrate
To be clear,
like an
you're getting your
actual
background
fact.
right now.
I think you're concussed. So
I'm
if I
giving you
walked into your live stream and rattled off a bunch of electrical engineering jargon, do you think that would be like a wise thing to do?
What's the argument? I should answer this question.
The argument is I just want a yes or no so we can move on.
Sorry, that's not an argument, you brain.
Okay, so we'll just.
You're conceptually cucked.
So this is the best they can do, friends. Welcome to Christianity. That's all they got. They've got bad arguments and name calling and time wasting. All right, we're going to move on to, I don't know, maybe an actual adult. We'll see. It's crazy because he could have just ran the contingency argument. I bet Christina and I both have heard the, 10, 15, 20 times?
Million. No.
I mean, like these precept fill bros only have a couple different arguments. They've got tag and they've got contingency, not much else.
It's all bad. It's all bad and it's all boring.
Yeah, it really is boring. Well, listen, we have, there is one adult in the box. FC is in the box. Friends, make sure, if like, I know some people are starting to file in from YouTube. Make sure you go to the description of the video on both the vertical and the horizontal stream and find the link to Christina's YouTube channel and follow Christina's YouTube channel. It's new. She hasn't been able to get content loaded up, but she's going to be getting some content loaded up soon on the YouTube channel. So we want to be able to hit that ground running. We've got like 1,500 people in here already. So let's make sure by the end of this live stream, she's over 1,000 people on YouTube. We want to get her over that 1,000 benchmark so that she can actually get her YouTube channel hopefully monetized when she starts uploading some videos. So with that, I'm going to read 2 super chats, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. Randy, great to see you today. Thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W, Randy. I appreciate that. And our friend Adam's with us. Adam says, I've been dabbling in doing my own lives. You should. How do you have the patience? You know, some days I don't. You've seen it, Adam. They refuse to read the book with me and are flaccid for the Father, not rock hard for Doug. Well, that is the case. Here's my advice. Take lots of deep breaths. I think that's all you can do is take lots of deep breaths.
Yeah. I walk away. I just get up and leave.
That's wise. FC, welcome back.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing well. FC, I already know you're at least 18 because we've spoken before. And if I remember correctly, you're a Christian, right?
I'm Christian. Yep.
Cool. Why should Christina and I believe in your God?
Well, I think I think there's lots of reasons I believe he's the creator, and therefore you should believe him. I think the scriptures make loads of sense to me, and I have an original theory which provides kind of technical evidence that an engineer like you would find, I think, potentially fascinating. I mean, Christina, I've seen a lot of her lives, but I don't know quite her background.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. If you think you have an argument from engineering, this would at least be new.
No, I have fascinating argument, link in bio to a peer-reviewed published paper.
Biology, you mean?
Economics, in the space of economics, and it cuts across.
There's an economics paper you want to reference? Is I hearing this correctly?
My own paper, yeah, link in bio.
An economics paper. Oh, there's a link in your bio, you're saying?
Yeah, to an economics paper that I've written.
You said so many words without saying what you should have said. Okay, so there's a link in your bio that goes to an economics paper. Well, I'm not really interested in clicking your link, but you can explain it. Like if you have a good argument, just go ahead and provide it. Whether or not it's in your bio is kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, it's just in case people wanted to see it, so they wanted to actually access it. But anyway, the argument generally, it's hard to show without the maths as your engineer, as you know, but I can give an outline. So basically, you've got the creation story. God makes the world in 6 days, rests one, and then you've got things such as the Sabbath in the Ten Commandments, where you work 6 days, rest one. And so, what my work, if you see the image in the bio, kind of circle packing, etc., what I'm doing is using geometry, like Pythagoras theorem, etc., to show that these things are not arbitrary, that you can have a mathematical approach that aligns with biblical scripture. And that's what I've done. It's peer reviewed. I know you love all that stuff.
Christina, do you find that argument convincing?
No, not at all.
FC, maybe you should dig deeper.
You haven't read the paper, Christina. So why would you?
I certainly won't. Neither will Christina.
Oh well, then you're not really evidence-based people. I guess you're stuck in your ways. But
we're asking you to present it, FC. Present the information that's in your paper. No one's going to read your nonsense paper.
Well, people do love to read it. So the point is that when you see the way that the world is created and you look at the biblical laws, there's such consistency. So it's kind of like a design argument that
Which
shows
laws?
that it, like the Ten Commandments. So Sabbath commandment. If you go to
Are you
Exodus
under the
20 verse
impression that
18.
there's only 10 commandments?
I mean, yeah, there are.
You're
The Ten Commandments in the Ten Commandments. Yeah, as in Mount Sinai, on the tablet of stone. Yeah, there are 10.
There's actually 12, but we're not going to worry about that. What are you going to say,
No, there's
Christina?
not 12. There's not
I
12.
said,
What
I
are you
said
talking about?
he's a few short.
Yeah.
12. What are you
There's
talking
like
about? It's not-
there's like 613 of them, my friend.
No, but the ones that were received on the tablet of stone, the Ten
Yeah,
Commandments, right?
yeah, I know. Yeah, whoever wrote the account couldn't count. There's actually more than 10. And there's two different accounts, by the way. And the second time
Yeah,
around, they
yeah,
can't even
Deuteronomy.
agree on who wrote them. One passage says that God wrote them, the other passage says that Moses wrote them.
What are you talking about? Yeah, well, Ten Commandments, I think it's well known. I don't know. Anyway, so the point is, one of those, I'm not going to argue about some basic thing, that one of those is about the Sabbath. So you work 6 days, rest one.
You know,
So
the Babylonians already had that before the Bible, right?
no, they didn't have that. No,
They
they didn't.
did, yeah.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
They did.
I explain why why you might be confused about that. They may
I,
have had.
I'm
I'll
actually
tell,
not confused about it.
oh, okay, but I tell you just why you're just incorrect. It's because they didn't have a rule that said you work 6 days and rest one. They just didn't. Yeah, that's
No one
incorrect.
said it was a rule.
That's
It
what I'm
was
referring to.
it was a
Well,
guide.
that's why.
It
That's
was
why
a
they didn't have it.
guide, and the Babylonians had it before the Jews.
Yeah, but that's why they didn't have it because it wasn't a law that said work 6 days rest one. So it just wasn't the same. Just you're
Oh,
just
okay. So unless it's a law that comes from God,
yeah.
then it's not a borrowed idea.
No. A law. It's just not. It was technically. So wait, what are you referring to? That says
Wait, do you
when
actually think that the laws in the Bible are unique?
when did the Babylonians say work 6 days rest
Do
one?
you actually think the laws in the Bible are unique?
Wait, sorry, you're just incorrect. Would you like to just explain why
Do
you
you
think
actually?
you're correct?
Question?
I know. I was just correcting him on the first point. He didn't explain
How
why.
do
No,
correct?
you actually weren't. Go ahead, Christina.
I was asking, how is he correcting you? I just answered the question. Do you think that the laws in the Bible are unique?
Yeah, they are.
You don't think that they're borrowed?
They're unique. Where are they borrowed from?
All right.
I
You're
can
not
show
from
you. They steal from the Hammurabi law code. They steal from the Assyrian law code. In fact, they even follow the same order.
Yeah, your
But let
evidence.
me grab you the text that provides you with the Babylonian Sabbath. Let me see. I forget the name of it, but I've got it written down.
Where it says work 6 days rest one.
Da, 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 da. Let's see. It's in Samuel Driver's book, Cuneiform Parallels to the Old Testament, on page 189. And it talks about having a sacred day, which is the seventh day.
So it says work 6 days rest one. Where did it say? Can you read it? Read it. Where it says
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, again, well, I did a video. You can listen to the video sometime in your
I'm
free
not
time. In
ready
fact,
at
I'll
all.
show you
I'm
where
not
it's
ready at
at.
all. Just read it. Read the text.
It's not a text, it's a video. I don't know if you know this, but
Yeah, but they didn't have video then. So what did the text
reading
say?
videos. So
No, but they didn't
I'll
have
show
video.
it to you. I'll show it to you on the screen. You're
I
more
don't
than
want to see your
welcome
video.
to go
Read the text.
go do it for yourself. So I did a video where I read the text in the video. You're welcome to go watch it. It's that
You
the
want to go
ancient
to a
Near
video,
East,
you need
and
to
it's
read the text.
referred to as the Babylonian Sabbath. And the text that you can find this in is Samuel Driver's text, Cuneiform Parallels to the Old Testament, page
So
189. As it turns out, I don't have the book open. I can get the book.
I don't believe it says
It is
that,
in
so-
fact on my. It is
I
in
don't-
fact
I
on
don't
my.
believe you.
It is in fact on my bookshelf,
Okay.
and the artifact is 152339001 in the British Museum. It's called the Babylonian Calendar Tablet, and it is in fact a real, actual, ancient Babylonian ritual where they had a day of rest. That being said,
but it
the
says-
rest of
did
the
it say
laws, from the Hebrew Bible aren't unique.
Well, we definitely did. Do you know why it's not the same? Because in the Sabbath commandment it says the reason you work 6 days and rest one is because God made the world in 6 days and rested on the seventh. So it definitely doesn't say that, Justin. Does
Why?
it? So
I
don't
never
you
said that it
all over
did.
my eyes?
So it sounds like you're a little bit
Exactly.
confused. Like you're
Well, I said
trying to
it's not.
put words in my
Therefore, it's
mouth
unique.
that I never said.
Exactly. Well, someone else. Well, Christina said it wasn't unique or whatever, but it is unique. So I am correct. So thank you for explaining that I'm correct. Thank you.
What?
These law codes
Well,
are borrowed from other
Next
law.
question.
I don't understand.
What's
Like,
your next question?
I don't see what's so challenging here. Like the laws that you're referring to were borrowed from other law codes. They were added. There may have been
Right.
other laws added in, but these are not original to the
It is original because it says the reason you work 6 days and rest one is because God made the world in 6 days and
It
rested
doesn't
one.
matter. It doesn't matter
That in
that
the
it says
Babylonian
that.
text. So
Where
you're
they
both
got it
incorrect on that.
It doesn't matter that it says that. Where
It
they
does
got
matter
it
because
from
you're
is from
incorrect.
somewhere else. They just applied it to their people. It doesn't matter that it says that. It's not original to the Israelites.
Anyway, next question.
well, did you hear anything she said, FC, or
Still incorrect.
did you hear anything she said? Can you summarize
did.
any of it? What'd she say?
Yeah. She's saying that they're borrowed, but they're still different, so it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Well, having differences is nothing to do with whether something's borrowed.
does it? That
Like
means
that's actually
yeah, that is
ridiculous.
actually
The idea that
different.
something has differences is nothing to do with whether it's borrowed. So like every vehicle that
No,
comes
but
off of
wasn't
Ford's
it?
production
Wasn't
line
it unique?
is in fact
So it's
borrowing
different.
from the vehicle that came
No,
before
it's
it.
not.
Is it unique? Sure, yeah. All the vehicles have unique features, but because they
Well,
have
no,
unique
that was the point.
features
So I
doesn't
was
actually say anything about whether or not it is in fact
that's the unique
borrowed or
feature,
not.
unique to
And
me.
as an engineer,
Yeah.
FC, you
As an
you know
engineer,
you
should
know
know unique
that
people
you know that
does
I
find
know.
something.
FC, I know like controlling yourself is really difficult, but you're going to have to figure out how to do it. So as an engineer who actually designs machines for a living, what I can tell you is that just because something has unique features does not certainly mean that it's not borrowed. Every machine I've ever designed almost is borrowing from a machine that came before it. Does it get some unique features of its own? Of course it does. But are we borrowing stuff that came before it? Absolutely.
Well, anyway, I was right. It's unique. Thank you. That's the point.
I
Your
never
point didn't.
So I never said it wasn't unique, so I don't know why you're arguing that point.
Well, she did. So that I was just correct.
No, she
On
didn't say that. She mentioned how it was borrowed, not that it was unique.
All right. Well, you correct her. That's
I
fine.
mean, because I'm correcting you. Every law that's in the Babylonian law code is unique too. So like this is not a valid argument. Just saying that something's unique isn't a real argument to whether or not it's actually been borrowed.
Look, whatever. You can't prove it's been borrowed anyway.
Actually, we can. So this is what we're going to get to in Exodus 20 and Exodus 22 and the various laws, Exodus 21. Like it actually follows the law code of Hammurabi pretty closely. In fact, I did a little spreadsheet because I know you like sources. I did a little spreadsheet that shows which laws it follows. Oops, what just happened? I hit the wrong button. Try this again. Let's see. There we go. It shows which laws in Exodus follow which laws in the law code of Hammurabi. And we find some of the same stuff in the Middle Assyrian law code. In the Middle Assyrian law codes, we find that the order of the law codes follow roughly the same order as some of the Middle Assyrian law codes, and even borrows some of the wording from the Middle Assyrian law codes. The uniqueness of the supposed biblical laws not only are they not impressive, it's also not meaningful to whether or not any of it's true.
If you were to show me like a 10 Commandments, something equivalent, have you got something like that?
I don't know why you keep going to the 10 Commandments like they're unique. In fact, all of the commandments except for the first one, we can find in the Egyptian laws. Like if you read the 42 Confessions of Ma'at, almost everything in there, other than the first three, because they didn't believe in monotheism, are found in the Confessions of Ma'at way before the 10 Commandments. But again, that doesn't actually address the point, FC, which is we don't believe whether or not they're unique is irrelevant. We don't believe that these laws were given by God. Why would we?
Fine. Different beliefs, that's fine. But anyway, my work focuses on the Sabbath commandment, which is different, is unique, and it focuses on the relationship.
No one says it wasn't different or unique. We're asking why should we believe it's true?
We're on the same page then. That's great. That's great, Justin. So anyway, the point that I'm looking at is a geometric model that aligns with the concept of working 6 days and resting one, and then at the same time having a debt cycle that runs over 7 years. So I've worked with I've studied under expert in economic cycles
Oh,
at
I'm sure you
Cambridge,
have.
one of the best universities in the world. I did economics there.
Yeah.
So I'm drawing upon this
Which
knowledge.
university did you teach economics at?
Not teach. I studied at
Oh yeah, which one?
Cambridge.
You studied economics at Cambridge. Did you actually graduate?
Well, yeah, of course. I worked for the Bank of England. Do you know, like the Federal Reserve? I used to
I
make
do
money.
know. That's
Yeah,
a
I worked for
shame.
the
I'm concerned
Bank
about the Fed now.
Yeah, I worked for the Bank of England, the equivalent, just so you've got reference because you're in the
So
US.
you did. You don't anymore?
No, I don't. I work for myself. No.
Yeah,
I
that
do
checks
research.
out. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever worked for?
Voluntarily? No.
Yeah. Have you? Yeah, there you go.
So we'll try again. Why should we believe that any of this comes from your God?
We believe because creation is so well put together that it could not possibly be put together without a God. And my work focuses on the economic side of it, but there's loads of
I don't think you know what the word economics means.
Well, yeah, I've got to agree.
So
You've got
Genesis 1. What about Genesis 1 is so perfectly put together that somehow you have to know economics to know that it's true?
No, see, that's what you've missed. You missed the point. If you listen to what I was saying, the uniqueness of the Sabbath, the Sabbath commandment references the creation story and it relates to economics. Why? Because, Justin and Christina, it talks about working 6 days and resting one. And if you think about it, that is about economics because it's about work, labor, resting work, that is economics. But you're electrical engineer and something
That's
I don't know.
But that's not an argument for the existence of a God. That's
It
not
is.
an.
No, not remotely true. This is
tell you why.
embarrassing.
I'll tell you why it's an argument.
The only
Because if you
thing that you're saying, is that a society that believes this book to be true has modeled its work week after that. That's the only thing that
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying something much
That's not
deeper.
evidence. I said the only, it's not that deep.
But no, it is. It's very
Yeah,
deep.
FC,
Hello.
this is not deep. Listen, we're
Because
gonna cut you and move on to an adult. Like you don't have an actual argument. We want to hear arguments, okay? That guy really thought he
I
was
work 6 days a
cooking.
week. God is real. What?
That was bad, guys. If you come up without an argument, we're not going to keep you up here forever. I mean, at least he was. Well, there's really no redeeming qualities about him. What are we going to say?
He was passionate.
He was passionate. Steven, thank you for the super chat. Says, why do Christians always claim that slavery, for example, was a product of its time? The excuse seems to diminish the Bible's claim of a book for the ages. I mean,
Well,
yeah. Go ahead.
well, I think that the reason why they claim that it's in that time is because they want to distance themselves from the atrocity itself, and still try and create like this cloak that makes God good, and he had to do it. It's always this coating or this padding, if you will. The only reason he did something so heinous is because he had to do it at that time. He would never do something like that now. He would never hit me again. Like it's one of those things. Yeah, he would. Yeah, he
He's
would.
better now.
He's better now. He's not as stressed as he was in antiquity.
When I was in seminary, they were fond of the it has to be gradual change hermeneutic, which I don't think is solid. I think that's silly. It doesn't have to be gradual. He didn't gradualize anything else. Why is that the one thing he gradually tried to get rid of? Man with a stone through his head says, whispers in the side streets about upside down stream. More sacrilege. Wait, what? Upside down stream? The stream's not upside down, is it? Stream's right side up, friends, right?
It looks right side up to me.
Looks fine to me. Anyways, good to see you, Silotax, a bit with a different name now. And Johanna says, my new line for Christians that cite Romans 1:20, you don't really believe in God, you just hate atheists. Oh, I know, I love it. Or the other thing is ask them what atheists hurt you. See what they...
What atheists hurt you? That's good. I also am going to use that one. I am.
It's so funny to watch them crash out on that. All right, let's get... well, I tried to get Rob in here. I don't think Rob connected, so we'll do William next. William didn't connect. Okay, you guys have,
All right.
have a little bit of trouble connecting. That's fine. All right, we'll grab somebody from our YouTube queue. This should be a lot of fun. We're going to get Dirk in here again. It's been a minute since we talked to Dirk. Maybe not long enough of a minute, but we'll get Dirk pulled in. Welcome back, Dirk.
Thank you so much for having me
Dirk,
back. Anyway, sorry.
did you want to make another argument for the astrological framework?
Yeah, I did. So,
all right, Christina, this is on you. I already had to do this once.
What are we arguing?
Okay.
I'll just hear it out. Go ahead.
So the sun is alive. It's the most obvious choice for the focus of our worship. It's life-giving, it's constant, and gives without asking. There's no expectation of worship. Justin doesn't seem to think that the sun is alive. But we went over this a little bit, and I think he might believe that there's a possibility in a different way things can be conscious.
The sun is not conscious.
The sun is conscious.
Yeah. How can you prove that the sun is conscious?
Well, by the way the sun interacts with its surroundings and with us.
The sun doesn't interact with us. It doesn't interact with its surroundings. It just...
Well, in an objective sense, it does interact with its surroundings, just like anything else does.
How so?
Well, when it gives off light and we feel it, that's an interaction.
That's just a function, like that's just what the sun does. It's hot. It gives off heat. That doesn't mean it's conscious or it's intentionally doing anything. It's just doing what the sun does.
Well, we're just doing what people do.
The benefits that we receive and from that, or the harm that we receive from that, are not evidence of consciousness.
Well, consciousness is a scale. It's sort of like something you grow into. So the sun... Sorry, one more time.
The sun grows in consciousness now?
Yeah, so anything that has a high enough accumulation of being, effectively, has a consciousness. And I was trying to explain this previously. I was talking about time-lapse photography, and if you look at it sometimes, when things are sped up, you can see how plants and stuff look like they're moving and almost consciously reacting to their environment. So what I'm saying is that in a different time frame, the sun is reacting, but we're not necessarily seeing it because we're in a different time frame. We're like ants compared to the sun, but it's interacting in its way, in its time frame.
Really, Justin? Really? Like, do we have like an adolescent sun? Is the sun like preteen? Like, where are we at with the behavioral patterns of the sun? Like, where is it at in its growth?
Well, okay, so the sun, like everything else, has a lifespan, right? And our sun, I don't know what it is exactly, but I think like scientifically it's like halfway there or something. Is that right, Justin? I don't know. Justin's like this.
That explains why the sun's giving everyone cancer. It's going through that midlife crisis.
Midlife crisis. I'm allergic to the sun. It doesn't even want me here. Like, I don't understand.
How come the sun's such an asshole?
The sun remembers. Like, clearly it's got a vendetta.
Well, yeah, that's right. And so the sun is like, it's a duality. It's good, but it also has harmful attributes to it. So just like anything else, any other person, it can be. Why? Well,
does it have control? Creature. Does it have control over that?
It has control. Well, it's conscious, yeah. So it has control as much as me or you would over our emotions, which
So
is,
it could choose to not do that.
by that you mean be mean?
No,
Or-
it could choose to not give us cancer.
Well, cancer is like a product of its sun's rays, so I guess
So it doesn't have control over itself.
over like the effects of its nature, it has control over like how it does things. And so the sun, okay, so let's explain this. The sun
Well, what
doesn't
created the
move.
sun?
Huh?
What created the sun?
Isn't it like a gas cloud or something?
So it came into existence without a creator?
Yeah, it's like it's born. That's how it's born. Because consciousness is like something that it's like condensing into. So
So
as it be,
what caused the first moment of the sun?
so heat is associated with consciousness. So when
What?
something, yeah, heat. Okay, you guys are gonna like this. Okay, so we'll just jump right into it. Fire is
We are
conscious.
not, in fact, going to like this. Fire is conscious.
Okay,
Oh,
fire
God.
is conscious. Fire is the primal form of consciousness. So
Oh,
That's
fire, the sun.
why
Sorry.
flames dance, Justin, just so you know.
what's that, Christina?
I said that's why flames dance, just so you know.
That's it? Okay, so flames are they're the ones having fun, and the sun is the asshole. So are the flames like the children of the sun?
Flames aren't like children of the sun. They're like forms of consciousness. That's what I'm saying. It's like anything that gets to a certain accumulation of heat or something like that. Like you have heat with you as a warm-blooded.
Well, listen, Dirk, it was good to hear from you again. You're not going to convince us that flames have souls or consciousness and whatnot, but it's certainly interesting to hear it again. It's almost unbelievable, even. I'm speechless.
Almost. Thank you, Justin, for having me on. I appreciate it. Christina, thank you for talking with me. I hope you guys have a great evening.
Take care.
Cheers. I had to do it, Christina. I'm sorry.
It's hazing. You know they've banned that at most universities. You're not allowed. You're just not allowed to do it.
That is the case. That was freshman hazing. Is exactly what it was.
It was. I have to grab the door really quickly. I'll turn my camera off.
Oh, that's fine. Go ahead. We'll grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here when Christina comes back in just a minute, and then we'll keep rolling. It's gonna be a fun night, friends. It's gonna be a really fun night. Carlos, good to see you tonight. Thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debates gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And Bucky, thank you so much for the 2733 super chat. Says happy Monday, Christina. Oh shit, sorry, I read that as she's out. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Bucky. And big W for having Christina here. Godwin, great to see you. Says Selah, I love it. Psalm of Anthrax, 225-45. Schism, a house divided can't stand. Indeed, I was trying to say before, a house divided simply cannot stand. We must not have a schism in the house of Doug and Sharon. Yea, verily, they ride together. In fact, you'll see them both behind me together. So, like, there's no schism, friends. And Duke, great to see you. Thank you for the $5 Euro chat. Says priests and prophets come and go. Only heresies are forever. Even after one of them becomes canon, here is to the Vatical heretics. Listen, friends, we're all on the same team. We're all here looking for the truth of Doug and Sharon. And Dolphin Trash, thank you for the $666 super chat, says, did you hear about the incompetent chef that got fired from the Vietnamese restaurant? He's such a pho cup. Praise Doug. That's really good. One of my favorite pho restaurants is named Pho King. Genius name. All right, I think we have another guest ready to go, Christina. And also, if you could load up on the TikTok, I'll get you loaded on TikTok so that people know that you're live as well.
Who?
And what?
You said load up on the TikTok?
Yeah, just guest, because you have your phone free,
Oh,
right?
go on a guest request.
Yeah, and then they'll see that we're both live together there.
That makes sense.
There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. And we're going to get Seek God First in here next. Welcome in, Seek God First.
I've
Hey, how's it
spoken with
going?
before.
Not too bad. How are you?
All good, all good.
Seek God, are you at least 18? And do you, well, I assume you believe in the Christian God?
Yes,
No.
I do. I was stopping in on Christina. I don't believe in the God of the Old Testament. The
Christina,
gods
you guys,
of the Old Testament.
you guys know each
Talk to
other,
you,
huh?
Justin.
I knew she'd be happy to see me.
Oh no. All right. Well then, it sounds like she's gonna kick this one over to me. So, you believe in the God of the New Testament, but you don't believe in the God of the Old Testament. Are you a Gnostic?
Possibly. I do believe in Gnostic teachings.
So you might be a Gnostic. You don't actually know.
I don't do the categorizing, but it seems like most of my understanding of the division in divinity comes from Gnostic understanding.
Okay. Do you believe that Jesus is God?
Yes.
Do you believe that his Father is greater than him?
I believe he and his father is one.
Right. Yeah. But he said the Father is greater than I. So do you believe that his Father is greater than him?
As in my mind being greater than my body, yes.
That's not what I asked. When Jesus says that the Father is greater than I, do you believe that Jesus' Father is greater than he is?
Yes.
Okay, dope. And since the Father is greater than Jesus, that could only mean that there are either two gods or some kind of a trinity.
No, it's more like my mind and my body. That's what I was kind of saying.
So
My,
Jesus is
my
only part God. So the Father is part God and Jesus is part God.
if you want to say it like that, they all
Oh
God
shit.
is encompassed.
But you're gonna go to like super hell. That's a heresy. You probably don't care if it's a heresy. You've got a non-standard view, anyways. All right. So
Yeah,
what be
yeah.
what's the evidence that this God arrangement is real?
Nature.
Oh boy, look at the trees.
It's more like how everything's structured and kind of interconnected.
Can you explain what about the structure would lead us to believe that there's a God? Also, welcome everyone from the Ian raid. Great to see you.
Ian Reid.
Um, things I kind of do go to the divine design, or is it intelligent design? I think it is,
Typically, it's
and
called
then kind
intelligent
of
design. Yeah. Why would
yeah,
we
intelligent.
believe that there is intelligent design?
I'm not aware of things outside of nature, as in like that we can construct that can be perfect without intelligent design, or
Well, what do you think is perfect? Because like the world around us doesn't appear to be perfect. 97% of the water is poisonous for us to drink. 3 million children a year die of starvation, and I mean we get like parasites that crawl up your urethra and infect your body. If you eat the wrong fish, you'll get brain worms. Like, what's perfect about this?
Did he
again, how
mention
it's
that
all
the
connected.
sun? I just wanted to just throw that back out there. I'm allergic to the sun. As a
That's
melanated woman, it's an injustice.
that's
Okay,
crazy.
I'm not even protected by my own melanin here. What do you mean?
Do you experience like allergic reactions? Like, how is that? How is that possible? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I have allergic. I break out in hives if I'm in the sun too long.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Who knew?
So,
Intelligent
so,
design.
so I do mean, yeah. Um, as in like the intricacies of things, like plants, even the poison ones, the things that are not that great for us. For those to be as consistent in growth and I would say expansion. That's probably a bad word, but I mean like them
Expansion.
being them being in a lot of places.
That's how evolution works. Things that are able to thrive will continue to thrive, and those that can't don't.
Yeah, I was trying not to bring another god into it, so I wasn't gonna say
Well,
evolution.
evolution's not a
The God
god.
of
It's
evolution?
Yeah, that was kind of it was a joke. It was a joke. Just a joke.
You're right. All right, good.
All right. Um. So yeah, it's more of like I said, the things having um the regeneration properties, the multiplication properties, and I usually go to like seeds and stuff like that. How
Yeah, I
planting a
mean,
seed
these certainly are words. I just don't know how any of them get you to God.
because um so what Jesus in concept describes is the planting of a seed and the regeneration of or reconciliation of a people, which means now there's multiplication for one sacrifice.
But I know that this makes sense in your head, but it doesn't make sense in our heart yet. What does Jesus have to do with any of this?
Again, like looking at the story and how it came to be, how life
How what came to
gave
be?
life, the creation. If we're sticking to the Bible's story,
And how did creation come to be?
God.
Can you prove it? Because it sounds like a claim.
Right, yeah, it's just according to Christian belief, and if you don't believe that, no,
No,
I don't claim to be able to prove such.
well, we know what Christians believe, so we don't need an explanation about what Christians believe. But if you and I both agree that you can't actually give an argument in defense of it, then I guess we actually agree, and that as the end of the conversation. If you can't defend your position, then we would say, yeah, we agree you can't defend your position. So it's a good stopping point. Thanks for coming up.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Well, we end on a strong point of agreement. You cannot defend your position. I'm okay with that. Okay. We're going to try Rob again next, and then we'll do Christopher and then Simon in that order. I'm going to read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 super chats, and we'll get our next guest in here. Data says, is there any theology that harmonize with life in other worlds? And what do you think the theist response would be to alien life? Well, if it's a general theist, they wouldn't care. They'd be like, well, yeah, of course God made life on other planets. If it's a Christian, they got a lot of problems because there's not a single thing that would lead you to believe that God created like other sentient life on other planets. But like, let's be honest. If we find life on other planets, Christians will twist themselves into a million pretzels and come up with a new theology to justify it. So,
Yep. He will have somehow. I mean, but when you think about it though, Justin, like they would have a problem with aliens, but they don't have a problem with Satan falling like lightning from heaven.
I know
Where's
it's
heaven
crazy.
at? What if heaven is Pluto?
Sure, that's why Satan's such an icy bitch.
I'm. I wasn't expecting that response. It caught me off guard. Okay, yeah, no, but they would do the pretzel game. It'd be a pretzel game for sure.
That's my thought. A look at the trees. Great to see. It says favorite Ralligamero headline: Anarchy as flat Earth dome halts Christians' ascent during the rapture. This is a good point. So anyone who's familiar with the biblical cosmology knows that the rapture is underneath the dome, the sky, the heavens is underneath the firmament. Firmament's the outer part. They have no idea that outer space existed in the Bible, which means you're just going to float up to the sky and then come back down, and that's it. You get a little bit of moisture from the clouds and come back a little bit more dank, and you live forever with Jesus on the earth. Nathaniel says, do you know where you can find research on what % of people convert to religions based on logical arguments versus testimonies versus family upbringing? I've never heard that survey, but
Yeah.
Pew Research does do some surveys. Have you ever heard anything like this, Christina?
I haven't heard this specific survey, but they do have a lot of like more nuanced type poll, I guess, questions that they do polls on. I'd be interested in seeing if they have something like that.
I would too, actually. Matt, good to see you. It says, first you kick Sargon of Akkad, then you kick Jargon of a cad. That's good. I appreciate that. Off to a great start. Well, thank you, Smack. Listen, if it was just me up here, I might tolerate some of these nonsense guests, but I don't want to put Christina through that. We want to have some legit conversations. Nathaniel says 1 Kings 7:23 gets pi wrong if it's literal and non-symbolic. So much for this math claim. Also, Decalogue isn't really 10 laws. It's not. Actually, if you read the Decalogue and find all the places where there's a command like shall or shall not, there's more than 10 of them in the Decalogue. And of course, it depends on which version of it you're reading. But yeah, there's actually more than 10. Just go count them. And last one from our friend Nathaniel again says, don't forget the Hittite and Neo-Assyrian covenantal treaties inspired lay the Ten Commandments format too. I mean, yeah, so like we've talked about the Treaty of Esarhaddon and some of the other treaties before. The Bible, like all of Deuteronomy, is just basically ripped off Suzerain Vassal Treaty. There's nothing even unique about the book of Deuteronomy. All right, we're going to try to get Rob in here. Rob, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
All right. And why should Christina and I believe in the Christian God?
So the first thing that got me was fear. Like fear that the truth of God being able to give you infinite punishment is if I die and I find out that's true, that's a long time to have to worry about, suffering condemnation, suffering, separation, eternal separation from the creator.
So
So are
you
you?
already believe. Go ahead, Christina.
So you're saying that the reason why you believe in this God is because you're afraid not to believe in this God.
Well, when I got saved, I got the hammer of conviction for my sins, and I began to believe that if I didn't turn from my sins, if I didn't put my trust in the righteousness of Christ, that I wasn't righteous enough because of my sins
Oh
to
yeah,
stand before God and answer for my actions.
it sounds like a good hellfire brimstone sermon that you got there that put that into your mind. I sat through many of those hellfire and brimstone sermons, whether that reinforced this idea that if I didn't turn from my sins and turn to God, that I was going to lift up my eyes in hell, and that's where I would find myself for all of eternity because I did not turn to God. And fear is no reason to do things like that, right? Fear is. Did you ever consider that? Did you ever consider that God knows that the only reason, like if you believe this God is real, do you consider that he knows that you are only in this relationship with him because you don't want to go to hell, but it's not really love?
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to look at it. I mean, another way is that it's beyond our comprehension and that our sin separates us from him. That, the scripture says that flesh and blood cannot enter, and that he's made a path in order to restore our relationship with him and give us a place in eternal, bliss and eternal
Well,
paradise rather than eternal condemnation.
flesh and blood cannot enter where?
Enter into his presence.
Okay, so flesh and blood, you say flesh and blood can't enter into heaven. Then what makes you think flesh and blood can enter into hell? And you would need to
Well,
have
you
physical.
have the
One moment,
you,
you would need physical, right? You would need the conscious. You would need consciousness, the physical, and the fire to create the atmosphere of hell, right? You would have something only the flesh can feel pain.
yeah. I mean, it could be somewhat metaphorical. I mean, if you read the parable of Lazarus and the rich man, I mean, he was suffering when he was separated from God, and then, there was nothing that he could do, and it was too late. And like, if you believe that scripture's true, and many people do, many people have, for a long, long time, and it turns out that it is true. I mean, you know, that's not a good thing for you. When God says, "Hey, I've provided the righteous sacrifice for you, and all you need to do is trust in Him and believe in Him," and you're good. I
So
got you.
tell me when God said these things. Tell me how you know that God said any of this.
Well, I mean, I believe in the scripture. With a Christian worldview, I believe there's validity in the scripture. I believe that God, when you put your trust in Him, He gives you the Holy Spirit and gives you an inner knowing, an inner witness to the scripture, that the scripture is the inspired word of God. I admit
That's
that there's a lot of things that don't make sense.
That's what you've been told, that's what you've been taught, but you've never heard the voice of a God telling you any of the things that have been laid out in the text. You're simply taking what other men have wrote, um, and and listening to what other preachers talk about what other men have written. You've never seen this God. You've never heard this God. The only evidence you have are the claims about him, and we know that claims are not evidence. So if you have evidence for the existence of this God, I would love for you to show it to me, but no one's been able to show me evidence of this God or be able to tell me why I need this God.
Right. Well, I mean, I would think that the evidence would be in church history. The evidence would be in people that get saved and get delivered from drugs. I mean, the testimonies of other believers. I mean, I think there's a lot of evidence, and I do believe there's evidence in creation. I believe when you look in the world, you guys know what Romans 1 says. It says that the invisible God, the attributes are revealed to man from the beginning of time. And I
I
believe
think
that's
that's a
true. I
claim.
do. I think it's much more probable that God created this than evolution and the
That's a
Big
claim.
Bang.
So you think it's more probable that an invisible deity said, "Let there be," and somebody that was not there was able to record the stages of creation to the detail, like in intricate detail, down to the creation of humanity, of human beings, right, and the placement of them in the. You think that that's more plausible than the scientific understanding that we have been able to deduce based off of the actual evidence?
Well, what's plausible about the scientific evidence? Like, what's more plausible than just believing what a lot of people believe, which is that God created it, that there is a
I don't
force
care what a
outside of
lot of
this
people believe.
physical.
A lot of people believe a lot of things. It doesn't mean that doesn't make it true. Just because a lot of people are doing something doesn't make it right or true, right? We have a standard of evidence that I believe myself and Justin is just a lot higher than yours. You're willing to accept something on the strength that a lot of people believe it, and that a book says so. That's just not going to be the evidence that I require for something to be true.
Right. Well, no scientist
Are
was
you
there to
able to?
see the Big Bang. I mean, you're saying that nobody was there to see God create. I mean, I agree with you on that. I mean, I believe it's the inspired word of God. I believe that revelation came to people, and I believe that many people have believed, and that that's the system God created. He's outside of what we see. And I mean, but the Big Bang theory says that there was nothing, and one day nothing exploded into something, and then all of a sudden you
No,
Not
have
what the,
no,
human beings.
that's not the Big
that's
Bang,
not
Rob.
true. That's the God
So
theory, but that's not the Big Bang theory.
So what's the Big Bang? What's the evidence standard that you're speaking of that's so rigid that, I mean, it is a theory. The Big Bang, there was no scientist there. I mean, what they demonstrate in the laboratory
Okay,
now is
so
not what happened 4 billion years ago.
electrical theory is just a theory; it's not real.
No, electrical theory can be demonstrated,
Is germ
can be
theory
tested.
real?
It can be demonstrated and tested. It can be seen in a microscope.
Okay,
But I'm
so
not talking about
the
jerk.
word
I'm
theory
not
doesn't
talking
actually
about,
help you here then, because your argument was
but
the
I'm,
word theory is included with Big Bang, and therefore the Big Bang's not like an actual valid scientific model. But the word theory doesn't help your argument at all.
but you can't demonstrate it. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. You
yeah, we
can't
can.
demonstrate the Big
Yeah, the
Bang.
cosmic
How do
radiation
how do you
background
do that?
demonstrates it, and the fact that the universe is expanding and we can just calculate the reverse of the expansion. We know approximately when the expansion started. We also look at redshift and things like that to determine how long the light has been out there and how far away it is. So yeah, we have a pretty good idea of where our history takes us to the beginning of the Big Bang. There's a reason why almost all scientists agree with the Big Bang, and it's not because they're all liars. It's because they actually engaged in the science. It sounds like you haven't engaged in any of the science yet, Rob.
I'm okay with the Big Bang. I'm okay with it. I just want
But
to know what
you just
caused
said
it.
it was only a theory. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, there.
because I'm talking about what happened before it. What
Okay.
caused the Big
So the cause of the Big Bang is depending on which
Bang?
scientists you believe in. I believe in an endless cycle of Big Bangs and big crunches. You don't have to. Roger
Well,
Penrose
you're
has an
against the vast
alternative
majority
cyclical
of
model.
scientists, then.
That's not true. So Roger Penrose has a different cyclical model that's just as good as the Big Bang, Big Crunch. There is no consensus as to what was before the Big Bang. So you can't like disagree with the consensus of scientists on this because there isn't a consensus of scientists on this.
I say God
That
created.
being
I say
said,
God caused the Big
that's
Bang.
that's adorable, but what evidence do you have of it?
I mean, what evidence do you have that that didn't happen?
I don't need any evidence. So the reality is,
Right, and
like,
I
if
don't
I
need
told,
any evidence. I take it on faith.
okay, then Rob,
I
what
take it on
evidence do you
faith.
have that the tooth fairy doesn't exist?
Yeah, I mean, we're not. I have plenty of evidence that the tooth fairy doesn't exist
Prove it.
because there hasn't been a
Give me the
church for
evidence.
2,000 years that has believed in worship the living God, which is not the
Every
tooth fairy.
tooth that I ever lost
Mhm.
went missing, and there was money under my pillow. You can't convince me
Yeah, I mean
that the tooth
that's
fairy
not the
is
same thing
real.
as it's
Praise the
not
tooth
the same
fairy.
thing.
Let's get some tooth fairy
Amen.
emojis in the chat. If you got access to the
Tooth
chat
fairy
emojis, get
emojis
tooth
in the
fairies up
chat.
in here.
Amen.
So why was the Bible hoaxed then? If it's a hoax, fine. I'm giving you that. What would tell me why 66 authors
Oh no,
or
I don't know why they think this
tell
talking
me
point's
why over
helpful.
1,500 years, I mean just to give me Justin, give me a logical, rational reason why there was a hoax of God's word. Like I believe Christianity is the one true religion, and I believe other
I'm
religions are
I'm sure
deceptions.
I'm sure you do, Rob. So the reality is, the Bible wasn't written over 1,500 years. It was written maybe over a period of 800 years. It doesn't agree with itself. It's
Okay.
full of contradictions. The theology of the New Testament entirely contradicts what the Old Testament says. The idea that there's
I
a
would agree
final
with that.
sacrifice is a contradiction. That's not in the Old Testament. The idea that Jesus is the Messiah is a lie. He fulfilled zero messianic prophecies. The New Testament is just a failed death cult based on Judaism, which was already a religion that wasn't true.
But it's not failed though, because
It
there's
is
still an
failed.
alive, healthy church today,
Having a
2,000
church
years
is
later.
meaningless. Do you know that the Muslims are in abundance? That doesn't make Islam true, does it?
Well, I think that's a false religion. That's my
I did.
worldview.
I
The
know. We
Christian
think yours
worldview says
is.
it's a
So we'll
false
try this
religion.
again. Does having
Yeah.
a lot of adherents make your religion true?
No,
Okay, then that's not a good
no.
talking point. Also,
It doesn't mean that a
is this
religion
the
isn't
same?
true. It doesn't
Rob,
mean that
isn't Rob? Is this your
it
alt
doesn't mean that
account?
one religion
Rob,
isn't
is this
true.
your alt account?
Huh? No, this
Is
is the
it
same account.
Rob 1851? Didn't I just kick you off my live stream like 2 nights ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. What the fuck are you doing back here?
Well, I just changed my picture.
I know. What I tell you when I kicked you off last time?
I mean, I don't care what you said. I mean, you know.
Well,
Yeah,
that's just
I
rude.
know you don't care because you're a lying piece of shit that thinks it's okay if God rapes your wife. We're not doing this again. You can leave, okay? Don't. By the way, I'm not kicking them. Mods, make sure you block them. Mods block them right now. I want to see them get dropped down from getting blocked. Are there any mods on TikTok right now?
I'm not. I reach for the screen. I'm not even a mod. Get out of here,
There he
Bucko.
goes. Yeah, he's been blocked. Cool.
Ugh.
All right, yeah. So the last time he came up under a different profile pic, he lied about saying he'd be okay if God had his wife raped if he committed adultery, and then I had to go back on YouTube and get the video and play it back for his lying face, so that everyone can watch him lie in real time. And then I kicked him and said never come back. All right, I'm gonna grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna grab 7 super chats. And we're gonna get Christopher in here from the YouTube queue. Guys, I didn't realize that was the same Rob, or else I would have just not let him up here. But you know, he's like hell bent on getting himself banned from everyone's live streams. Side says, just want to say hello. Love the new kitties. Thank you. They're adorable. They're downstairs sleeping right now. They were so tuckered out from playing today. But once they wake up from the nap, I'm sure you'll see both of them at various times trying to climb on top of my head. JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Steve says, I'm an accountant. FC's theory doesn't add up. That's a good use of words, by the way. Saying doesn't add up. And fucking Amazing.
what you did there?
In fact, that reminds me, I forgot. I got to get my soundboard open. But yeah, listen, I've talked to FC before. He never really does bring anything helpful to the discussion. I was hoping that he'd be a little more normal this time around, and well,
Yeah.
we see what happened. Game Guy says FC said he had a new argument, not a good one. That's true.
Right. He said, I have a new one, not a
That's
good one.
that's
In all
fair. Yep.
fairness.
That's
That's
on
right.
me. That's on me. And Doc, good to see you. Says the eschaton is divine Keynesianism, perpetual demand, infinite supply, zero work.
That's your word.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't want to get into a discussion about Keynesian economics, but I mean, in Keynesian economics, you might not have perpetual or infinite supply. You want perpetual demand, though. That is for sure. And last one for now from Space Lord says the week is perfect. Days don't fit into years, and 365 is a dumb number of days, anyways. The lunar year doesn't fit in the solar year either. That's actually a really good point. Like, if the number of days is relevant, we can't count a solid 70 in any, or 7 in any calendar. There's no such thing. We always have to have leap years and do other like weird types of accounting. All right, we're gonna grab Christopher in here from our YouTube queue, and then we're gonna get Simon, and then after that we'll get Promyth. I don't know if that's short for Prometheus, or I guess we'll find out. All right, 1 second. Welcome in, Christopher. Christopher? I don't know if you can hear us. There you go. Your mic's unmuted now.
Hello?
How you doing, Christopher?
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay. Christopher, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am quite a bit over 18, and I do believe in God. I called in not too long ago, with Seventh-day Adventist, talked to you.
Mm-hmm.
We talked a lot.
I had been watching your videos as of late, and I can't square some of the things that you had been, you cat, talked about, slavery,
Mm-hmm.
stoning of
Children.
virgin women on their wedding nights, a number of other things, and neither could my pastor, and the constant shifting of
your pastor
the
has
dates.
no answers. I know that much.
Oh yeah, and considering that I don't really believe in the first part of Genesis, because of college, I kind of grew out of that. I'm kind of deconstructing myself. Figured I would call back and kind of let you know I'm taking the first tentative steps outside of my Seventh-day Adventist religion.
Well, congratulations. You're on the journey of honesty. Deconstruction ends differently for everybody. Some people become agnostic. Some people stay in the faith. Some people become atheists. It's, but you're at the beginning of the journey, which means you're at least being honest with yourself. You're looking at some stuff and you're saying, hey, maybe there's some stuff that doesn't add up. We should look into it, right?
That's what I've been doing, and your videos are amazing.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Have you followed Christina yet?
No. I am completely new to this. I follow your DZ Debates channel and the Line, and I've been watching the Line and DZ Debates. So I'll go ahead and after I'm done here, I'll go ahead and follow Christina.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
she's
appreciate
dope.
that. Thanks.
Well, Christopher, we really appreciate you coming and sharing with us. If you have questions, come back and let us know. More than happy to answer questions. We got a lot of ex-Seventh-day Adventists in the community. You might want to consider joining the Discord.
I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
Sure thing. Cheers, friend.
Cheers.
So this might sound like a silly question, Justin. Chat, forgive me. I don't know a lot about Seventh-day Adventists. The only thing that I knew growing up about Seventh Day Adventists was that they went to church on Saturdays instead of Sundays. Are there are there any like other more significant what's the word I'm looking for? Any significant
Like
differences
doctrines.
in their doctrines? Yeah.
Yeah, so there's kind of two things that the SDA is known for. They're known for their end times, like end of the world predictions that always fail. At some point, they stopped giving them because they kept failing, and they're also known for actually trying to observe some of the Old Testament laws. It's clear they don't. They're not like messianic, quasi messianic Jews, like the Hebrew roots movement, where they try to observe most of the Torah. They really only observe a couple of them. But the big thing is that they want to observe the Sabbath because it's part of the Ten Commandments and whatnot. And they do observe some other things. Like a lot of them don't have Christmas trees because there's a verse in Jeremiah that talks about decorating a tree. It's clearly referring to an idol, but they take it literally as like a Christmas tree. So there's some goofy stuff like that. But other than that, no, I mean, there's nothing like super crazy. So there's that. Friends, I'm going to grab 3 super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. While I'm doing that, make sure you go to Christina's link in the description of this video and follow her channel. She's almost at 300 subscribers. We want to get her over 1,000 today. Let's go. We'll get her over 1,000 today. That's our goal. We're going to make things happen. Bible Guy, great to see you.
I will have a video because this is crazy. I'm going to be honest, I had 64 people on my YouTube. That's why I wasn't in any rush to like do, but if you guys push me over, I will have to. I have no choice.
We're cooking way over 1,000 today. Bible Guy, good to see you, Dalton. Says, after the show, I need you to text me some images of Doug, Sharon, and Pi. Also, hello, Christina.
Hi.
I will definitely do that, Dalton. And great to see you, my friend. Johannes says, the sun is alive. I need a drink. I know. At least this time I knew what Dirk was going to say. The first time I heard Dirk, it was a little jarring for me. Konami, good to see you, says, upside down stream is superior to both horizontal and vertical. Praise Doug. This is another heretical sect, Konami, and I won't stand for it. We will have no more divisions in this community. We do horizontal and vertical, and there's no one's better or worse than the other. We're all on the same team. And with that, we'll get Simon into the box. How you doing, Simon? Simon?
Hello.
There you are. How you doing, Simon?
All good. How are you?
Doing well. Simon, have we talked before?
Yes.
Yeah, I recognize your voice. How you doing, Simon?
Yeah, all good.
Simon, why should Christina and I believe in your God and make it good?
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to bring on a compelling argument, not just my personal experiences.
There we go.
Some of the arguments that people present.
That's what we want. Give us the compelling argument. Make Christina and I say, huh, shit, this must be true.
Has to be.
Yeah, absolutely. So my argument is, if the Quran mentions scientific phenomenon that was impossible for them to know at that time, would it be proof of revelation from God?
No.
And you presented your argument last time about a fluid being emitted from between the rib and the backbone.
Yeah. So, Simon, the problem with this argument is you would have to demonstrate that a God existed before you can say that information came from a God. Because if there's something in the Quran and you don't know how they could have known it, all that means is you personally don't know how they could have known it. It doesn't connect it to a God in any way. And remember, Muhammad's father was a fucking merchant. The dude had a father who traveled and knew people and knew a lot of stuff. And so did Muhammad. Before he became a warlord, pedophile prophet, he merchant with his father. He ran into people of all different shapes, sizes, and nationalities. He would have come into contact with people who brought different pieces of information from different cultures. Also, we don't know that anything in the Quran even came from Muhammad, being that he didn't write even a single word of it.
Absolutely, but if these sciences were not known at that time, then where would he have heard it from?
They
If
were
he had
known.
gathered it.
There's not a single thing in the Quran that wasn't unknown. It's just that you don't know where they came from, Simon, because you've never Googled it.
Well, actually, I wanted to present my case against your argument. Do you mind if I reference from
Yeah, give
ChatGPT?
me your next Quranic miracle. Yeah.
No, the one that you mentioned. Can you bring up your verse about the semen coming from between the backbone and the rib? Could you put it up on screen, please?
Yeah.
Because that was your argument last time, which was a fair argument.
Yeah, I mean it is because that's what the Quran says, and
Yeah, absolutely. I would only like to reference, the scripture itself.
yeah. Do you think this is gonna go well for you? Do you think you're the first Muslim who thought that you found an answer to the problem?
I hope so.
You're not.
I can only present my case.
Nothing you say is going to be unique here. Just to be aware of that. Okay, so the passage is already up. Please give us your bad fix for it, and we'll get through it.
Okay, so from modern scientific understanding, the male reproductive organs, the testes, originally develop high in the back, near the kidneys, lumbar region, near the spine, literally between the backbone and the ribs in the
Yeah, we know.
embryo.
Yep.
Before descending to the scrotum.
Yep.
Same with the female reproductive organs.
Yeah.
Also develop in the same region.
Yeah, we know this. Does verse 6 say that the testes were created up there?
No, because of course we spoke about it last time.
I
the
gotcha.
Arabic
That's right. Okay,
very
so
nuanced.
I'm sure it is. And you don't know Arabic, right?
No, sorry.
Right, so you know the very nuanced language, 0% cool. So it says they were created, or that's not even in the text. That's why it's in parentheses. They were is not in the text. It just says created from a spurting fluid, referring to the people, stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage. It doesn't say that the testes came from the backbone and rib cage. It says the spurting fluid stemmed from between the rib cage and the backbone. But there's no sperm in the testes prior to them descending, as far as I'm aware.
I don't believe it uses the word sperm either.
It's spurting fluid. Are your testes spurting fluids?
My app is lagging. Can you bring me back up? I'm gonna drop me back up, please.
Oh, here he is. Here he is.
I mean, you knew we were going to bring up a guy that can speak Arabic. You're the one that wanted to talk about how nuanced the Arabic language is.
Yeah, so he can explain.
Simon's terrified of M's. So scared.
I'm not. I'm glad I've got ChatGPT on my side.
Yeah, that'll save you. ChatGPT will save you. That'll really work. Now, not only is M's a native Arabic speaker, but also remember he's a fucking medical doctor. This is not going to go well for you.
Okay, so how does he explain the male reproductive organs developing in the embryo?
It has nothing to do. Jamil, they're produced from the. Can I answer your question? They're produced from the intermediate mesoderm, which also causes the kidneys to be formed, which is why they form close to each other. This has nothing to do with the text, because when it says يخرج with the verb leaving, that has an action doer. A verb has a thing or a person that does the verb. In Arabic, which we call the fa'al. The fa'al, in this context, has to be derived from what is used inside the text, which would be either the human himself, coming from between the backbone and the ribs, or the liquid. It cannot be referred to something outside of the text.
Okay, so the liquid would come from between the spine and the back, the ribs and the backbone.
That's it.
It would have to be the liquid or the baby. Linguistically, it cannot be anything else.
Well, you tried, Simon. You gave us the best that Google AI overview can give us.
That was the thing. It's very, I would say, egotistical that this M's guy would feel comfortable to explain.
They hate M so much. They hate him.
I don't hate. That's a strong word. I would never use that word.
They couldn't kill.
Hate's a strong word, so I don't hold any hate in my heart for anyone.
I
That's an
bet you wouldn't hate
interesting.
me when you're swinging the axe over my head.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, because
Simon.
you chose to
Simon,
leave Islam.
do you believe in Sharia law?
Absolutely.
Do you believe in Sharia law when it says that apostates should be executed?
Again, in the context of an Islamic state,
He
an
can't say
apostate
yes or
would
no. He can't say yes or
treason.
no. Do you
I'll answer
believe
I said yes.
in
questions.
Shar?
Let
Do
me
you
get
believe?
this.
Did I
Simon,
hear
I
There's
live in
yes?
capital
Islam.
punishment for treason in every
Simon,
You can call it
state.
anything you want to. I'm asking you, do you believe that apostates should be executed?
If it was in the context of
I
treason,
live in an
then
Islamic country,
I'm not.
yes. My constitution applies Sharia
You
law,
don't
so
live
go
under
ahead.
Sharia.
So then,
You live
Simon, do
under
you
Sharia
believe
law.
that M should be executed as an apostate?
It's not my position to take. That needs to go
I'm
for a
asking
judge
you
and
what your
jury.
position is. So grow
I
a
would have to
backbone,
leave it to the
not the
judge.
type of
I
backbone
would
that
have to.
where the sperm comes from, but a real backbone. Do you
That
believe
was
that M should be
Yes,
executed?
it has to go for a judge
I
and
didn't
jury.
ask you that.
that response is cowardice. You
Yeah.
have a
I did.
stance. You have a stance on Sharia law, right? And you
Yeah.
know what that stance is. But because Ems is here, you don't want to say exactly what you believe, and that's a cowardice thing to do, right?
That's not cowardice.
If you believe that apostates should be unalived, then by all means say it with your chest. Stand 10 toes on what it is that you believe.
It's so much deeper than that.
All
There
right,
has to be
Simon,
a
go ahead and be a
trial.
man.
There has to be
Simon,
a
go ahead and be a
trial.
man. Do you believe that according to your religion, according to your belief systems, that M should be executed as an apostate?
I would like Sharia law to be the governance of the world. Yes.
And as part of that, would you like to have M's executed as an apostate?
I'm not a judge. I'm not.
I didn't ask
don't
if you were a
fully
judge.
understand.
I'm asking for
I
your
don't,
opinion. In your opinion, would you like to see M's executed as an apostate?
I don't fully understand Sharia law,
I think
so
you
I didn't
fully
ask you.
understand. You just said that you wanted it to be upheld. How would you say you want something to be upheld that you don't understand? I think you're being
Yeah.
dishonest.
He's being a coward. Christina nailed you. You're being a coward right now. You can't say it. You can't let it come out of your face. And the fact that you can't let it come out of your pie hole lets all of us know that you don't even like what your own religion teaches. You're embarrassed to say it out loud. So stand 10 toes down, stand on business, and say you want M's to be executed for his crimes against the state.
you just said something.
And by the
I
way,
believe in
Justin, the whole
justice.
thing about having a judge is bullshit. Could you read Bukhari 6922?
Yeah.
Ali burns them on the spot.
Ali
6922.
bans them.
He burns
Alright.
them, yes.
Yeah,
What's
so
the context?
it says some Zananika or atheists were brought to Ali and he burnt them. The news of this event, which reached Ibn Abbas, who said, "If I have been in his place, I would have burnt them, as Allah's messenger forbade it, saying," I said, "I would not have burnt them, as Allah's messenger forbade it, saying, do not punish anybody with Allah's punishment, which is fire. I would have killed them according to the statement of Allah's messenger. Whoever changed his Islamic religion, then kill him." Oh, yes, whoever changed his Islamic religion, kill him. Right there in the Hadith.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
so much
so
nuance.
Was not okay with was okay with killing them.
So Simon, we're just waiting for you to be a man and articulate your opinion. Should M's, according to the laws in your religion, be executed?
So if you let me express my opinion, I
Can
would
you,
say
can
in
you
those.
express after you answer the question? It's a simple yes or no, and then you can expound. But we don't need you to
Wow.
dance around the mulberry bush just for you to like not stand on the just
So
pick
execution
a
is
side, yes or no.
execution is a simple yes or no answer. Is that what you
Yep.
just said?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try
Yes,
to.
it
It's,
is.
it's actually really
It's not
easy.
very
If I said,
logical.
in fact, I don't even know Christina's position, but I know she can answer the question. Christina, would
Yes.
you like to see apostates executed?
Absolutely not.
Oh, it was
But
easy.
she doesn't
Okay.
want Sharia law. She doesn't
Yeah.
want Sharia law.
Okay, then give us your opinion. Would you like to see apostates
I just
executed?
did many times. It
So your
takes a
answer is
judge and
yes.
a jury.
So
Okay,
Simon, your answer is yes.
So
No,
then,
it should go
Simon,
for a judge and
we're
jury.
still
That's
waiting
it.
for you to be a man and tell us your opinion. Do you think, according to your opinion, that M should be executed as an apostate?
I've given it so many times. It's not a
No, we're
simple
waiting
yes.
for a yes or no.
I'm not
Stop
trying
being a
to twist
coward
it.
and
I'm not
say
trying
yes
to
or
overdo it.
no. Yes or no,
I'm not being
Simon.
a coward.
Do you think that M should be executed as an apostate? I'll never let you
I can't
pivot.
believe.
You're gonna
Okay,
be a
so I said,
man, or you're gonna get kicked out of here. So that's like dodge number 15. How many dodges you want?
we'll let the chat decide whether it's a
Well,
yes
the
or no.
chat's already
If you
decided
kick me,
that
it's
you're
fine.
not only violent, you're a coward. You can't even stand behind your
Wow.
violence.
Thank you so much for your insults.
It's like don't do that, right? You're relying on
What?
chat to tell you what your stance is. You're relying on people that you don't know. Oh, let's just see what the chat says. We're asking you as a grown man with at your big age to say what
Yeah.
it is that you believe. If you believe that he should
You,
be executed as an apostate, then say yes. If you don't believe that, then say no. It's not hard. What's hard is that you don't want to look like the POSFF that you are in front of all these people. That's what the problem is, because like you definitely want to say yes. Because if you wanted to say no, you would have said that. This is a yes or no is a very simple answer.
I mentioned the chat because he said he was going to
I
kick
don't care
me.
why you mentioned the chat.
Okay,
This is
so why did you mention that
conversations
fact?
like this. You're a dishonest interlocutor, and it's terribly boring to talk to people
You
like this.
guys, you've spewed so
Yeah.
many insults. I
It's
think
So
not
I
an
wanted to
insult. You're
enjoy it.
insulting my intelligence by sitting here lying to our faces and not engaging honestly in this conversation. You're surrounded
I
by people
apologize.
who pretend to be one.
I sincerely apologize that you
okay,
feel
your
that way. I
apology is
didn't mean
meaningless
to.
until you answer the question, Simon. So
I
the
did
question
answer, and
is,
it's M's.
would
M's.
you
Let's go to the
want
Arabic
M's to
first.
be would you want M's to be executed as an apostate?
Can I speak to him directly,
No,
please?
you're going to answer the question, and you're not going to do anything else until you do. Would you like to have M's executed as an apostate?
Okay, well, this is my final statement. It takes a judge and a jury to make the.
It's not your final fucking statement because now you're muted. You don't get to yap
Can
on
I
my
just
live
expand on
stream.
this?
Go
Can I
ahead,
expand on
Ems.
this?
Mhm.
Simon, show me please which scholar has said there needs to be a judge and a jury. Go ahead. Because this is simply bullshit.
I'm not educated enough or
You're
qualified.
not
And
Sorry.
educated enough.
Yeah, you're
telling me
definitely
if
not
you're telling,
educated.
You're
if you're
absolutely
telling me
correct.
there
We
needs to be a
all are in
jury,
agreement there.
then you shouldn't even
I
be a Muslim at
apologize.
that point.
Wow.
A jury.
Okay, thanks for the insult, guys, and I enjoy your content. And
All right. Well, listen. Next time you need a diaper change, Simon, come on back. But we're gonna ask you the same question. We're gonna ask you to actually stand 10 toes down on your religion, and either deny or confirm if you think M should be executed as apostate. And you'll never get to talk to us until you answer that question. Sorry you had to listen to that, Ems.
I'm used to it. But yeah, anyways, thank you for having me on.
Absolutely.
I might be asleep in a bit, so hopefully no more Muslims. But I think you've got it covered, anyways.
Thanks, buddy. We love you.
Thank you so much, Em.
Let's get some W's for M's in the chat, friends. Let's get some W's for M's. M's the best. M's the best. I'm going to grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more super chats, and then we'll get our next guest in here. While I'm getting those super chats, friends, Christina's at 429 subscribers. We need to be over 500 subscribers before these super chats are read. If you haven't clicked on the description of this video and followed her YouTube channel, now is the time to do it. We're going to get over 1,000 followers today. We're going to get her over that hump. Adam says the sun was created by the bank for England, therefore Fatima. Obviously, I never thought about that.
Period.
The connections are obvious.
Period.
Unbelievable.
Perfect sense. I get really frustrated, Justin, when we talk to believers who believe these very heinous things and are willing to have these archaic and evil acts done to people, but they won't stand on it. Say it
Yep.
out loud, you
Yeah.
evil person, you.
If you can't say it, you shouldn't have the belief. Like if you believe something to be true and you can't say it out loud, that's the cognitive dissonance happening inside your head. That's how you know that you believe some heinous shit.
Right. And you know it. You know it. And those people believe this out of fear and
Right.
their own hatred for either other people or themselves. It's so disheartening.
100%. Robin says paying for a cameo of Volta and or Faraday. Well, Faraday was up here just a minute ago, if I remember correctly. Volta and Faraday will be back. They're awake from their nap now, and you'll see some kitty cats on screen shortly. I'm positive of that. Thank you for that. And also, Gretchen, good to hear from you again. Says, I suggest a wingnut timer for guys like Dirk. Oh, a woo
what?
timer. So we've got
What's
a Philbro timer, and we've got a Yap timer. We need a Philbro or a woo timer for people who
Oh,
give
okay.
woo-woo arguments.
I agree. It's good.
This is fair. This is fair. You're right. I'll work on that. We need a woo timer. I'm with you. Johannes says, I think Dirk is about as conscious as the sun is, and that is the case. But, at least Dirk is nice. He doesn't want to execute apostates. And House 70 says, I think sun is conscious? What about Uranus? That may or may not be the case, friends. That may or may not be the case.
That's fantastic.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right, we're going to grab, I said we're going to get Pro Myth in here next. So we'll get Pro Myth, and then after that, it's going to be, it looks like GQ is coming up after that. Friends, if your super chat hasn't been read yet, don't worry. We're going to read all super chats. If there's any that we can't get between guests, we'll get them at the end of the show. And guys, Christina is now over 500 subbies, but we're trying to get her over 1,000. We need her over 1,000 subbies tonight on her YouTube channel. For those who are watching on TikTok, her YouTube channel is at it's Christina Christina Carroll. In fact, I'll put it on the screen. This is what her profile looks like. It's at it's Christina Carroll. So very similar, almost identical to her TikTok username, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So you'll find her. Also, I linked the description of this video how you can sub to her directly using the link on the screen. So, ProMyth, welcome in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not too much. ProMyth, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I'm very 18. I'm very much older than 18. Yes, I'm
Fair enough.
40 something.
And
yeah,
you
so
believe in God?
well, see, that's the thing. It says, why should we believe in your God? So I have a definition of God. I don't believe in a certain kind of God, but I thought I had an interesting perspective to share, if that's okay.
So, I mean, we'd love to hear your perspective, but we do also want to hear an argument for why your perspective is true. Are you prepared?
Of course. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, so go ahead and go ahead and give us your perspective, and then after that, we want to hear why it's true. And then, while you're doing that, I apologize. I'm going to use the restroom. I will hear everything you're saying. My earbuds will be on, and Christina will probably be responding.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is what I believe. I think that the being, or the quote unquote person that is looking through my eyes right now, it's listening with my ears, touching with my hands and my nerves, is the same exact being that is looking out of your eyes and listening with your ears and touching with your hands. And that I believe somebody like Jesus or our ancient ancestors who could actually use their head, they referred to this quote unquote person as God. I believe that Jesus saw it that way and took that to mean that no person or no living being is worth more or less than any other living being. That we are all just different versions of each other. And that there is no, it doesn't matter how much wealth you have, how good you are at a certain thing, you were just another version of somebody else. And that's what God was. And religion,
and where did
the true form of religion.
Are you saying that that's what Jesus' stance was?
Well, yeah, I believe that Jesus, the reason why he went to the poor and the suffering was because he knew that they were just other versions of himself. He was trying to help people who were having a difficult go around in this one. And he saw things like wealth, which creates false idols, like golden calves. It gives people the idea that they're worth more than other people. But he knew that not to be true. I believe that was the miracle, that he actually loved people who condemned him because he knew that they were blind and deluded. I believe that that's what our actual ancestors referred to as God, and it was twisted into what they called Antichrist. It was twisted into something that they turned into a religion that became myths and superstitions that itself became a false idol to turn against people and use to say that you are worth more than someone else. Like calling
Well,
yourself a Christian
hold
itself is using the God's name in vain.
on
Calling
one
yourself a
second.
Christian, saying you're part of a team, is
Well,
separating yourself from each other.
well, beloved, here's the thing, right? Jesus was a supremacist. Let's just go ahead and knock that out right there. Jesus had no qualms with making it abundantly clear that he came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? When when the Syrophoenician woman was running after him, trying to get help for her daughter who was possessed with the spirit, he ignored her, right? He ignored her completely, and to the point where the disciples were saying, Jesus, send her away because she's screaming behind us. They were annoyed. And that's when he said, I came only for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And she had to literally throw herself at his feet, be okay with comparing herself to the likes of a dog, accepting the scraps from the master's table, because he made it clear that it wasn't even fair for him to give what was meant for the Israelites to the dogs, which is what he compared her to, right? And that was
Yeah.
the slur. That was a slur at that time for non-Israelites, right? So Jesus wasn't this kumbaya character that all people that Christians like to try and paint him as. He was that for the Israelites. He came to join the southern and northern kingdoms, right? Those Israelites that had been, ostracized or outcast because they had started intermingling with other nations and their gods. But he didn't come for the Gentiles.
Yeah, well, I mean, using the Bible to discredit the Bible is probably just as good as using the Bible to credit the Bible, right? Like what the other host said that it was created when, like 800 years ago, right? You said the
You
Bible
can't
was created 800 years
you
ago, right?
can't use the Bible to credit the
They use the
Bible.
Bible to
Yeah.
to
Just
dunk
as you
it.
can't use
No,
it, you
you
can't say
can't.
that a story,
And
you can't use a story in the Bible itself to say that. Well, look,
what
you.
what,
What I
what
believe
I'm
the Bible
discrediting?
is that.
What,
Can I just finish real quick?
sure, go ahead.
What I believe the Bible is, like he said, it was created not 2,000 years ago. It was created like 800 years ago by politicians. They took something that had the truth in it because you can't create it from nothing. It has to be, propaganda has to be at least related to the truth, and they wrapped it around propaganda. They took the truth and wrapped it all up and added their own little stories. We all know that
Yeah.
that's what happened,
What
right?
what's the evidence of that?
What's the evidence that the Bible isn't true and that it's a lot of propaganda?
No, we know it's not true. I'm asking the evidence that they took something and changed it.
What do you mean? You
That
said
that
you know
was
that
your,
the
that
you
was
oh,
your
wait, so
that was
you
your
think that
claim,
nothing wait
Promyth. Hey,
you think
hey,
that
hey,
the
hey, Promyth. I'm gonna mute you if you don't stop talking over me. There you go. All right, little baby. Okay, so you said that the
wow, dude,
Bible,
what?
you said that the Bible was changed. That's what I'm asking you for. I'm asking where's the evidence that the
Yes.
Bible was changed?
Well, right now we're debating what's in the Bible. If you think 100% of the Bible is fiction, what's the point in even debating it? What's the point in even talking about it? If
That
it's
doesn't answer my
Spider-Man, then
question.
forget
My
it.
question is, what evidence do you have that it was changed?
I don't even understand what that means. I mean, you think it was
That
changed.
was your claim.
Yeah, King David
You
changed the Bible, right?
I'm
Constantine changed the
I'm
Bible.
asking you for the
What was
evidence of that. I'm
yeah, the
asking for
council
I'm asking you for the evidence.
the the evidence that King David changed the Bible?
Yeah.
This is still a weird question. Of course they
It's not
changed
a
the Bible. Of course
prove
kings
it.
and queens used the
Prove
Bible.
it.
Kings and queens
Prove it.
did
Prove
kings
it.
and queens use the
Prove it.
Bible to manipulate the masses?
Prove it.
Provide the evidence, sir.
Wow, this is very disingenuous.
Prove it.
Prove that the Bible was used to manipulate the masses.
No, prove that it was changed.
Changed from what?
From whatever you think the original
From the
is.
message. Okay, I can prove it easily. 2,000 years ago, Jesus' message was word of mouth. We know that for a fact. It was written down 100 years after his life. So it couldn't be word for word, verbatim. What Jesus said was straight to the New Testament. It had to have been changed over the last 2,000 years, right?
You mean over the 100 years before it was written down? I think you're confusing your talking points.
Yes.
Okay. So
100 years. 100
okay.
years.
So
Was it
how do you
changed from
know?
word of mouth?
So how do you know what his original word of mouth was?
I don't.
Okay. So you don't know if it was changed then. I mean, to be sure.
Wow.
To be
dude,
sure,
all right, look, I
we
get
agree.
that you want to debate people.
To be sure.
I get it. I get it.
To be sure, we agree that whatever Jesus spoke probably isn't what's in the New Testament. We get that much. But I'm showing you the folly of your position. The folly of your position is you have no idea what original is, whether it's oral or whether it's written. You have no idea what the original is, which means your claim that it was changed is stupid. You can never demonstrate the validity of your claim. So again, you don't even know what Jesus's original message is, which means you don't know like whether or not your beliefs are even true, because your beliefs are based on the supposed original message that was changed, but you don't know what the original message is. So we're going to need you to find a way to validate how you know what the original message is. Can you do that?
Yeah. So wouldn't the same exact argument be made for Christina saying he was a supremacist?
She's using the Bible, assuming that the Bible is like saying things that Jesus actually said. But you already said that you don't believe that to be the case.
I don't believe that he was a supremacist. I don't believe he was a supremacist.
No,
but I'm not using
try this again,
Bible.
Promise. Try to listen this time. You said you don't believe that what Jesus said is what was written down. So it's irrelevant to you.
Of course not. Yeah,
We're
yeah.
asking you, how do you know what Jesus said at all?
Because you know that it wasn't written down. So if you're using the words...
I asked you
to,
how, bro.
Yeah,
how?
you suck at this, dude. I
How,
thought that
bro?
this was genuine, but it's not.
All right, we'll try this again. Okay, we don't care about your crying.
This
I asked
is
you a
genuine,
very...
dude.
I asked you a very easy question, which is how do you know what he said?
I didn't say he said anything, did I?
Did Jesus say anything?
No, Christina said that he said something. She told me specifically what he said. I didn't
ask you if Christina said something. I said, did Jesus say things?
Yes.
And how do you know what he said?
I'm going based off of what we've heard about him.
And where does that come from?
From the Bible, from word of mouth.
Okay, and is the Bible true? You just said it was changed.
Not all of it, no way.
Okay, and how do you know which parts were changed and which parts weren't?
Well, the same way that I can parse Christina is doing the same thing.
So fucking vibes. So you got vibes. So you don't actually have an answer.
What do you have to say what was right and wrong?
To be sure,
how do you know?
You don't actually have a way of knowing if Jesus said anything.
This is super disingenuous.
What's disingenuous is that you can't actually grasp how empty and vacuous your argument is.
If Christina's
and just
proof that
be
he
sure,
was a
like no one can actually hear you talking over me
again?
right now. My microphone's louder than yours.
Wow, you're so strong, dude. That is so strong.
Actually,
you can speak so loud.
Nobody has to like talk over anybody. In fact, if you listen to any of our last callers,
so then stop bragging about talking over me.
We didn't have to actually do any of this with our last couple callers because, as it turns out, they were
because
adults
they're idiots
and you're not. So
they had no.
The idiots knew how to have a conversation. Promyth, he's got it. The guy who doesn't even know what Jesus said, he's got the answers.
Well, Christina said she knows what Christian said.
She didn't say that.
She didn't?
No.
She just used it to say that he was a supremacist by what he said and did.
She made a statement about what the Bible says Jesus says. But you already said that you don't believe that Jesus said those words. So what we're doing right now is trying to figure out how you, as a human being, what method are you using to know what Jesus did actually say?
Well, I'm basing it off of what I think about Jesus and what people have said about Jesus.
Your
and
vibes.
What the Bible said about Jesus. No, what the Bible said about Jesus.
So you said vibes.
So you don't think that the Bible was used to manipulate the masses? That's what you're saying. It wasn't changed. It was exactly the same.
So when the Bible says things about Jesus, when the Bible says Jesus says things, did he say it?
Not all of them, no, because it was used.
Well, how do you know which ones
for the last 1,000 years?
How do you know which ones? How do you know which ones?
Based on what we consider him to be, the type of person. Let me tell you. Can you stop talking over me?
So it's vibes.
No. The type of person who could forgive somebody. That's the type of person.
If you talk louder, it'll make your argument more valid.
You're doing great.
Shout louder into the phone. It'll make your argument better.
This is hilarious. The type of person who could forgive somebody who's killing them, who's putting them on the cross, is the type of person who has an unbelievable amount of empathy. The same way that Christina knows he's a supremacist.
How do you know he did that?
The same way that Christina knows he's a supremacist.
How do you know that happened? How do you know he said those words?
I'm changing my name.
For the same reason that Christina said he was a supremacist. Same exact reason.
So Christina's making an argument as an internal critique, assuming that the words of the Bible are actually words that Jesus spoke. You don't believe that to be the case. So keep appealing to Christina's argument. It's never going to win. You're the one that said that the Bible doesn't actually record Jesus's actual words. So what I'm trying to figure out is, how do you know that he said anything? What's your level of evidence to know if something Jesus claimed to have said is something he really said?
Well, the reason I'm saying what I'm saying is because you're using what I said to critique myself about what Jesus said, but you're not doing the same thing for Christina at all. You're acting as if what Christina said was an objective observation, but what I'm saying is not true, because I don't know that Jesus said it. You're
You and
twisting
Chris. To be sure, I'm not debating Christina. We're debating you, and your worldview is the worldview that actually matters. I know this is a cry session. So again, what we're trying to figure out is, what's your method for determining what Jesus said is actually what he said. And remember, every time you mention Christina, you're evading answering the question.
Okay, do you think that Jesus said that he turned water into wine?
He didn't say that he did.
He didn't say that he did? Or
no.
It's not in the... So how do you know that he did it?
So I don't think he did, but to be sure, it doesn't say that Jesus said he's doing it.
But the claim is in the Bible, right?
This is where words actually matter. I need you to pay attention for 5 seconds. You said that Jesus said that he turned water into wine, but Jesus didn't say that. The gospel author said that.
Yeah, but if I talk about it, the reason I can talk about it is because it's in the Bible, because we can use that to make our arguments about Jesus.
You said it wasn't true.
I didn't say it wasn't true. I asked you, why are we able to talk about it?
You said it was changed.
I said some things are changed.
Oh, how do you know which ones were changed?
Based on the type of person that Jesus must have been.
But how do you know what? But how do you know what type of person he was?
Jesus was a supremacist. That's one of the dumbest things
These Christians are really stable. Promyth is he's a very stable Christian, I can tell. So Promyth, you still haven't answered a question. How do you know when the Bible says Jesus did or said anything that actually happened, or if that's something that was changed or added in later?
Well, considering that we're sitting here debating what Christianity is or it isn't, it has to be based on the main text that is talking about what Christianity is or isn't. Right?
Was the main text changed?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you know which?
Dude,
I'm still waiting for the answer. We can go on this carousel the whole
and over
because
again.
eventually you're gonna give me an actual answer that's not circular.
Wait, what exactly
so we'll try
do you
this
expect?
again.
Should I come up with a historian?
So what I want you to do is give me a method. I need a method for how you are determining when Jesus did or said something in the Bible that's true, or if that's been changed. What's your method?
This is so disingenuous. He
can't do it. It's fucking vibes.
You're a child.
That's always got his vibes. I like
it. Always got his vibes.
The part that I like is the stuff that's true. The part I don't like, that's the stuff that was changed.
I feel like
you're debating Christianity.
Like he's not even engaging in the conversation. He's just like talking.
You're debating Christianity, right?
You're not answering any of the questions that are being posited to you. You're just crying. It's just a waste of time.
Yeah, he doesn't even know where he's at. He's so lost in his circular argument that he's getting dizzy. He's gone in so many circles that there's like the stars. It's like Looney Tunes. The stars are dancing around his head right now. He has no idea even what's happening. You can continue crashing out and shouting at your phone, though. It's really entertaining. In fact, I'm going to open up my spreadsheet.
I can't believe that anybody.
What is today's date? Today's the 3rd.
This is
25. You were asked a very. You were. I don't. I'm saying my mic is low.
You're pretending it was a question. It's a good question. How can I?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you because the baby was shouting.
The baby was twine. I was asking you to plug in my other mic. I don't know if I should plug in the other mic.
I mean, if you plug in your other mic, it may or may not be louder. I've got your microphone right now from your laptop turned up to like 400% because it's kind of quiet.
Period. So let's go ahead and try and fix that so they can hear me and I'm not blowing your eardrums out.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, Promyth is having a tough night.
He's having a time.
Yeah, this is really difficult for me.
Yeah.
You've asked one question for the last half hour.
Yeah, I know.
Dumb
And
question.
if you'd answer it, we'd actually move on. If
How
you
do
actually,
I know
if you'd answer the
Jesus said
question,
was right or wrong? That's
no,
it.
that's not
Your
what I
entire,
asked. That's not at
all
all what
you
I asked.
asked.
So we'll try this again. For everyone who's actually listening, which clearly isn't you, my
Don't
question
try it
is,
again. It's
what-
boring. Don't
what
try it again.
method are you using
Don't
to
try it
determine
again.
the parts of the Bible that are true and the parts of the Bible that are changed?
Well, considering we're not trying to understand the veracity of what Jesus said and didn't say, we're just talking about who the person Jesus was. And she called him a supremacist, and I said he wasn't. But somehow my argument isn't right because I don't know what was right and wrong in the Bible. But hers is because she read it from the Bible.
Again, I didn't say that to be the case. I'm asking you about your view. So I'm still trying to figure out. I'm still trying to hold on.
This is bullshit. You're both pseudo-intellectual.
I'm still trying to figure out what method.
Why are you screaming?
Oh, he's really doing Christ's work there. He
It's
really got
something about
us.
the pro-myth. Something about the names that begin in pro-myth. They just lose it.
I know, right?
Can
Well,
hear
you
me
saw
through
it
the
here,
mic? Is
guys.
it clear?
It's
Is it better? Worse?
I think it's better. I think it's clear. I don't think it's louder though.
Oh, dang.
It's definitely more clear though.
Okay, cool.
Is she loud enough? I can turn her up louder if we need to turn her up louder though.
I mean, I'm at 400.
Yeah, they said louder on.
Justin's mic is 5 times louder. Lord, I don't know what to do, y'all. I'm trying my best here.
We got it cranked up though. Actually, there's less background noise with that mic. That mic's got the background noise turned down, which is nice.
Period.
PK says, Justin, your mic is just so loud in comparison to Christine's. Oh, not now, because my cat just turned it down.
Shout out to the cats. Justice for me. They're on my side. They said,
Sorry about that. I'll turn it down. Unfortunately, I don't have a method for turning down the TikTok guests. Like when they come in here, I can move it away from my face if that's better. I don't have a method, unfortunately, for when the TikTok guests come in here and they're like screaming 100 decibels into their phone. There's no method inside of TikTok to turn them down. Unfortunately, that's just the case. We can do it on YouTube, though. When we have guests on YouTube, we can turn them down. All right, let me grab a couple super chats, and we're going to get GQ into the chat next. Also, while we're reading these super chats, friends, make sure you're subscribing to Christina's YouTube channel. There's a link in the description of the video. We're at 665. We're one shy of 666. We need to get over 1,000 tonight, so make sure we get over the hump. Drew, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, so he's read nothing about the Big Bang. Oh, yeah, well, that is obviously the case. Yeah, when they say that something came from nothing or nothing came from nothing, you know that they have literally no idea what the Big Bang is positing. And Carissa, great to see you. Thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. And Wraith is with us as well tonight. Wraith says, Christina giving out quite a few wins tonight, as always. Does she have her own channel? She does, friend. Yes. She has her own channel on YouTube and on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube right now, you can go to the description of this video and find a link to her channel. We would love to visit and support. Yes, indeed. Please visit her channel and subscribe. We got to get over 1,000. Tonight's the night. We're going to make it happen. And Nightman says, is this that Rob? It was that Rob. He changed his PFP thinking he could slide by, but I recognize his voice. As in the dude that comes up and crashes out all the time. Yep, that's the one. Yep, that's the same Rob. NoCo, good to see you. Thank you for sending out 10 DZ Debate memberships. Totally appreciate that, my friend. Big W. And Dan sent out 5 more DZ Debate memberships. Thank you so much, Dan. And Carlos in the house with another 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That is huge, Carlos. And I hope you're fully recovered now. I'm not sure where you're at now in your recovery, but we're thinking about you, and we're hoping you're rock hard for Doug. Cameron, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hello, Justin. Christina, welcome to DZ Studio. We love Ems. Yeah, we love Ems too. Christina, this is her first time with DZ, but we're going to have a blast tonight. It's going to be really fun. Yeah. Mandy, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, sad why any woman believes in any religion man-made and consider women second class, Mom asked a priest 2 questions he can't answer. Can she run for can she run for a pope as a woman? And how come the Last Supper, all men, always wonderful work, hail Doug? Yes, Mandy, as we've discussed here, these religions are all super patriarchal and repressive towards women. And that's one of the reasons why, like, if you're a woman, I don't know how you follow these religions. I'll never understand it. And last super chat for now from our friend Susie. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, as a licensed esthetician, I wanted to ask Christina if using a high SPF sunscreen and a UV blocking window film in your car is helpful. Thanks, Justin, for bringing Christina on the show. She's lovely. She is lovely. What do you say?
I use SPF 30 even when it's cloudy out, and I stay in my room.
Oh, damn. That's serious.
I'm a hermit. I don't leave my house much, but when I do leave my house, I lather up in sunscreen in all weather.
I have to do the same for obvious reasons. But what are you gonna do? All right, let's get GQ in here. GQ, welcome to Deconstruction Zone. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Whoa, GQ, your mic sounds crazy. What's going on over there? Hold on. I got to switch your mic out. We're going to switch to your iPhone mic.
In the middle of turning from a semi truck to an Autobot.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mid-transformation.
So it shows that you're using the wireless earbuds, the Walmart in-house version, the ONN version, which, trust me, I love those earbuds. They're fantastic, but yours are obviously malfunctioning. So you're going to want to turn those earbuds off and use your built-in microphone on your iPhone, because it sounded like something demonic was coming out of your mic.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah,
we can hear you now.
All right, sorry about that.
Fair enough. So, GQ.
But, yes, I'm over 18, and yes, I believe in God.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Jesus. So
Cool.
I'm a Christian.
Awesome. Why should Christina and I believe in the Christian God?
Well, let me first by asking you guys a question. You guys are atheists, right?
Yes, we're atheists. Yeah. So
Okay.
Why should we believe in your God?
All right. I would say because you can't actually. So earlier, you guys were talking about how you can't believe why a woman would join a patriarchal religion, or when you were asking Simon, what, like, essentially implying it's wrong to.
Here comes the moral argument.
Exterminate people for apostasy. Yeah. I mean, I would say from an atheist worldview, you can't actually make moral ought claims that objectively.
Neither
They're just
can you.
preferences.
Yeah, neither can you.
I can, because
no, you can't. So, Gigi, you don't believe in objective morals. You only think that you do. Do you want to go ahead and give us the argument for why you think objective morals exist, and we'll show you why it doesn't work?
Well, I would use the tag argument to justify the existence of God. I would say logic and knowledge.
Okay, so the moral argument is not the tag argument. You got to pick one. You can't run them both.
So can you explain to me why it's morally wrong to do that?
Okay, so you want to do the moral argument. Okay, so I don't believe in objective morals. I believe in subjective morals, which means my moral framework is dependent on like what I use as my measuring tool. So my measuring tool is basically do as little harm and as most good as possible, or you might define it as well-being. So, but that being said, the reason why I have an atheistic moral framework is because like I don't need objective morals to develop a framework. Now, you might not like my framework. You might say, listen, I don't like this because here are the shortcomings. But the reality is, until you can demonstrate that there are, in fact, objective morals, your disdain for subjective morals are irrelevant.
If I can justify objective morals.
Yeah.
Well, I would just say that it doesn't make any kind of coherent sense to make a moral claim if morality is completely subjective. It would just be your brain chemicals telling you that is wrong, right?
I agree. Yeah. So that's subjective morals. Like our brains are coming to the conclusion of what we think is right and wrong. And that's the best we can do until you can demonstrate that objective morals exist and you can show us where those objective morals are. Then it's an irrelevant talking point.
I don't think so. I would say that it's incoherent to make any sort of moral claim if morality is completely subjective. Like you're just
Okay.
another random.
All right.
You're
GG,
just another random animal,
GG,
right?
what's the what's the best color?
It's completely subjective to anybody.
I know. Yeah. What's the best color?
Yellow.
To me, it would be blue.
Fantastic.
Period.
Okay, so even though it's completely subjective, you have an opinion on what the best color is.
But it has nothing to do with a moral
Yellow
claim.
is dope. I didn't ask you about a moral claim. We're talking about making claims that are not objective. So in your brain, you're using your subjective thinking to come to the conclusion that your favorite color is your favorite color, and I'm going to come to the conclusion that blue is the favorite color. So when we make moral claims, we're not saying that this is the objective case. We're saying that this is our case subjectively, and we find it absurd that there would be a God that thinks that, I don't know, slavery was okay, murdering babies is okay, different things like that. We understand that that is a subjective opinion, but again, until you can demonstrate that objective morals exist, it doesn't matter. All you have is subjective morals.
Maybe that's true, but I would say that any of the subjective moral claims you're making, you have no reason to believe.
Well, yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Why?
It's
What's your
ridiculous,
reason to
right?
believe it?
Because we don't want to cause unnecessary and undue harm to people, right?
But that's just your subjective opinion that it's
Why
unnecessary
would you
to do
want
harm.
to?
That's all we have.
That's not
All we
objective. That's just your subjective opinion.
that is all we have, beloved.
That still
Okay,
doesn't
so then we
believe
shouldn't.
it.
So people who don't believe in objective morals, we shouldn't have any morals. We should just go around killing babies and things like that.
No, I didn't say you should go around killing babies. I just said you don't have
okay. So you would prefer us to develop our own moral framework, wouldn't you?
No, I'm saying you have no reason to believe it's
Okay,
wrong.
so you don't want us to have a moral framework. We're trying to figure out what you actually want from people who believe in subjective morals. Should we have a moral framework or not?
If you're atheist, it's incoherent to have.
I'm asking you if you would want us to.
I would say I would want you to be a Christian and have a Christian moral framework.
No, that doesn't answer the question.
Your Christian moral framework is subjective. Your God's morality
not from my starting
your
point.
God's morality is not objective.
Not from my starting point, it's not.
Your
From a
God's
philosophical starting point, it does make it objective.
Your God's morality is subjective. His laws are not the same and they're not consistent throughout. He gives commands and then he goes against his very own commands when it's convenient for him. You cannot say that he's objective and then say that he is subjective in his adherence to his own standard.
If it's his universe, they would be objective because it's
That's
his
not objective.
what
That's
they are.
very much so subjective.
It would be our subjective opinion, but it wouldn't be
It's
his. They would be
subjective
objective because
action.
it's no different than like a guy that creates a video game and he gets to decide the rules of that video game and can change it. Maybe put it in a patch.
I think the problem that you're coming up with is you don't know what the word subjective means, and
no,
Christina
I do.
And I do. So no, it means it's mind dependent. So if something is mind dependent, then it's dependent on God's mind. That makes it subjective. It's subject to God's mind. That's why Christina is telling you still have subjective morals.
Well, logic can't even exist.
Pivot. Oh no, pivot. He got me. Pivot. We're not pivoting yet.
What's through this door?
Okay, so we'll try this again. If morals are dependent on God's mind, then you have subjective morals too, right?
My morals would be I would be doing what God commands me to do.
Okay.
So they would be.
Yes.
I would subjectively choose them because I'm choosing to believe in the Christian God. But if the Christian God is true,
you
then
have
morals would be
not objective morals. You have divine command theory.
Divine command. Yeah, sure, probably, yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, now we're finally getting somewhere. Christina's right. You have subjective morals. You believe in divine command theory, not objective morals. Now, why should objective moral claim. You don't have objective morals, so you can't make objective moral claims.
No, I'm saying I haven't a basis to even have moral claims to begin with. You guys do not have a
your
basis
to your quote unquote objective moral claims are subjective. Like it's like how do you do that? I don't understand. It could be
I asked you why it's wrong to unalive somebody for apostasy, like what Simon was saying, and you just said because we don't want to harm people. But that's a subjective opinion. You guys don't have any basis to think that's
we're gonna
right
get
or
there, Gigi. We're gonna get there. I know you keep saying it, and it's never going to land. You can say it 100 times, it's never going to land, because everyone here knows where this conversation is heading. We've had it 4,000 times before. So again, we're not making objective moral claims, and we've already come to the conclusion via Christine's questioning that you don't have objective morals either. So you have subjective morals, and we have subjective morals. The next question is, why should we care about the morals that your God gives?
Because they make sense, and they actually, once you have it, you can have a moral framework that is coherent and logically consistent from the starting point.
So you said
guys,
we should follow
well, hold
your
on, can I
God's
finish this one
morals.
sentence?
No, because you said two.
Okay,
You already said
okay,
two
clear.
things.
Okay.
You already said two things.
All
So
right.
you said that we should follow your God's morals because they make sense. That's subjective.
Well, no, I was going to finish it with the sentence that I have a starting point to make moral claims to begin with, where you guys don't have
You have a
starting
subjective starting point, don't you?
Yeah, and you guys have. But
Okay,
your guys'
so then
subjective starting point
the next
doesn't
question
have
still never got answered, which is, why should we care about your subjective morals?
Why should I care about your subjective morals?
We're
I could
not
ask
saying
that to you.
we're not saying you have to, but we are saying you have to answer the question. Why
Well, I didn't ask you if
should
I
we
have
care
to. I said,
about
why
your
should I?
subjective morals?
Why ought I care about yours?
We're not asking that question.
Childish.
Yeah, he's a coward. He can't
I'm
answer the
trying to be
question.
cool with you guys. I'm trying to be
GG,
cool.
we're still waiting for an answer to the question. Why
Okay,
should we care about your subjective morals?
Because the starting point that I'm starting with makes the entire thing logically consistent, and your guys' doesn't.
That's subjective.
That's why. Because
That's subjective. Well, so
That's
we'll try
your
this again.
opinion.
No, I can explain why it's not subjective. You guys let me just have,
we'll try
like,
this
20
again.
seconds.
You've already admitted that it's subjective. What we're trying to figure out is, why should anyone prefer the claims of your subjective morals versus any other subjective morals?
And I'm trying to answer it. So because it's not that you should accept this one, but you guys, the ones you guys have, doesn't have a starting point to make them at all.
The starting points are irrelevant. You have subjective morals. We have subjective morals. We're asking, why should we care about your subjective morals?
I mean, I guess you're not getting it. I mean, the starting point does completely matter, because it's like
the problem. No, why should we care about your starting point?
Because it makes the entire philosophy of morals makes logical sense.
No, it doesn't. How do you know that God's commands are good?
To love your neighbor as yourself?
No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't run to the New Testament, friend. How do you know that God's commands are good?
Is that not a good moral?
We're not asking you to articulate the commands you like. We're asking you to say, how do you know? What's the process for knowing if God's commands are good?
How do I know they're good?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we all have a sense of right and wrong inside of us, correct?
That's subjective as fuck.
How do you know your God's commands are good?
How do you guys make any moral claims at all?
You're not going to answer the question at all.
I mean, why is
He's just gonna run. He's a coward. He can't do it, Christina. He's terrified.
Well, I just want to ask you guys some questions.
Well, I mean, of course I'd be terrified too if my whole stance was that this God is moral somehow, and his morality is based off of this God's standard, and knowing that if he posits that, he also has to agree that when the God lays out the rules for enslaving foreigners, that he has to agree with that.
No, I'm just saying moral claims don't make sense in a godless world. So you guys can't actually make moral
claims. You can not address her again, but I'm going to keep redirecting you. Every time you don't actually address the argument, I'm going to redirect you.
Are you guys going to address my argument at all, or my question?
You haven't given an argument. We're still trying to get through this first argument. No one cares about your question. We already explained to you. We don't have a God. We have subjective morals. So do you. We're trying to figure out why your subjective morals are somehow more important. So, for example, when there was a fight for liberation, when there was a fight for the liberation of slaves in America, what could we have pointed to in the Bible to demonstrate that fight should have been either from the North or the South on victory? Because it turns out both the North and the South were claiming the Bible as evidence for their position. Which one was right?
Sure. The North.
Why? Why were they right?
Because Jesus doesn't condone slavery.
False.
False.
That's not false.
It's
It is
false.
false. Show us a verse where it says that Jesus said to free your slaves.
He doesn't explicitly say to free your slaves.
Okay, is Jesus God?
Is loving your neighbor having a slave?
The slaves weren't their
Yes.
neighbors; they was the property.
Yep. 100%.
Your neighbor refers to all of us.
Fellow
Just
Nope.
Israelites.
everybody.
False.
No, that's not
False.
true. Actually, I
So
can prove you
we'll
wrong on
explain it
that
to you,
point.
GG. You can't prove it
I
wrong.
would like to
So
talk to her because that point was completely
yeah,
wrong.
I would want to run away too. So
No, I'm not running away.
Leviticus.
I'm gonna
the
address
command
that point.
the command to love your neighbor originally comes from where? Where do you think that comes from, G?
From Jesus Christ.
Wrong. It's Leviticus 19:18.
Yeah,
So
which is
so we'll try again.
Jesus.
That command
Jesus
is
is the
from
God of the
Matthew
Old Testament.
22. There you go. Jesus, we finally got somewhere. Yeah, Jesus is the God of the Old Testament. In Leviticus 19:18, he says to love your neighbor as yourself. What does he say you can do? Only 6 chapters later.
You're talking about the owning of slaves.
Yeah. So Jesus, the God of the Old Testament, said to love your neighbors as yourself, and then in the very same book, he also said you can own slaves. So again, what in the Bible can we point to demonstrate that slavery is not morally acceptable?
Because we're under the new covenant of the New Testament. It's not the same as the Old Testament.
What
Doesn't
did Jesus
matter.
say in the New Testament, bro?
Well, first of all, with the Canaanite woman you were talking about earlier, whenever he said...
Pivot hard. We're not talking about the Canaanite women. We're talking about
And
slavery.
when he pivots, he pole vaults. Like he does
Yeah.
the run, and then he
You
just
guys
like,
aren't that nice, man. I'm trying to be cool, but I'm not really
leaps.
pivoting. I'm just like
And
trying to have a flowy conversation.
the problem is
but
he's
it's
not a
like-
good pole vaulter. He gets getting the pole stuck up his ass.
Wow. Well,
We're just
all
fucking
right.
around, G. All right, listen.
Yeah,
We're talking
that's
about
fair.
slavery, so we're trying to figure out if Jesus is the God of the Old Testament, and the Old Testament says you can own slaves, and the New Testament never reverses that policy, then where in the world can we point in the Bible to indicate that slavery is bad?
Well, I want to ask you, why is slavery bad to you guys?
Yeah,
Where in the Bible does it say that slavery is bad?
Why is slavery bad to you guys?
He can't answer it. He's a coward.
Well, she sounded like she was about to. Can you answer me that? Why is slavery bad?
Well, the fact that you are at your big age asking me as a black woman why slavery is bad
Yeah,
is
I'm at, yeah.
Justin, can I say bad words?
Yeah, all the bad
It's
words.
fucking beyond me. Okay. It's actually quite disgusting why you're asking a black woman in the year of our Lord 2025 why you should not, why it's wrong to own another person as property. Are you fucking well?
I have a basis for why it's wrong. You don't.
No, you don't.
It's
Yes, I
wrong
do.
to own another
If you-
person as property, and
we're
you're not
just-
saying that your basis. If your basis is this book, your God laid out the instructions for slavery, chattel slavery, in Leviticus 25.
If we're just animals floating
Answer,
on a random
but no,
sphere
stop
in a random
doing
solar
that.
system, it doesn't
Stop
matter.
doing that. I
what's
don't
right
like
or
when you do
wrong.
that.
There's no right or wrong
Yeah,
in
you're,
that
you're
world.
not going to pivot, G. We're not going to let you do it. So
I'm not
again,
pivoting. It doesn't
so
exist. Right or
we're
wrong
gonna
doesn't exist.
we're gonna
in that
make
world.
you address the text because in
No,
your
she's just
worldview-
getting emotional because
No,
she
she's
has
not
no
getting
basis
emotional.
for saying slavery's wrong.
I have no feelings about you, sir.
Yeah,
What you're
You
saying
just
is
said
asinine.
you just said
So-
I'm getting
so
that's
G-
effing crazy or whatever you
so
said.
G,
Because it
we're-
is
I'm sorry,
fucking crazy.
but you can't control yourself. Like,
we're still
you have
waiting
no
for you
moral
to answer the
basis for it.
question.
Now you're
so,
just deflecting.
So again,
I'm not deflecting. I'm just
so
trying
again,
to show
you're trying to
the,
pivot.
the
He's
chat,
deflecting.
atheists don't
Crazy
have
is.
any reason.
Now he's just going to be muted. Listen, G, I don't want to spend the whole night like shouting over you. If you're unable to like calm yourself, like get yourself under control so that we can get a word in edgewise, this is not going to go well for you. So again, we're still trying to get you to a point where you can demonstrate that slavery is wrong. Now, listen, in your worldview, you could just say that slavery is not wrong. There's nothing in the Bible that would indicate that slavery is wrong. We're not saying that slavery was objectively wrong because we don't believe in objective morals. We're asking you, somebody who believes in God morals, where can we find in your book where slavery is wrong?
I would say that it's because every person is made in the image of God.
So what?
So I'm sorry?
I said, so what?
So if every person's made in the image of God, you are not supposed to treat them poorly. You're not supposed to enslave them, murder them, You're actually
So,
supposed to help them. You're supposed
so
to give
God
them
was
different
wrong
or
then.
help them. No, God wasn't wrong. That's
So
what God said
was
to
God
do.
wrong when he said you can have slaves?
Was God wrong when he said you could have slaves in the Old
Yes.
Testament?
Either testament.
That's a huge
Yes
theological
or no? It's not
conversation. It's
huge.
not.
It's
It's still
not
okay.
big.
I know you guys want it to be
He's a
that big.
coward. He can't say it.
I don't know why we are attracting so many cowards today. If y'all could just stand 10 toes on something, it would be fan
Okay,
fucking
I'll answer it. At
tastic.
that time, yes, it was moral for
It,
those
at
people to be
any
slaves.
time,
Yes.
it was moral for them to own people as property
Yeah,
for life.
in the Old
Why?
Testament, and I can explain why
Why?
if you let me. Why?
Why?
Because the creator of the universe said it was, and if he's the owner of the universe,
Who
what he
told you
says is
that?
moral. Hold on. If
Who
he's the
told
owner
you
of the
that?
universe, what he says is
You
moral, and that is
sound fucking
completely
ridiculous, friend.
logically consistent. You're getting emotional again,
I'm
ma'am.
not emotional. What I am is irritated by the fact that you are so fucking dense, right?
Irritated
That
equals
Yeah.
emotional.
you're so racist. Honestly,
No, I
let's
love
just
all
get
the.
into it. Don't tell me that you love. Don't do that, right? When you say that at any point owning another person as property was a good thing, the
Yeah.
only reason you're saying it's good is because you believe God condoned it.
I want to point out the blatant fucking misogyny here too, accusing the woman on stage of being emotional as you're crashing out, but you didn't accuse me of being emotional once. I don't know, like, if you treat the women in your life that way, but
What
that's some
women?
bullshit. Yeah, I hope there's no women in his life. So
Yeah, I have a
the
girlfriend with
reality
very little.
is,
It's
you
fine.
believe that anything your God commands is okay. So we'll ask you. I'm going to test your logic on this. Okay, you ready for maybe two
Yeah,
or three questions? They're easy
sure.
questions, and they only
Yeah.
require yes or no.
Okay, we'll do the simplistic answer thing. Sure, let's do it.
Okay. So yes or no, if your God commands you to do something, it's always right to obey.
Yes.
Okay. So yes or no, if your God commands you to burn down your neighbor's house, it's right to obey.
Um. Uh. My God wouldn't command that, but yes,
Okay, there you go. All right. So
I'm
question
doing it
number
for you. I'm
3,
saying yes.
if your God commanded you to go to the orphanage, take all the babies, put them in a meat grinder, make baby paste, and then air them out and make baby paste beef jerky for work snacks, would it be right to obey?
I'm gonna give you a yes or no on this, but let me give you 2 sentences before I give
Nope.
you the
I
yes
need
or
the
no. Okay.
yes or no, and then you can give me your sentences.
Well, Jesus Christ would never command that, but yes.
Okay, there we go. Yes. In your worldview, you think
No, not
turning
in my worldview.
babies into
That's
baby
not my
paste
worldview.
That is
is a
your world.
logical thing to do if your God told you to do it, which demonstrates
That's
how
not my. But
dangerous your actual worldview is. Because you
no,
think as
no, that
long as God
assumes that's what the.
commands you to do it, that in fact it's okay to do it. And the
Does
reality
Jesus say
is,
to do those things?
your God did command the killing of babies in the Bible.
Does
He commanded
Jesus
the raping
Christ
of
in the New
women. He
Testament
commanded the
say to do those?
enslaved. Is Jesus God?
Does Jesus Christ in the New
Is
Testament
Jesus
say
God?
to? Yes.
Okay, so that means all the commands in the Old Testament were given by Jesus?
All of the commands in the Old Testament were given by Jesus. Yes, were given by
The
yes.
Fantastic.
slavery ones.
Yes.
Okay, so Jesus gave slavery laws. And
But did Jesus? But does
Je-
Jesus of the New
Jesus
Testament
also
say anything
commanded
like that?
Jesus also commanded the killing of babies, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not outside of the nature of your God to command the killing of babies, is it?
It's under the new covenant.
I didn't ask
You're
about the
acting
new
like the new.
covenant. I talked about the nature of God. Is it within your
But that
God's
ignores the
nature? I
canon of
didn't
the
ask you
Bible,
about
my
the new
friend.
covenant.
You're
I
not
didn't
taking
ask
the
you.
Bible.
I didn't ask you about the new covenant. I asked you about God's nature. Is it within God's nature to ask you to kill babies?
No.
Now you're lying. We'll read the passage for you since
No,
you
because
haven't
Now
read
you're
it.
just a
like
liar,
Christians
saying
up
pants.
here
that.
lying, breaking the commandments on
Can I give you an
stream.
example of why it's not a
It
lie,
says,
please?
"Now
Let's
go
read
and
it.
attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not
Please
spare
let me
them,
give
but
you
kill
20.
both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." So, is it within God's nature? I'm not asking you if you think the New Testament changes, like the covenant. I asked you within His nature. Is it within God's nature to ask somebody to kill a baby?
No.
Oh, now you're a liar. All right. Well, listen, we don't talk to liars, so you can go and cry. All right.
Bye, liar pants.
It's crazy. Maybe I was too rough. Maybe he doesn't understand what the word nature means. Maybe that's
No,
it.
he understands. He's just a racist misogynist who doesn't want to stand 10 toes on the fact that he's a racist misogynist.
Fucking A. That's the
Fucking
case.
A.
That is the case. All right, let's grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We got some fun stuff going on, friends. While I'm doing that, make sure you're going over to the description of this video and following Christina's channel. She's at 740 subscribers. We need to break 1,000 tonight. Listen, 1,000's happening. That's just what's going to happen tonight. 1,000's happening. What was that last guest's name? Gigi? I got to write that down on my list as Baby Paste. We got another commitment to Baby Paste tonight. Add them to the list. And yeah, well, I'm sure we'll get one more. RD Killer, good to see you, says, what is Christina's point of view? Is it from a heretical, vertical, or truly pure horizontal? Okay, listen, there are some people that are trying to schism the community. Are you a vertical or horizontal viewer?
Can you expound on what that means, please?
So we run 2 streams on YouTube, one vertical for the phone and one horizontal for the computer. And currently there are some people in the community having some disagreements about which one is superior.
When you mean like in the way it shows up on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
I like the horizontal.
Guys, she's one of the whores. Welcome her
Did you
with
just
open
call me a
arms.
whore?
No. That's short for horizontal. I would never, Christina.
Clock it. What time is it? 8:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It was this. It was in this moment. Justin called Christina a whore.
Yeah, there's some inside baseball happening here. Don't worry. Drew, thank you for the super chat. Says proud to be a new subscriber to Christina's channel. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And we're guys, we're getting closer and closer to 1,000 subscribers on Christina's channel. Auntie says, hey, Justin, love your content, mate. Greetings from Europe. Well, thank you for watching, Auntie. I appreciate that. And make sure you're following Christina as well. She does some amazing live streams. And Kay says, hey, Justin, was wondering if there is an age of consent in the Bible. I know there's like one verse in the flower of age or something, but I was told it was only in regards to marriage. So the kind of, not really. There seems to be like this implication from certain Bible passages that there is a time period when a woman is quote unquote ready for marriage, and that is typically at puberty. And that's why we see like in the Song of Solomon, they're concerned that their younger sister can't get married because she hasn't sprouted breasts yet. She's a wall, it says. And so there certainly seems to be this idea that once somebody hits puberty, they're ready for marriage. It's not really age dependent. However, if you read the Talmud, they do kind of set an age, and the age typically 13. If you're under the age of 13, you're still considered essentially a child at that point. That's why you have a bat mitzvah and a bar mitzvah at 13. That being said, also in the Talmud, though, it says if a father is like in financial trouble, like he's really poor, he can choose to marry off his daughter before the age of 13. But it's traditionally they don't want you to do that. Yeah.
So how does that work, right? I quote unquote flowered at 10.
So the way it's described in the Talmud is that if they marry you before the age of 13, that it's just a betrothal and they're supposed to wait until puberty sets in.
Not wait until 13. That's insanity. I don't know why we still adhere to this weird shit.
But
yikes.
Yeah. But you know, the crazy part is this is the Talmud. This is written hundreds of years after the Old Testament. So like the reality is we don't know what they actually did back in Moses' day. We just know what the Jewish people eventually came to the conclusion of.
Mm-hmm.
So Erlen, thank you for the super chat. Says, according to my belief system, we should keep the awesome M's alive and well. This is not hard. Also, big W for Christina. Rock hard for Doug. Absolutely huge W for
Rock
Christina.
hard for Doug is wild. Thank you, guys.
You know about the Doug lore, don't you?
Well, yeah, Doug. I think I've spoken to Doug before in your Discord.
Oh, no. Doug is the rock behind me with the crown. Inside the sleigh, I've got Doug and Sharon Stone. It's a whole thing. I'll have to explain Doug and Sharon later.
Okay.
There's a whole mythology around Doug and Sharon. Well, don't worry. I'll fill you in.
I appreciate
Science Lover, thank you for the 1800 THP says, praise Doug and Sharon Stone. Rock hard for Doug. I worship his hardness and his massive boulders and I challenge Drew to spend more money to retake his #1 contributor crown. Shit, that is a challenge to you, Drew. Holy shit. He called you out in the middle of chat. That's
in front
crazy.
of everyone. Fight back.
I want to grab 2 more super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Carlos says, hey, doing good with phase 2 of therapy. Great to hear it, Carlos. Appreciate your greetings, Rocker for Doug, and Simply Wet for sharing. Well, thank you. Carlos says, I'm glad to hear that you're doing better in your recovery. I was worried about you for a while there when you're in and out of the hospital, but it sounds like you're doing much better, and we're certainly grateful for that. And last one from GH says, what is it with theists thinking they can define our morals? Like, ask the question and take the answer because that's all you got. You're not us. Mink, mink. that is the case. Yeah, absolutely rock hard for Doug. All right, let's get our next guest in here. It looks like NES 240 was next in line, and so we're going to get NES pulled in. How you doing, NES?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. NES, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes. Yes, I'm 44. And do I like God?
No, do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And why should Christina and I believe in your God?
Oh, I mean, y'all shouldn't. I mean, y'all should believe whatever you want to believe. I could just tell you what I believe. I believe in them. But I was listening to what you were saying with that verse about killing men, women, and children and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how I make sense of it to me, how it's logical to me. As far as that, when you read the verse, he says, we read the whole entire verse. He says, I'll punish the Amalekites for what they did. So I don't know what they did. I wasn't there. You wasn't there. Okay, what they do?
Well, the book tells you what they did.
Yeah, it's in the
All
verse.
right. So, all right, good. So what did they do?
Yeah, they attacked.
What was he punishing them for?
They attacked the Israelites as they came up out of Egypt and started wandering through the land. They came out and attacked them in Exodus chapter 17. And that was 400 years prior to this, which means everybody that got murdered that day had nothing to do with that attack.
Okay, great. So now.
Great. Okay, great. Yeah. Kill innocent people.
Yeah, no. Well, let me finish. Let me make my point. If this is God, if you believe that he killed 1 million people, right? You're saying that you're judging God based on that. So you believe that. So then it's like, all right, you got to believe everything then in the Bible. You can't just cherry pick and say, I believe he killed all those people, like you said,
and then
don't believe everything else.
I don't believe that happened, though.
Oh, so then how was he a bad or evil God if you don't believe?
So this is called an internal critique. Like if I told you, like, if I asked you, do you believe that Voldemort is a bad individual? What would you say?
All right, this is a very simple thing. Do you believe it or not? If you don't,
I didn't ask you if you think it's true. I asked you, do you believe that Voldemort is a bad individual?
No, I don't believe in Voldemort exists. So
I didn't ask you if you believe he existed. I said, do you believe that Voldemort is a bad individual?
No, I can't believe something is bad that doesn't exist.
Within the storybook.
Oh, within the fake story? No, I don't believe a fictional character is bad.
I didn't ask you if you believed it was if it was a real person. I asked you within the story, is it a bad or good individual?
Oh, in the story? I don't watch. I never heard the story. I don't know the story. It sounds like a bad person. I don't know.
Okay,
in the story.
Maybe I shouldn't have assumed you knew like one of the most popular stories of our generation. Whatever. What about Darth Vader?
Stuff.
Was Darth Vader a good character or a bad character?
They have him as a villain. He's the villain.
Okay, yeah, but did he exist in real life?
No, I don't. That's why I said it's crazy to call him evil because it doesn't exist.
Okay, so Darth Vader doesn't exist in real life, but based on the story, you have an opinion on this character, and we're saying we don't believe that this book is literally true in all that it says, but we do have an opinion based on the characters and their behavior within the book. So we're not saying that your God exists. We're saying that what we hear about him in this book
totally understand that.
Makes us believe that this God is evil.
Yes, but from your point, he doesn't exist, as you said. From my point of view, he does exist.
So what?
So you debating whether something that doesn't exist is good or evil is to me is just not logical. If it doesn't,
What
how can
you're
something that not
doing is you're
exist?
coming on a panel where
So
we're
if
having
he's
a
bad, he has
conversation
to
and you're
exist to be bad. Is what I'm
either
trying to
you're
say.
going to engage in the dialogue or you're not going to engage in the dialogue. We are
Yeah.
atheists. We do not believe that exists. This is an internal critique, right? We're asking the question, why should we believe in your God? So you did the same thing on my panel earlier. Don't waste our time. You know we don't believe in it. Give us a reason why we should, friend.
Yeah, so you know that we don't believe in your God. We know that you do believe in your God. The fact that we don't believe in it is irrelevant. We're allowed to make assessments based on a fictional character, the same way you can make an assessment that Darth Vader is bad, even though he's fictional. So this is not like a winning argument for you, and we still
Okay,
haven't
cool,
heard
cool,
an actual
cool, cool.
reason why we would want to
Right,
believe that your God is
fine. I'll
real.
go. I'll
So
go with,
why
fine.
why
I'll go
would
with
we
your way.
want to believe? Why would we want to believe that your God is real?
Not a problem. Not a problem. Let's go with your way then. Okay. It's a fictional character. You're saying this fictional character is evil. Okay, fine. You're going based on the book. I'm
Did you hear the
guessing,
question?
right? I'm answering the question. You don't have to like the
What
way
do you
I'm
think?
answering it,
What
but
do you
I
think the
answer it the
question
way I want
is?
to.
What do you think the question is?
Repeat it? Maybe I misheard you. I'm
Yeah, you
sorry.
weren't listening. I know. The question is, why would we
Well,
believe in
repeat
your
it.
God?
Okay, so well, I can't tell you why you should believe. I can't do
Oh,
that. I could just tell
okay.
you why I believe.
Okay, so you came to waste our time just like you did Christina's time earlier, so you can go away. If you don't have a reason why we should believe, then you're in the wrong place. The question on the board is, why should we believe in your God? If you don't have an answer to that question, you shouldn't be here. I assume he does that every time he shows up at your place too?
Well, he's only shown up today, and hopefully it's the last time he shows up. 'Cause ain't nobody got time for that.
Certainly not.
At
Certainly
all.
not. Okay. I'm going to grab just a couple of our latest super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Drew Smith is retaking his crown. Drew Smith, thank you for the super chat. Says #1 in the horizontal denomination and fucking now #1 in the horizontal chat. Thank you so much, Drew. Drew is on top. He's on the leaderboard. Holy shit. He's currently Doug's favorite, apparently. And last super chat before our next guest from Stop This Stupidity says the verticals and the horizontals stand as one. I agree. We are Dutch. There is no schism, no divide, only the righteous rotation of truth, for the word of deconstruction flows in every direction. Rock hard for Doug and simply what for Sharon. So, Christina, rock hard for Doug and simply what for Sharon is our version of peace be upon him.
Okay.
So you'll hear it a lot. Let's bring in dragon
and
glasses. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
you said, is it seriously wet for Sharon or simply wet?
Sinfully.
Sinfully. Okay, I should have. Okay.
Yep.
Sinfully wet for Sharon. Oh my.
We're gonna grab dragon glasses and then Amir and then Eli in that order.
Okay.
Hopefully, dragon glasses is a little more. We'll see. Dragon, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, sir.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I'm in my deconstruction phase. I just wanted to thank you guys for what you guys are doing. I caught this channel. I was a devout Christian my whole life. And then I started my deconstructing this summer with Apologia, and then I found your channel. And I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. I will admit that sometimes when I'm struggling, whether it's personal or financial, I do find myself coming back to my previous beliefs. So I'm still working on that. So I just wanted to ask you, man, what is some points you can give me to with that struggle? Because I just got fired last week for something I believed it wasn't my fault. So,
Sorry, man.
I still come back to my previous faith and pray that things get better. But I know I still believe that in the deconstruction. So how would you? What are some advices that you can give me in that struggle? You find myself in like right now. I was terminated. So I still come back in my faith, but I know I don't believe that anymore. So like, what are some pointers you can give me for that in that struggle?
What do you think, Christina? I've got a couple thoughts.
Can I just say this? I think that when it comes to the idea of having something to hold on to, right? There are times when we experience things, even in deconstruction, especially when you're newly deconstructing, and we hold on to things like our faith and our prayers and things that keep us going during challenging times like this. I'm not here to take that from you, right? You are on a journey, and plates can be full sometimes. And if holding on to prayer and that gives you hope, then do that. Do that. I think that sometimes we feel like as we're deconstructing, we have to drop everything and completely denounce everything that we formerly believed because we're opening our mind and our eyes to different truths, right? But extend grace to yourself, right? And allow this process to, teach you, ask the questions necessary. But right now, it seems like, you're in a space where you need to hold on to some type of hope. And I would honestly, and this is just me, I feel like if your faith is something that you hold on to for that, then do that. Continue learning, continue asking questions, continue utilizing other resources, but don't feel like you have to force yourself to reject things like prayer and that thing that's holding you together, right? Because I'd rather you be okay and find community and support and things like that in the ways that you understand than for you to feel like you have to denounce everything for the sake of the deconstruction process, and it end up being worse for you because you're not ready to do something like that. This is a journey that we're all on, right? I'm still deconstructing. I don't think I tell people all the time I won't ever be done deconstructing just because of how long I was in this faith and in this religion is not on me, it's in me, and it's something that has to work its way out. Indoctrination is something that is very thick, and it's damn near permanent. I won't say it's permanent because people do change their mind on the idea. But if hope is something that you need, if this is what gives you hope, then hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. My deconstruction took 10 years. It took me a long time to go from maybe some of this stuff isn't true to I know for a fact that none of it's true. That being said, you know, during that process, I prayed and I prayed and prayed, and I prayed simple things like, God, I'm struggling. I just need help. I need you to show up. The funny thing is, he never shows up, and so that aided me in my deconstruction process, realizing that I'm on my own. I got to do this shit myself. And I just talked to someone recently that kind of, I guess you could say, found God during the AA process and has been kind of quietly deconstructing for like the last 4 years. And she's finally at a point where she's like, I don't like when I pray, I don't feel like it's actually doing anything. And I was like, well, that's because your brain is finally at a
Mm-hmm.
position where it's like, oh yeah, because the God isn't there, he's not listening. So
Right.
like you're gonna get to a point where like it might feel good right now to pray because it feels like it helps you. But if you keep deconstructing, you're gonna get to a point like most of us where you're just like, oh, well, yeah, I mean, pray doesn't do anything because this God isn't real. It's kind of a natural process. It's not something you can force. It just is what it is. But the thing that I recommend to everybody deconstructing is this is a difficult process. Talk to a good therapist. We've got a therapist in our
Right.
community named Dr. Joanne Ketch. You can Google Dr. Joanne Ketch, and her website will show up on Google. She's amazing. I refer a lot of people to her because she's good, and she understands the process very well, and she can give you tools. So like when you're having that existential crisis or when you're in that panic mode because you're like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm going to do, you know, she
Mm-hmm.
can kind of provide you the help, support, and the tools that you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Christina and Justin, for your kind words. Yeah, so I just wanted to, that's really all I want to say. Thank you guys for what you do. And yeah, I just keep coming back to this and I just feel guilty and shame. And while you guys were talking, I was sobbing, but I
Mm.
just, I don't know why I feel like this. but that's just what I'm struggling with, spiritually and emotionally and financially right now. So
It is a
Yeah,
process.
it is. And community is really important. I don't know if you're a part of Justin's um, Discord and other Discords that are within the community, but there are so many resources, that could help you. There are job resources and things like that, and other ways where people are truly helping people, no God required, right? So I would definitely say lean in. Don't, sometimes these situations and moments can make us want to isolate. But I think that as a part of your deconstruction process and dealing with times like this, like Justin was saying, lean into the community that is here to do that. Change is hard. Um, in trying to experience things that like job loss or depression or things like that that you would have dealt with a certain way when you were fully invested in the idea of this faith and this belief. It's challenging trying to learn uh, new pathways and trying to figure out different things. And a lot of us have been there where you are going where you are going through it at the same time. So again, community is extremely important. Utilize it.
Yeah. There are some free resources you might want to check into, like Freedom from Religion. They offer some support in this area.
yes, I saw that the other day. I'll definitely check it out. What was the therapist's name again? Can somebody put it in the chat? I didn't get it
Yeah,
completely.
Dr. Joanne Ketch.
Joe and Kat. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to waste you guys' time. There might be other people here you want to talk to, but yeah, I just want to thank you guys for what you're doing, and rock on.
Sure thing. Cheers, buddy. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Deconstruction is hard, especially when you're going through
Yes.
difficult circumstances, because you're like, I don't know where to turn to, right?
Yeah. Or even though like before when I recognize now like I was talking to myself and encouraging myself through a lot of those situations and just attributing it to a God when that's all you know. It's challenging and it feels almost wrong to assume that I'm helping myself through something. How dare I not give the credit for coming out of this thing to God? Like, and it can be a big windstorm. So my thoughts are with him for sure.
Absolutely. Friends, I'm going to grab 2 super chats and we're going to get uh, Amir, and then Eli in that order. Josh, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I don't have an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering, but I do have $10. Christina is great and enjoying the crash outs tonight, indeed, on both accounts. She's doing a great job handling these misogynistic fools. She always does. She always does. Also, friends, we're getting closer. We're getting closer to 1,000 subbies on her YouTube channel. We need everyone to go to the description of this video and click on the description and follow her to her channel so that she can get over 1,000 subbies tonight. We're
Thank
gonna make
y'all
it
so
happen.
much. It's insane. Like this is wild. Y'all
If
are
there's one thing
nuts.
we do in this community, we support each other, right?
For real. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you.
Hank says we need a pivot counter. Oh my gosh, such a good idea. Pivot counter. I'm gonna write that down on my notes. Hold on. I have like a running list of notes. 1 second. There we go. I'll work on that, friends. We're gonna get a pivot counter going. This is such a good idea. All right, so let me read the rest of it. We need a pivot counter so ass bags like G can keep track of how many times they've refused to answer questions, change topics, and attempt to indict the host. 1,000,000%, Hank. Could not agree more. Thank you for the super chat and thank you for that suggestion. That's gold. All right, let's grab Amir. We're gonna bring Amir into the discussion. Amir, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
So I guess, can I start with asking you guys a question or should I answer that?
You can
first?
answer the question and you're welcome to ask one after that.
So I believe simply in the creator of the whole universe.
Okay, so you're Muslim.
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Weird you didn't just come out and say that. Okay. So why would Christina and I want to believe in the Muslim God?
Yeah. I that's a great question. So a lot of people will say like, well, why would we believe in your God or your God? You know, addressing like Christians or Hindus. I believe there's just like one God, one creator of the universe. And this God
So the
sent
Christians.
Jesus. Yeah.
Right.
Um,
But
so I believe in Jesus.
specifically, I'm asking why, like, what would compel us to
Yeah.
believe in your God?
Um, well, first, do you guys believe in God at all? Just curious. Or do you guys, so
Yeah.
do you guys think, so I guess, could I ask, how do you guys think the universe like came to be? This space-time continuum that we live in, like, how do you think that was, like, do you think it was created? Do you think it's always been here?
I'm
Like, do
actually
you think
curious to
there's
know Christina's opinion on this. I have a very firm opinion on this, but I like to know Christina's.
You want my honest answer when I get this question?
Yes, please. Yes.
I don't know, and I don't give a shit. I don't care. I
Yeah,
hate when people ask me that question.
that's
I
fine.
and I'll tell you why, because I'm not saying that to be like rude or disrespectful. I just when people ask like how did all this start? I have when I think about what's going on in our world right now, and I think about all the things that make up how we interact with each other, not once does the origin of things come to mind when we're talking about the injustices in our world and the way that this religion and this belief system affects our society. There's no place for it. I wasn't at the beginning of creation. I'm here now though, so that's what I like to focus on. That's just my stance on it. I would like to hear Justin's.
Yeah, so I agree with Christina. By the way, this is a topic I usually address, but it's actually not relevant because whether or not I know how everything started or if there is a start, it's irrelevant to whether or not God is the cause of it. I could just say I don't know, and I say
Right.
if your God is the one that caused it, what's the evidence of it, right?
Yes. Yeah. So I guess here's my answer. A lot of people, I guess there's a lot of misconceptions about Islam and Muslims. By the way, I'm recently converted to Islam. I actually grew up not following any religion, and I always believed in a higher power, but I thought religion was man-made. Right? I thought religion was man-made, but there has to be a purpose that we're here. There has to be like a creator that created all this, because everything in our world has been created. Right? Your iPhone was
Well,
created. Your
no,
laptop.
the puddle in my backyard wasn't created.
Yeah, I guess you have a point, but the water that created that puddle, would you say that somehow that
No,
was created or?
no.
No.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll respectfully disagree. I think
Well, what's
the
the evidence that it was created?
it's a good question. Yeah, I don't have a definitive answer, but I guess it's just like deep within me. I feel like we're here for a purpose, and something created these particles and atoms that make up the universe.
Well, what's the
Um,
evidence of that?
Yeah, so that's the point I'm getting to. So if I told you, for example, like the Quran talks about, it was a book written 1400 years ago, and it talks about things like the Big Bang Theory, for example,
It
which we
doesn't.
um, well, there's a verse in it where it
I know.
says,
We are is expander.
yes, yep, exactly.
Yeah, that has
Everything
nothing
was,
to do with outer space. The Quran doesn't know what outer space is. It thinks that the heavens is just the sky, the clouds above.
well, this is debated too, because in Arabic, the original, there's a word in Arabic that when it translates to English version, it does say like the heavens and the earth, for example. But in the Arabic, on the Arabic side of it, it's technically just talking about like all of creation and this whole space time continuum. And that's fine. Let's say you disagree with that, but this is just like one verse. There's also a
Well,
few other
there's
verses.
a bunch of verses that you don't have to know specific Arabic words to figure out that it agrees with the Bible that the earth is basically flat with a flat sky over it, and that the lowest of the heavens is in the sky where it thinks the stars are. It says, and indeed we adorn the lowest heaven with stars like lamps and made them as missiles for stoning eavesdropping devils. 4, we have also prepared the torment of blaze. So, like, according to the Quran, like the stars out there, they're not millions of miles away or millions of light years away. They're like literally in the lowest heavens, closest to the earth, and sometimes they fall to the earth and kill the devils. Like they have no concept of outer space.
But then there's also a verse that talks about the sun, moon, and earth, how they're it uses the word swimming, specifically swimming in orbit. And today NASA uses
what's
on
the
Earth,
sun orbiting?
Yeah, so it says the sun, moon, and Earth are swimming in orbit through space, essentially.
Wait, what's the sun orbiting?
So the sun is the center of our solar system, but our whole solar system is moving through space, if you know what I mean. So
No,
like
we know that, but it doesn't say that the Earth is orbiting.
Yeah, I can find the verse, or if you have it up already on Quran.com, there is a verse about the sun, earth, and moon, how they swim in orbit. And I guess
Yeah, I've got a verse. It's in chapter 36, verses 38 through 40. And it says, the sun travels for its fixed term. That is the design of the Almighty All-Knowing. As for the moon, we have ordained precise phases for it until it ends up looking like an old curved palm stick. It is not for the sun to catch up with the moon, nor does the night run out the day. Each is traveling in an orbit of their own. So the general idea here is that the sun and the moon are both orbiting the Earth.
Yeah, so but wouldn't you say that's pretty miraculous? A book 1,400 years ago, before back then it was
You
just
got it wrong.
aired in the well, what would you say is wrong with about it?
The sun is not orbiting the Earth. So this is describing the sun and the moon as essentially like moving in sync with each other in orbit, which is why the day and the night are separated. For the sun to not catch up with the moon, they're depicting two bodies orbiting the Earth.
Okay. I guess I could see your perspective, but the reason I guess this is one of the verses I found like proof that a human couldn't have came up with this is because we didn't have telescopes back then. People thought back then the Earth was the center of the universe. So that's why just the fact it's describing orbits, it's describing phases of the moon. That's kind of what made me realize this is one, by the way. I can give you like 10 different scientific miracles in the Quran that
there definitely aren't any of those. Also, like again, it describes the Earth as being flat and the sky being a flat plane above it. So we find again in Yasin, the sky was raised high and the mountains were firmly set up, and the Earth, how it was leveled out. And it talks about like the sky being raised up like a bed over top of the Earth. I mean, just like the Bible, just like everybody else in the ancient world other than the Greeks had it figured out. It believed that the Earth was flat and that there was a flat sky above it and that the sun and the moon orbited the Earth.
Well, I think by leveled out, it means like, so when we're walking on Earth, it is flat for us, if you know what I mean. But if you zoom out,
it didn't say flat in comparison. It says leveled out.
Yeah, so that's fine, but it's not saying either one. You know what I mean? So I could argue that it's talking. It
says
about,
it was leveled out. What's level about our Earth?
Well, I'm saying like, so you're standing outside. Let's say you're standing outside, right? You look around. It is flat. But I'm saying if you zoom out, like
it's flat because I live in Ohio. If you live in if you live in Appalachia, it's not flat.
That's fair, but it also it talks about mountains too. But I'm saying, I feel like from this verse, you can't really say the whole Earth is just flat. You know what I mean? I think it's talking about from the perspective of human, the Earth feels like leveled out for you to walk on. So whether it's a mountain or flat, you can still walk if you know what I mean.
That is not what it says.
Especially
since we have. Hello.
Sorry, I thought I heard someone.
Especially since we have the companions of the Prophet directly mentioning that the Earth is on the back of a whale. So how would that work with a globe? And also, the Quran does not say that the Earth is orbiting anything. It says that the day and the night, and the sun and the moon are orbiting. And also, looking up in the sky and seeing that things move, and that the moon has phases is not miraculous.
Sorry, is this a video or something, or is this someone else in the?
It's an AI.
Oh. Okay,
It's
that's
a friend
fine.
of ours. Sorry, you might not. I mean, you can see my screen, right?
Yeah. I just see you though. I just see you. I don't see anyone else.
You don't see Christina?
No, I just see you.
You just see me?
Yes.
Huh. Oh, I see why that is the case. Yeah. Never mind. I'll worry about that later.
Okay. So let's say you guys don't agree with these verses. That's totally fine. But it does also talk about, for example, embryology. So how a baby is formed in the womb.
It butchers it every single step as well.
Well, have you guys heard of Keith Moore, who was a Christian doctor?
Who is a fraud. He's a fraud.
And
he's a fraud.
And what do you mean by that?
He was
Sorry,
paid to go to Saudi. Yeah, he was paid to go to Saudi Arabia to give talks about the Quranic miracles of embryology. When he describes the verses, he's given a very obviously horrible translation of the Arabic, number one. Number two, when he was asked about these verses, he said that he has no doubt that a human couldn't have been able to come up with these verses, so it must have come from God. And then he was asked in the same breath, so are you going to join Islam? He said no. So how does that follow?
Yeah, well, he died as a Christian, but essentially why I was just referencing...
The point is, again, why would somebody say that he is certain that this came from God and then refuse to join the religion?
That's a great question. I don't know. I would love to ask him, but unfortunately...
Because he's a fraud. Because he's a fraud. We can get to the substance of we can get to the substance of the information itself. And or the claim of the Quran makes. Every single step is incorrect.
Okay, which I disagree respectfully. Again, I respect your guys' belief.
With what? Have you studied embryology?
Well, because I haven't looked at the evidence that he was paid. I haven't looked at I'm just being honest. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. So that's something I'm going to look into more. Because
that is okay. My point was, we can skip the whole appeal to authority and stick to the actual text itself. When it describes embryology, every single step is idiotic.
Okay, that's totally fine. If you believe that, that's totally fine. That's again, I respect.
Can run through it.
But can I? Medical doctor. Do you want to hear his reason why?
Sure. Yeah, I'm curious what you think about the clinging clot part, because I've heard that's also like when, for example, a sperm cell attaches to the egg, it is exactly like a clinging clot.
That is not what it's talking about. That is not what it is talking about. The stage of the clinging clot and the clinging clot is described as the stage between 40 days to 80 days by the Prophet. The Prophet further expands on the verse, in which he says that the first stage, which is the nutfa stage, is between the days of 0 to 40, which is the collection of sperm in the womb. So, for the first 40 days of embryology, the embryo is just a collection of semen in the mother's womb, and then it turns into a congealed piece of blood for 40 days. The clinging clot, according to the scholars and every single translation that is actually valid, or interpretation that is valid of the Quran, and according to the companions of the Prophet, this is talking about blood. It is not talking about a clinging clot. So this is, the semen is going to turn into blood.
Debatable. I think that's debatable.
It is not debatable, no. Every single scholar says the same. Every single scholar says the same.
I've never heard a scholar say that. Every scholar I've heard has said that specifically mentioned.
Which scholars are you looking at? Which scholar have you read?
Mufti Menk is a big one.
Mufti Menk is not a scholar.
I don't know if you guys
is queued up for Islam.
Okay, that's fine. You have your beliefs. I can't. If you're. I can't argue with you.
When I tell you I'm looking for scholars, I'm looking for example, a person who would be equivalent to Paul of Christianity, or somebody who's equivalent to like the Pope. So I'm looking to people like Ibn Kathir, Ibn Taymiyyah, etc. Those are scholars of Islam. When you bring me a YouTube podcaster and use him as a reference, that is simply, I'm just going to discount him completely. Because when we go to the classical scholars and the companions of the Prophet, they tell us different things.
Yeah, so and I don't want to derail the conversation, but Amir, like I went to school to study the Bible professionally, but I'm not a fucking scholar. I've got a master's degree. A scholar is someone who like spent their life studying this. Some guy on YouTube is not a scholar, even if he got like an undergraduate degree in something.
Okay. I see your guys' point, and this is something I'll look into more. I guess so. Let's say you guys don't accept these. These are just a few. There's others, and there's some prophecies of the future in the Quran,
Sure.
where it talks about some things that happened in the future, and they have.
Like what?
So for example, there's the Romans, and I think it was there was this war.
He's getting all the usual suspects in. Hey, Amir, do you live in the Western world?
Yeah, I'm in middle of the U.S. I don't want to say exactly where, but yeah.
Well, I recognize your American accent. Like, were these the talking points that convinced you to be a Muslim?
So the main thing was actually just the simplicity. It says we believe in all the prophets, so we don't believe Jesus was God, because Christianity really appealed to me, but I couldn't get over that a man could be God. And then even in the Bible, Jesus himself prays. Jesus himself says the Father is greater than I. Jesus himself says, don't call me good. No one is good but God alone. So I believe there's a creator, right? Islam simply says, worship this creator. This creator sent us prophets. He sent Jesus, Moses, Abraham, all the way back to Adam, and they all came with the same message. But the messages have been corrupted over time. So, for example, at the time of Moses, the Torah was the truth. At the time of Jesus,
we know the backstory. The question is, what convinced you to become a Muslim?
Basically that. So it says it's simply worship the creator. There's all these prophets, and there's this final book that came,
you like
the final
message?
Revelation. Yeah, exactly. And but then when
vibes, gotcha.
When I learned,
is it possible that both Christianity, all three, that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, that all three of them are wrong? Is that possible?
So I think Islam is the truth. But can I explain what
my question was? Is it possible that all three Abrahamic religions are wrong?
Yes, it's possible. Yes, it is possible. I just don't believe that Islam is false. That's yeah.
So I haven't heard a reason yet to believe that Islam is true, and I actually know a lot of reasons to believe that it's not true.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess the main thing that also I guess really made me believe in it is it says at the time of Jesus got the message and that was the truth, but men corrupted it, for example. And then this final prophet came, and then there's the Quran, right? So then
but why would I believe that?
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting to. I asked myself the same question. If this book is truly from God, right? I always believed in a creator, but I thought religion was man-made. But then I said, if this Quran is truly from God, there has to be evidence for it. And I know you guys disagree with a lot of those scientific evidences, but there's also a lot of scholars that say that these are actually accurate. And that's not all. That's not the only evidence.
But you haven't demonstrated that yet.
But a single Islamic scholar actually goes and talks about scientific miracles.
The two I talked about, you guys both disagree with, and you guys,
they're not scholars.
Which is fine.
You're talking about Mufti Mink, the guy who made a pink Quran.
Okay, let's say that's fine. You guys don't want to
who made a Quran that removed. No, just a second. Like, you do realize, like, I don't know how long have you been a Muslim for?
Like 6 months.
Okay, do you not know any of the controversy with Mufti Mink? How he westernizes and pinkifies Islam. He literally made a pink Quran and removed all of the verses about unaliving people.
Well, I know there's verses about unaliving people, but they're in the context of war.
But why would he remove it?
When you're being attacked, you are allowed to
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. Why would he remove it? It's a guy who's literally his entire
I didn't know that was
on
true.
internet.
I didn't know that was true.
The next guy, Muslim Lantern. Justin, can you do me a favor? Just look up Muslim Lantern. He's literally QCOP for Islam. Muslim Lantern. Like Green Lantern, but Muslim Lantern.
Oh, shit.
Like, this is supposedly a scholar.
I watch him a lot.
He's not a scholar.
M-U-S-T-A?
Muslim, like the word Muslim. Muslim Lantern.
Okay.
Muslim Lantern. Muslim Lantern. Yeah.
Gotcha. We got it. Yeah, he's got 500,000 followers.
Like these are influencers. They're not scholars.
Yeah, these are just social media influencers.
But sir, why do you say? Because I think he considers himself a scholar because he's studied a lot.
That he's
Well, he
stupid.
shouldn't. So
Okay, but
let me tell you like what makes a scholar, right? So for example, like you can study something a lot, but that doesn't mean you know anything about dick, right? So for example, like a scholar in the field of biblical studies is somebody who's completed their undergraduate, their master's degree, and their PhD. That's when you get to call yourself a scholar. Now, to be sure, I know 99% more than any Christian influencer on YouTube. I'm still not a scholar because I didn't do my PhD. Just like you don't get to be a medical doctor until you finish your MD. Like there are requirements to call yourself a scholar in the way it's used academically. Now, if you just think anyone that studies a book for a long time is a scholar, then reality is anyone's a scholar. Fuck, M's a Muslim scholar.
So in Islam, it doesn't work like that. So you wouldn't become a scholar when you get your PhD. Scholars there's like a hierarchy of like knowledgeable people. The vast majority of people you call scholars, they're students of knowledge. And then at the very top, you have like a handful of people across the globe, in which all of them know each other, they accredit each other as being scholars of this era.
So
it's like, literally a handful of people.
It's more like rabbinic training.
I wouldn't know.
That makes sense.
But,
can I please
so
give you guys
have
some other evidences that unrelated to the science part? Maybe one or two more.
Pick your strongest one.
So the Quran has a challenge in it, which I'm sure since you guys seem familiar with the Quran, it says, and this is for the Arabic version, if you believe this book is not from God, then produce one chapter like it. And what does that mean? What does that mean, right? Because there has to be a criteria for that. When the Quran was revealed in Arabic, it's like me telling you to write a book in English, but don't use English grammar. That's similar to how the Quran was revealed. So the top Arabic poets at the time, when they read this Quran, they said this has to either be witchcraft or it has to be from a divine origin, from the Creator. Because
that didn't happen.
But yeah, so that's fine. But my problem with this discussion is everything I brought, you're just saying it hasn't happened, but you're not giving me sources. I would like sources
I told you the sources for these.
If you simply Google everything I've said, you'll find 100 sources that agree with me.
You will get Islamic sources, but I can give you, for example, at the time of for the example you gave, for example, when you said writing an English book without using English grammar, that doesn't apply. That is not what happened.
It was similar. It was just me trying to explain how miraculous, just the way the Quran was written at the time.
What's
the top Arabic. So essentially, the top Arabic poets couldn't reproduce it, and it introduced new words to the Arab population. And without explaining what the words meant, they knew what they meant.
That is not how it works. No, because we have. Have you heard of Musaylama al-Kadhab? Musaylama the liar.
Well, before you refute my argument, do you agree that you're just telling me, no, this is wrong, when you're not giving me any?
I'm giving you the source.
Okay, can you please repeat it so I can write it down? Because I'm really... Okay. I will definitely look into it after. But you have to also agree...
This is the name of a guy. Can I finish my point?
Oh, yeah. Yes, go ahead, sorry.
If you search the guy up.
What do you need?
Musaylama the liar. Search the name Musaylama the liar.
How do you spell that?
Just word it out. I wouldn't know how specifically you spell it in English. Just Musaylama. And then the liar. It should pop up.
Okay. But keep in mind, too, this whole book supposedly was written.
Yeah, we got it. Musaylama the liar. Okay. Islamic Center. Okay. Says a design, blah, 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 blah. What about him?
So this is the guy who, at the same time of when the Prophet was claiming divinity, this guy came up and he said, I too am receiving revelation from God. I too have revelation in the form of a book. And he started reciting to them false revelation. And a lot of Muslims believed him to be a prophet alongside Muhammad, which is why, and he claimed that Muhammad was a true prophet, but Muhammad claimed that he was a liar. So they would go and they would battle, and the prophet would message him, like send him a letter saying, to Musaylama the liar, from the prophet of Allah. And then Musaylama would send him a letter saying, to the prophet of Allah, from the prophet of Allah. And they would literally just give revelation back and forth to each other. And then it ended with the prophet unliving him in battle.
Okay, but
So
how
we
is
have
that
an
relevant to
example of a
the?
guy. We have an example of a guy giving you verses in which he claims he got it from the same source, Allah, and then people believing it.
Okay, but has his what he said, it doesn't hold up in Islam today. Nobody believes what Muslima said.
Nobody said.
And how's
Nobody
that
said they
relevant?
believed.
How's that relevant to my argument of
Because
the Quran structure and challenge?
he produced again revelation in which it caused people to believe he was also a prophet from Allah.
That's fine. Anyone can say that, but you have to test them. Okay, if you're a prophet from God, then give me the evidence. And the evidence
but
was.
We're not questioning whether he was a prophet. Follow along real quick, Amir. The problem is that the Quran says that it's not possible to produce anything like it. But this guy, Musaylama, did produce something like the Quran and was successful in convincing some people that he was a prophet, which means the passage from Quran 1037 is not true.
But he didn't. But guys, he didn't produce something like the Quran because
what's the difference? It was enough to fool people.
That's fine, but a lot of other people have fooled people too. It's not just this guy. I mean,
so what's the difference?
Well, I'm saying, why would you guys even take this?
What's the criteria? What's the criteria to produce something like the Quran?
Yes. So it's to match a exact structure in Arabic. Also provide revelation. So grammatical structure. So it's like, for example,
why does it have to be why does it have to be in Arabic?
Well, that's the original revelation.
So what?
That came.
He didn't say something in my language. He said something like the Quran, which means like
yes, and the Quran
Ralph
is in
Waldo
Arabic.
Emerson. You say the Quran is inerrant?
No, the Quran is in Arabic. That's that's why.
Yeah. But you can produce something like the Quran without it being in the same language. Like there have been books produced like the Bible that weren't in fact in the same language as the Bible.
But that's my point. The miracle part. One of the miracles.
And then search up Corona Surah, like the word Corona, like from the virus, and then Surah.
Okay, but to answer your question, to answer your question,
no way.
It is hilarious.
To answer your question, Justin, the reason is because part of the miracle was only in Arabic. When you translate it to English, for example, the grammatical structure isn't as much of like.
Why do we care about grammar? Because like Greek grammar has got to be way superior than any of the Semitic grammars.
That's just one of the criteria. There's others.
But again, why do we care about Greek or Arabic grammar?
Well, because no one who speaks Arabic writes like the Quran or speak. It's like I said back to my analogy.
It was probably written in some sort of outdated, goofy structure.
Justin, it's like me telling you to write English, but wait, but can I just answer Justin real quick before? It's like me telling you, Justin, like, can you write me a book, but don't use common English grammar, don't use verbs, don't use nouns, but still make it make sense, still make it have revelation about the future, still give guidance all in one.
Well, it doesn't have any of that. It doesn't say anything about the future that's novel.
There's a few. You can ask simply Google it or ask AI. There is a lot of things in it. Where
I've talked to 100 apologists before you, Amir. Not a single one of them has a single piece of evidence that it predicted anything novel. Which is why you can't find me one.
I respectfully disagree.
Find me one.
Do you want an actual verse, or because I was trying to bring one up earlier and you guys just refuted it about the
one about Rome? Yeah.
So Prophet Muhammad at the time was a guy in the desert, illiterate. He said the Romans will beat the Persian Empire. Based on just narrations and hadiths, so just information.
The hadiths say that he was literate. The hadiths do say that he was literate.
Well, let's say even he could speak even if he could read and write, I still don't believe a human could have came up with this book.
Why?
But can I finish?
There's nothing special about it. It says all kinds of false things about the world. It looks like a collection of texts from people living in the 5th or the 6th century that tried to put together a holy book, and they fucked up science all along the way.
Well, can I just go over one of the prophecies in it that you guys keep
refuting? Quran 30 verse 2 and 3.
Essentially, chapter 30 verse 2 through 4, how by the way, at that time the Persians were literally down to a final city. The Romans were in one city. The Persians had so much land, they had a whole army. So at the time, anyone logical could not have said that Romans will come back and beat the Persians. And not only did he say that, it was also a time-bound prophecy. So he said within 3 to 7 years that the Romans will come back and beat the Persians, and that happened.
So you got
in Arabic. It says in a few years.
Yeah.
The word in Arabic was specifically 3 to 7 years. The word in Arabic was specifically 3 to 7 years.
No, it's certainly not 3 to 7 years. So the translation from Quran.com says 3 to 9, and also Ems is a native Arabic speaker.
Oh, sorry, 3 to 9. 3 to 9. Sorry, that's what I didn't mean 3 to 7.
There's a footnote on this. Probably says something opposite what you said.
Okay.
So Ems, what does it actually say?
So the whole idea of like this was unpredictable. Sure, even if I grant that completely, we have, for example, a guy who literally goes every election year predicting the president. He literally has predicted the president since the 70s, every single time with no fail. That is an example of somebody giving prophecy. Are we going to call him now a prophet from God? No.
Okay, but this is one prophet. There's hundreds. This is one prophecy. There's hundreds.
We're going to get to them. There are thousands with that. There are thousands of prophecies and hundreds of thousands of hadiths that fail.
Okay, but also you have to know there's authenticated hadiths and not authenticated hadiths.
Are you teaching me the religion I've been in for like over 2 decades?
So you're an ex-Muslim.
And I speak Arabic. Again.
So why
I teach you with experience.
Fine.
Again,
Okay.
in authentic hadiths, the Prophet makes claims.
I'm gonna take your. I've written down some notes. I'm gonna take your sources and research them. All I'm saying is, Justin. All I'm saying is, if you simply Google
before we do that, let's not move on from the Rome talking point. This is the Roman Empire in the 6th century during the Persian conflict. How are the Persians gonna defeat Rome?
So essentially, the Persians were down to a final city where the Romans were in. They had so much land. Basically, anyone logical looking at this would say, that's it. The Romans are done. The Romans are done. There's no way they're going to come back. Because, well, just think about it.
Why would they say that the Romans are done? They're still the largest empire in the world.
But at that time, the Persians had taken over most of their land, and they had them surrounded. They had them surrounded.
No, they did not.
So
I don't know who told you this, but this is not the case. In fact, there are narrations from this time period going all the way back about how the Roman Empire was bordering the Mohammedans, and how they forcefully baptized some of the Mohammedans. Like the Roman Empire was gigantic at this time period, and the Islamic people of the world had no chance against their Holy Roman Empire. It was huge.
By the way, the Prophet almost went to a battle with Romans.
Okay, I'll research it because this is stuff I've been told about this. So I'll look into it.
That is the problem, though. You're listening to stuff and not validating them.
Yeah, so here's what I want to tell you, Amir. So I used to be a Christian. I used to be doing like the type of apologetics that you're doing right now, but for Christianity. And I had talking points that I had heard from pastors and books and media influencers, and I tried to use them in the real world, and then they didn't work because it turns out they were wrong. I trusted people I shouldn't have trusted. And then when I finally did go to higher education and learn for myself, it turned out that there was no good reason to believe that the Bible was divine. you're on the same path. Like you've been told, you're at the beginning of it. You've been told that there's a bunch of magical stuff in this book. You don't know any scholarship yet. You don't know the language. You don't know the history or the culture. And you're believing that the things that you were told were true. You want them to be true. And I get that. The reality is, if you even look a little bit under the surface of what you've been told, you're going to find all kinds of problems, which is why some asshat on the internet, me, can just do like a weekend's worth of research and realize how bad these talking points are.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'll look into it. I guess what really, the simple thing that made me like it was, it simply, let's say, forget about the Quran, forget about the Hadith, but it simply says worship. There's a one creator that created everything, and worship that creator. And that's basically what really, whereas in Christianity, I really wanted to convert to Christianity, but one thing I couldn't accept was that Jesus was a man. When there's verses, because I read the New Testament, Jesus says stuff like the Father is greater than I, etc. So I guess my question to you guys is, do you guys at least believe that, or do you believe Jesus is God, or do you at least believe that there's a creator of this whole, like, are we here for a purpose? Okay. And Islam also tells us that where we're created, this life is a test. We have free will, and then we're going to be judged on Judgment
It
Day.
doesn't say that.
Similar
It
to
doesn't say that.
Christianity.
It
Do
doesn't
you
say you
guys
have free will. It
doesn't
says
say
the
that.
opposite of that. Let me go get my Quran.
And by the way, Amir, why did you Arabize yourself?
Sorry, one more time. Why did I?
Why did you Arabize yourself?
What do you mean by Arabize?
Why take on an Arab name?
Take on. This is my name. Yeah, this is my. I didn't take it on. This is my name.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought.
yeah.
My bad then. I thought you. Do you know what Amir is in Arabic?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I just wasn't raised religious. I just wasn't raised religious. Yeah.
Oh, you used to be. So you were born into a Muslim family.
No, I wasn't. I was not raised religious at all. I always believed in a creator, but I thought religion was man-made. Yeah.
That is fine. I thought you randomly changed your name like 6 months into joining the religion.
No.
So Amir, I'm only in the 3rd chapter of the Quran, and I've already found 3 instances where you don't have free will. In the very first chapter, in verse 6, it says, God has sealed their hearts and their ears, and their eyes are covered. They will have great torment, referring to people who disbelieve, because God has sealed their hearts. That's what it says.
But
can you read the verse before?
But that's
not the verse before.
That's not about free will, though. That's about just the punishment for the disbeliever.
Let him read the verse before.
Yeah. Okay. Verse 5. So in verse 5,
chapter 2, you mean? Chapter 2, you mean? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, chapter 2. Yeah, chapter 2. Chapter 2, verse 5 says, "Such people are following their Lord's guidance, and it is they who will prosper. As for those who disbelieve, it makes no difference whether you warn them or not. They will not believe. God has sealed their hearts and their ears." So he's saying it doesn't matter if you warn these people about Allah. God's already sealed their hearts.
Yeah, I've heard this verse too. But again, it's so because God is beyond time, he knows what we will choose in the future. That doesn't
then he doesn't need to seal your heart. If he already knows that you're not going to come to him, he doesn't have to seal your heart at all.
So the term "seal your heart" just means that, like, you'll never believe in God, essentially, if your heart is sealed.
I know, it says that God is doing that. It says that God is doing it to you. And it says in another instance in the Quran that it is not for a soul to believe unless God allows it to believe. That is in another verse. Another verse says that God has made people specifically for hell, and he has predestined them to go to hell before he even made them. In the Hadith, the Prophet says that God decides your actions for you. So who decides the actions? It is God. If you can bring it up on the screen, it is.
The predestined part and the action. You can ask scholars this.
You don't know any scholars, Amir. We already established that.
Yeah, but okay. Can I respond?
Justin, can I bring the source up first?
Yeah. What is it?
Could you bring up Bukhari 3208?
Yeah.
Can I respond, please? Can I respond while you're searching it?
Could you read the source first?
Did I hear that? 3208.
Read the source first. Yes.
Yeah. So in Bukhari 3208. Says, Allah's messenger, to the true and truly inspired, says, the matter of creation of human being is put together in the womb of the mother for 40 days, and then he becomes a clot of thick blood for a similar period, then a piece of flesh for a similar period. Then Allah sends an angel who is ordered to write 4 things. He is ordered to write down his, i.e., the new creature's deeds, his livelihood, his date of death, and whether he will be blessed or wretched in religion. Then the soul is breathed into him. So a man amongst you may do good deeds until there is only 1 cubit between him and paradise, and then what has been written for him decides his behavior, and he starts doing evil deeds characteristic of the people of hellfire. And similarly, a man amongst you may do evil deeds until there's only a cubit between him and hellfire. Then what has been written for him decides his behavior, and he starts doing deeds characteristic of the people of paradise.
May I respond? Can I please respond? Just so this is one thing that actually stopped me from accepting Islam was if everything's written, what's the point of doing anything? But I asked some more, not scholars, but more knowledgeable people. They said just because something is written doesn't mean that your actions, you still have the choice. But since God is beyond time, he knows what you're going to choose. Therefore, he writes all the possible paths that you can go down. For example, quantum theory, you can, if you choose in this stage of your life to, for example, you're going to be a firefighter or a pilot. Both those paths are written because God is beyond space and time, but you still have the choice. You can choose. So we still have the free will.
That is
But
simply not how. Not a single Islamic scholar has said that. Not a single scholar has said that. Even the Prophet himself, when he met the people he called the Qadariyah, the people who believe in free will, he told them, to hell with you. And I can bring you the hadith of that. The Prophet himself tells you that, for example, could you bring up Muslim 2662c?
Yeah.
It tells you specifically that God has made you for hell. And in what Justin has read, it says that what has been written for you decides your actions. So what decides the action is what has been written for you. It is not a quantum tunneling thing.
Can we read the verse, please?
Like, go ahead.
The meaning of every child is born in a state of fitra, and the ruling on... What's that?
The chapter name is usually pointless. It doesn't tell you anything.
Oh, sorry, that's the chapter name. Okay. The verse says, Allah's messenger, there is happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin, nor has reached the age when one can commit sin. He said, Aisha, peradventure, it may be otherwise, because God created for paradise those who are fit for it, and while they were yet in their father's loins, and created for hell those who go to hell, he created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. That's some predestinational bullshit.
Good. This is a good verse. I'll look into it. I still believe we have free will though. Whether that agrees with the Quran or not, I believe we have free will, and this life is a test, and we'll be judged. That's why we can choose to do the right thing or the wrong thing.
We can choose to. That is not what the Prophet said, and that is not what the Quran said. Could you bring up the one about adultery, the fixed portion, for example, or the Quran 7:179?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm just updating my my cheat sheet with some of these hadiths. We're good to go now. What do we need to look up next?
Could you search up the one about the fixed portion of adultery? And ask him, how is this free will?
Which verse is this?
Gotcha.
M? I think your name is M.
It is in Bukhari. And I do not have the number off the top of my head.
So the hadiths are different because some are not authenticated. So that's why I've only been reading the Quran. I've only been...
Jamil.
Yeah.
All of the hadiths in Bukhari and Muslim are authentic.
Yeah, this is Sahih Muslim.
I didn't know that. Okay. So in the book of Bukhari, they're all authenticated.
It is literally the title of the book of Bukhari, or not the actual title, the honorary title of it, is the most authentic book after the book of Allah.
So it says, Abu Hurairah reported Allah's messenger as saying, Allah fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in. There would be no escape from it. The adultery of the eye is the lustful look, and the adultery of the ears is listening to voluptuous song or talk, and the adultery of the tongue is licentious speech, and the adultery of the hand is the lustful grip embrace, and the adultery of the feet is to walk to the place where he intends to commit adultery, and the heart yearns and desires, which he may or may not be put into effect, which means Allah appointed only a portion of adultery. You can do some of it.
Yeah. Okay.
And there is no escape from that. There is no escape.
That's fine, but you have to agree though. Some scholars do say that we do have free will. That's the point of this life. It's a test. You can choose to do the right thing or choose to do the wrong thing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a test. If you're just
That is the point. That is
if
the
you're
point.
just if you're
Islamic theology is contradictory.
How's that?
It is a big contradiction. Because God in the Quran on one hand tells you that He is testing you, and on the other hand, like for example, do you know that the Quran is eternal?
I don't know. I don't. Well, I
It
know
is
it's the
eternal.
final
The
revelation
Quran,
for humanity until the end,
no,
until
the
the
Quran
day of
itself
judgment.
is the speech of Allah. The Quran
Yes,
itself
yes,
is the
yes.
speech of
I
Allah.
know. I know.
Did Allah
Yes.
speak in time? Did Allah exist within time to speak?
No. He's beyond space and time. God is beyond space and
So
time.
His words would also be beyond space and time. So when He spoke the Quran, He spoke it outside of space and time.
So
time doesn't apply to the Quran. The Quran is eternal. The scholars agree, at least the Athari Sunni scholars agree, that the Quran itself is co-eternal with God.
Okay.
Which would include.
I haven't heard that, but I've heard it's the final revelation to humanity.
It is the final, but it's still eternal. The Quran hasn't been created. It hasn't been created. It's an uncreated thing.
Okay.
Jamil. So, inside the Quran, you have an entire chapter telling a guy that he's going to hell. A specific guy. So, before the guy was even created, before his soul existed, there was a verse destining him to hell. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yeah, but yes. But my argument to that is, since God is beyond space and time, He knows what that man would have done. You know what I mean? He knows what that man would have done. That's why
there is no other
that's
way.
why he's saying he's destined for hell.
Before he was a thought, before the guy was a thought, the Quran has destined him for eternal hell.
But, it says that Allah created him for hell. If Allah knew he was going to hell, He didn't have to create him for hell. He could have moved him to not go to hell.
Okay. Yeah, I noted that hadith, so I'll see if any scholars comment on it. So, okay, that's fine. So I guess my question is, if M is also an atheist, so what do you guys think? Because I'm always open to learning too, and I'm also a recent Muslim. I'm not a scholar, obviously, but what do you guys think then the purpose of this life is? And do you think there was a creator of this universe?
Well, I don't think that there is an objective purpose to life. I think we get to decide what our purposes are. So that's the funny thing. Like when I was a Christian, I used to be of the opinion, well, like our purpose must come from God, but that's not true. The minute you stop believing in God, you don't stop having purpose. It just turns out that I don't have to worry about what Sky Zombie think about me. I can decide what my own purpose is, and I'm sure that Christina would say that her life is quite purposeful, right?
I mean, yeah, like it really. I bring purpose to my life. I have 2 children that are absolutely amazing. I have aspirations and things that I want to do, and I actually feel like my life is more meaningful and more purposeful now that I've stepped outside of the confines of this religion that is so restricting. This religion that is misogynistic in nature and tells me that I should be seen and not heard. Right? It doesn't allow me to utilize the voice that I have, the knowledge that I have, to gain more knowledge. It doesn't encourage that. And that I believe that for all the Abrahamic faiths when it comes to women specifically, because of the misogyny that is riddled throughout it, right? So yeah, my life actually gained more purpose that I put into it once I stepped away from religion.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. So I guess the follow-up is, then I guess, what do you guys think is the next after this life? Is that just it? Because that's what also really gave me a lot of anxiety, and that's what made me study religion. Because Islam gives you an answer. You're here for a test. You either go to heaven or hell. There's a judgment day where you're going to be asked about everything you did, and then you're either going to be recreated in heaven or you're going to go to hell for sinning. So that's why also I'm just curious. Do you guys just think that's it? It's just a black screen after?
There is no screen.
But I'm curious, do you guys just think that's it after this? That's it? There's just nothing? That's it?
Yeah, I don't have a reason to believe that
would
there's
you
anything
exist?
after this. So like I,
Yeah.
I understand how like dread inducing that is, but like humans have been wrestling it with forever. One of the oldest tales ever told, the Epic of Gilgamesh, is written to address this fact. And actually, you know, one of the main points of the Epic of Gilgamesh is to demonstrate that we can't escape our immortality. We're going to die one day. And so that's why Gilgamesh embarks on the journey to the forest of Lebanon, depending on which recension of the story you're reading, with his friend Enkidu to take down the cedar trees of the gods because he wants to make a name for himself. So in his mind, he thinks, hey, I'm going to die one day, but I can leave a name for myself. I can leave something behind. And for him, that's his form of immortality. Some people do it by having children. They feel like they can leave a piece of themselves behind by having children and raising them right and making the world a better place. Some people do philanthropy. The reality is we're going to go into the great abyss eventually, and we're not going to exist anymore. But we can use the time that we have to make impacts on other people's lives. We can make sure we enjoy the time that we do have. Like, I know I'm gonna die one day. I get that, but I'm not fucking dead today. I'm gonna live the shit out of today.
Yeah. Yeah, that just scares me because
It does. It is scary for me too.
It scares all of us.
Because, yeah, like I don't know. I just feel like then there's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? If we're not
But
here for a
again,
specific
it doesn't.
purpose and there's nothing next, it's just like, okay, so I'm just gonna have fun, I guess. Like that's, and of course that's nice, but also maybe I think too much about it. But then it's like, I don't know. It's just
Well,
like,
we
why?
do. Amir, we all do, buddy. You're not the first one that's struggling with this. Listen, when I first became an atheist, and it wasn't on purpose, it was because I studied religion and eventually science and whatnot. Like I was having like panic attacks. I didn't know what to do with myself. I waited till I was like 30 something to figure this out. The reality is though, you get over it. Like it's like mourning the loss of a loved one. You go through all the stages of grief, and eventually you come out on the other end, and you're fine. You're probably in that beginning deconstruction phase, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It sucks at first. Like you are going to have nights where you can't sleep. You are going to have days where you're frustrated and you can't concentrate. But what I can tell you as someone who's gone through it is like you're going to come out on the other side. We all do. All of us do.
Okay.
And also, you shouldn't think that there has to be a purpose. There doesn't have to be a purpose. There doesn't have to, like, you don't have to have something after this. Even if you want it, even if you want something, just because you want it, that doesn't mean that there has to be something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really quickly, can I just say, like, even to the point of like, well, what's the point of this if there's nothing after it? I think believers spend so much time focused on what could possibly be after this life that they don't live. They don't live this life. You have so many opportunities to experience the world around you, experience cultures and people, and learn new things, and explore. And we don't in this faith. You can't. You're so hell bent on what's going to happen next. Is there torture? Is there heaven? Is there hell? What about then? What about then? Well, what about now? What about right now? We've lost sight of, we've lost the plot. And I think that is to our own detriment, because not only does it stop us from living the life that we could very well live, the biggest, most beautiful life, it also closes our eyes to the harmful things about our society and our world that we don't fix because we're waiting on a God to come fix it for us, or a God to come rapture us, or we're living to live again. So the sufferings of this world are just not to be compared for the joy that's set before us. And I think that that's harmful. That's extremely harmful.
And he never comes.
Okay, and I guess this could probably my last question, but I think you guys might have already answered it. But the universe, like, do you believe something created it? If you don't want to call it God, that's fine. But do you believe something created this, like this space-time continuum of particles and atoms that created everything?
So personally, I don't. No, I believe in a cyclical model of the universe. My favorite version of the cyclical model is the Big Bang Crunch model. Once upon a time, like back in the 70s, they just referred to it as like the elastic universe or rebound theory. I think now they call it the Big Crunch model. That's the preferred nomenclature. But it just posits that, eventually the universe is going to get drawn back in on itself once one of two things happens. Dark energy stops doing what it's doing, or maybe dark energy doesn't actually exist, and the expansion is just because there was a black hole bounce or something. But gravity will eventually pull it back in, and then we'll have another bounce. So it's a cycle of bounces and crunches. That being said, like, it's also possible that like we're in a pocket, like our observable universe is just one pocket in a gigantic, endless universe. We have no idea how big the actual universe is. It could be infinite. It might be that what we consider like the Big Bang is literally like a speck of dust in a much larger universe. That's certainly possible. So I have no reason to believe that there was once nothing. I have every reason to believe that there has always been something. And until I find evidence to the contrary, I think that's the only thing I can believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I have trouble with that. It's tough because I don't know. It's just like I feel like something had to create this. Like, because how could there just be something always, like I feel like something had to bring it.
Good has always existed.
So that's the problem is, right, when you kick it to a god, the god has the same problem. Why would a god always exist? So like basically we're saying like there's two options. Either one, the universe always existed, or two, the universe once didn't exist and a god caused it to exist. Now, the first theory we have evidence for. We have evidence that the universe is eternal. Matter and time, or matter and energy can't be created nor destroyed. We've got all kinds of principles, logical syllogisms. If you can't get something from nothing and you have something, obviously it was never nothing. But the second proposition, which is there was once no universe, we have no evidence for that. And then a god caused it to come into existence. We have no evidence for that either. So if I'm going with the evidence, even if it's minimal evidence, I've got to pick the first of the two options.
Yeah, but do you believe the Big Bang theory though? That says there was a starting point, or
no, the Big Bang doesn't say that.
You had a different. It doesn't say there was a starting point. Okay.
No, the Big Bang is just describing our current visible, what we call the visible portion of the universe. It's saying that what we call the visible universe once was in a much smaller, denser state before it started to expand. Now, it doesn't say that prior to that state it didn't exist. This is saying this is as far back as we can go in history. There's a lot of theories about what existed before that. Maybe it was quantum foam. Inflation theory is popular right now. Big Bang, Big Crunch is another theory. So there's lots of ways you can like still have the universe we have without saying that it poofed into existence from nothing.
Yeah. It's tough. Yeah. So I took a lot of notes today on the side here. I'm going to do more research, but yeah, this just, I don't know if this helped. Just like, yeah, just the being anxious about, like why we're here, what created this. I thought too, if God created this, what created God? But then you just go on an infinite regression. You like, okay,
exactly.
what
So why
God?
go to God?
So I feel like there has to be, the infinite regression doesn't make sense. There has to be a base that was either created or was always here. That's the tough, I guess. And the reason I use the word God is because something that created the universe, I feel like has to have the attributes of God. Like it has to be beyond space and time and be able to bring in particles. So yeah,
Sure.
that's my argument, I guess. It's like there has to be something greater than we can even comprehend. Like imagine a fish in a fishbowl doesn't know what's playing on the TV. We're like the fish in the fishbowl. There has to be something
right,
that we
but
can.
There's no reason to believe that it's a god, right? It could be a perfectly naturalistic cause that we haven't discovered yet that created the universe, if you believe it was created. Like we have no reason to posit a god. I would always posit the minimal amount of things necessary to solve the problem. So, for example, if I saw a car in the middle of winter that was in a ditch, and you live in the middle of the U.S., you know what I'm talking about. You've seen cars in ditches in winter. So if I see a car in a ditch in the middle of winter, I'm thinking, okay, this car probably veered off the road because they hit some slick patches of ice or snow. That is the most minimal amount that I need to explain the scenario. What I wouldn't do is say, well, there was obviously a pack of wild dingoes that started chasing a bunch of deer across the road, and then a semi truck got involved, and before you and then there was a circus train nearby that tipped over, and wild animals. Like when you start adding all kinds of unnecessary things into the explanation, it becomes no longer the most likely explanation. That's what I feel like the God argument does. The God argument involves all kinds of things to explain this one gap of knowledge, and all these unnecessary entailments aren't necessary. So like now you have to explain why a God would create human beings and like actually care about his creation, but then create it so that like 3 million of them die of starvation every year. And like for a great period of history, 40% of them would be born and dead before the age of 6 months. Why we get like baby bone cancer, why women die giving birth. Like there's so many things that need to be explained once you introduce a God that it's no longer a likely explanation. An easier explanation would just be, well, there must be some naturalistic phenomenon out there that we don't know about that's able to poof us into existence.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, this helped, but also made me just more anxious, but I'll try to kind of do more research and yeah, that's the tough. I respect your guys' views, just that my views are, I feel like there has to be a purpose, like some purpose that which I know you kind of answered. We kind of make our own purpose. I know you answered that. And it's just, yeah, I don't know. That's just, it was a helpful talk that we had, but also kind of made me a bit,
well, let me give you one thing, because like none of us know for sure if there is a God. Like I don't see any evidence for it, which is why I don't believe in it. Like there's good reasons to not believe in God. That being said, it's like if there is a God, what I do know is it's not the God of Islam. And I have no reason to believe that there's one of them. It's certainly more likely that there would be a bunch of them, given all the evil we see in the world. And that, like, since they have equal power, they're fucking each other up and they can't get this shit fixed down here. That being said, I have no reason to believe that the God of Islam is true, and I have no reason to believe that the God of the Abrahamic religions are real, right? So you can walk away from Islam, and you don't have to abandon the theistic concept. You don't have to make that leap into atheism. That being said, I think if you pull the yarn long enough, you'll end up in atheism, but you don't have to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Damir, have you read the Quran? And answer honestly, you've read the full book.
The full book, no. I'm on like chapter 5 in English. In English, yeah.
Yeah.
Which way are you reading it?
Yeah.
Front to back or back to front?
Just the English way. Front starts with the first surah, Al-Fatiha, and then the second surah, Al-Baqarah. Yeah. But that's, yeah, the main thing I told you guys was, yeah, just that the fact that they just believe in one creator that created and sent Jesus, Moses. That's what kind of like made me like it. And it said the purpose, this life is a test. We can choose to do good or bad. And then we go to Judgment Day. That's what like made me feel better about life. Like there's a purpose that we're here. It's to either give in to your desires or try to stay on the straight path and like do good. You know, it has really similar commandments to Christianity, like be good to your neighbor, stuff like that, which I know I was watching earlier. I don't think you guys quite agree with those or like when people bring them up, but you have to admit some of them are good, like give to charity, fast.
There are commands for giving to alms for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and there are other ones that tell you to steal married women and sleep with them.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to that part in the Quran. I don't know if it exists or not, but I hope not.
You said you're in chapter 5. Wait. You said you're in chapter 5.
Yeah.
And this is a chapter before.
What verse was it?
Chapter 4. It is literally the second page of chapter 4.
I better get my highlighter out.
Let me see. Quran. So Quran 4:2, Surah An-Nisa.
I don't have a Quran.
Give orphans their wealth when they reach maturity, and do not exchange your worthless possessions for their valuable.
Reading the beginning.
Nor.
I said 24.
Okay, 24.
So 424.
I'm sure I read it. Maybe.
women already married, other than your slaves, God has ordained all this for you. Other women are lawful to you so long as you seek them in marriage with gifts from your property, looking for wedlock rather than fornication. If you wish to enjoy women through marriage, although it doesn't say through marriage in the text, that's in brackets, give them their bride gift. This is obligatory, though if you should choose mutually after fulfilling this obligation to do otherwise, you will not be blamed. God is all-knowing and all-wise.
Yeah. So I don't think that means you can steal women, does it, Em? It says forbidden. It says what married women are forbidden, except female captives.
Married women are exactly captives. You're capturing them.
Right. It says
which is a
other
different
than
word.
your slaves, meaning if the woman is your slave, then you can
Do what you
take
want
her
with
even
her.
if she's married. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, I don't know if this is true, Em, but I heard like slavery in Islam, it's not like the common term we use as slavery where you just own someone and tell them what to do. It's more like you provide it like a home for them, you
No,
pay them,
it is literally owning.
and then they can.
Listen,
Is that true, or does it
allow me.
mean?
No, it is false. And you can give them to each other, and you can sleep with them, and you can beat them.
Okay. And is that in the Quran too, or is that hadith, or is it?
It is in the Quran, yes. It tells you in 23:5 through 7, I believe, that I may be wrong, but it's in 23, the first page. It says that you can sleep with your slaves, and it tells you can own them. It tells you can trade them. The Prophet once said that it is better for you to gift your slaves to your uncle than to free them.
Okay. I'll look into it. Yeah, when I read this verse, it kind of sounded like a good verse at first because it said married women are forbidden, but then there's that except female captives in your possession. Yeah, I see that. Cool. I'm gonna note this verse and then see. I usually just YouTube.
Have you got into the body horror part?
What's that? Sorry.
Have you got into the body horror part?
The body or the part?
The body horror part.
Body horror?
Horror.
I don't know.
Like a horror movie?
Which verse is it?
Can you read Justin, can you read 24?
Yeah. 1 second.
Chapter 24, verse 24.
Yeah, I'll pull it up real quick. Says, on the day, their tongues, hands, and feet will testify against them for what they used to do. Was that the right one?
Could you,
I think that's referring to the day of judgment. That's referring to the day of judgment when.
It is, yes. Your tongue is going to grow a mouth, and it is going to speak. Your arms are going to speak. Your feet are going to speak. Your eyes are going to speak. They're going to grow a mouth.
Well, tongue means you're speaking. Hands mean like you're probably waving your hands, and then feet mean
it literally grows a mouth. It literally grows a mouth, and it speaks.
Yeah, but you haven't heard the term of like tongue means sometimes people speak, like you can refer to someone speaking as like using the word tongue too.
It is not what the book is saying. The book is saying that you are going to deny what you did, and then your eye is going to grow a mouth, and then oppose you and say that you have used me for wrong, and you have used me to look at porn, for example.
I don't see that, Em. I don't see it.
It's literally what the verse says, and the scholars agree.
It says, on the day their tongues, hands, and feet will testify against them for what they used to do. So this is saying on the day of judgment, the people who did really bad stuff, they're going to testify against themselves using their tongues, which means they're going to speak. They're going to use their hand, maybe to explain.
No. The body organs are going to literally start talking. I think it is even mentioned in the tafsir, if you open it up.
Yeah, I've got the tafsir open right now. But I'm not seeing anything about eyes just yet. It says, yeah, it does say it in the tafsir. So in the tafsir, it says, they will say, come let us deny everything. So they will deny everything. Then their mouths will be sealed and their hands and feet will testify against them. And they will not be able to hide anything from Allah.
Yeah, okay. But I don't have a problem with that verse. I think it makes sense. If your mouth is sealed, your hands and feet are going to make waving motions, like trying to explain what
That
you
is not
did.
what it says. That is not what it says. When you go actually deeper into it, they literally grow mouths and start talking to Allah, telling him he did this with me.
Okay, I'll note it. I'll look into it. I'll note it and look into it.
Does this not sound silly to you?
No, it actually sounds kind of scary, not really silly. If God seals your mouth,
it is scary, but it is silly. It's like telling your. Have you
Well,
heard of the phrase
if I seal your mouth, if I like duct tape your mouth, how are you going to speak to me? You're going to try humming and waving your hands. You're going to try to wave your hands, right?
It is.
It's similar.
It is
I
not
think
you speaking. It is not you speaking. It is God saying that your hands. He's going to give your hands the what is the word? Consciousness to be able to actually testify against you for what you've done.
Okay. I don't see it, but I'll look into it. I noted the verse 24:24.
My point is that the Quran is filled with insane amounts of silly, childish claims like that.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we've given Amir a lot to talk about, and Christina and I have a hard time limit tonight. And unfortunately, that we've got to read super chats and cut it. She's up at 3 a.m. tomorrow, just so everyone knows. Christina stayed up late with us, even though she's waking up at 3 in the morning. So we need like another 200 or 300 people to follow her YouTube account. We broke 1,000 friends. We broke 1,000 on the YouTube account, but I don't see why we can't get this YouTube account like anywhere near 1,500. We should be able to get it near 1,500. There's like 2,000 people watching right now. So there's no reason why we shouldn't be at damn near 2,000 followers on her YouTube account. I don't see the problem.
They're like, there's nothing there. I promise you, I will have a video up
for now.
Yeah.
She's got a ton of content. She just didn't upload it yet.
I just gotta upload it.
Yeah,
I'm just not savvy.
Thanks,
Amir,
Justin.
thanks for coming and chat with us. I know this is difficult. Listen, I was in your shoes once before. I was just of the Christian variety.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for chatting. I'll check out your channel, Justin, see if some of your videos help me. And then I noted a lot of the verses M mentioned and you mentioned. I'll research them more.
All right.
But yeah, thanks, guys. Like I said, I'm
join our Discord. There's a Discord community full of people deconstructing. We're like over 5,000 members now. And sometimes you'll find some really good resources in there, and you'll find people that are currently deconstructing as well.
Okay, will do. Thanks. This went longer than I expected, but thanks. And I'm just trying to find the truth, man. That's all. Just trying to, if there even is that. Yeah.
We're with you. That's what we want. We want to know what's true.
Yeah. Cool. All right, guys. All right. Take care. Thank you.
Cheers, Amir. Well, listen, I'd love to take more calls, but we were kind of running out of time. Ems, you're amazing. We really appreciate your assistance. And holy shit, it's rare to find somebody who's willing to be honest with some of the stuff and like recognize the problems in real time. You know, typically we're used to watching people twist themselves into pretzels. So what a refreshing moment to have a young man who wants to find something that's like honestly true.
Right.
He's not deep enough yet, so he hasn't gotten deep enough to the point in which he's gonna be too stubborn.
Right.
It's only 6 months. But he's 5 chapters in out of 114, so.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. That's a good palate cleanser.
Yeah, that was good.
And thank you for having me up, and it was a nice life. have a good rest of your day, and I hope you're not too tired tomorrow, Christina. Bye-bye.
It's a habit at this point. I go kicking and screaming if I have to.
Let's get some W's for M's, and we're going to read some super chats. Before we do that, friends, make sure you're following Christina's account. Let's get this thing close to 1.5 thousand as we can do before the end of the night. And if you're watching on TikTok, make sure show some love to Christina. Her profile is down here at the bottom of the page. Let's make sure to show our appreciation. And we're gonna read through some super chats, friends. Zen, hey, it's great to see you tonight, Zen. Thank you for the $50 super chat, my friend. Says Justin the Just. So great at growing the online deconstruction community by helping others grow their channels. Gotta support that. Rock hard for Doug and his Sharon. And Zen, thank you so much for supporting our work. And you guys know me. Like, I want the deconstruction community to blossom. The more, the merrier. Like, there's no competition. Like, we're all here on the same team. So I
Gotcha.
want everybody in this community to blow up.
Period.
Christina, how long have you been on TikTok?
2 years.
That's what I thought. I think we started about the same time.
And don't ask me who I followed first. I have no idea. I tell people all the time, I don't know who I followed first in the community, whose live I saw first. I feel like I went in and just got swept in, and it was just like you open one like the trap door, and then like you're just in there, and then there's all these people doing all the things. I don't know.
Yes. I got sucked into it in the same way. Shinky, thank you for the super chat. Says it's more feasible than Muhammad. I'm sorry, it's more feasible that Muhammad learned cosmology from the scientists and books he burnt than God told him so. And Mayans had more advanced knowledge on astronomy, so the Mayan gods must have been true. Must be true. Yeah, I mean that is the case. And if you look at some of the miraculous predictions or scientific findings on the Quran, the reality is all of these things were known to the people at the time. Like 3/4 of them, the Greeks already figured out. And Drew, thank you for the super chat. Says Christina's at 1,000. Yes, she is. We topped 1,000. But friends, there's time left. We got to crank this thing up. We're at 1.1. We need to get at 1.5. We need to get her up to 1.5, and then we're gonna maybe we'll be satisfied with that. We'll see. Adam, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I really appreciate that. Remember, everyone's got the memberships on DZ Debates, has access to the cheat sheet. Gaius Julius Windex, amazing name, by the way. I just saw the 2009 film Pope Joan, and I would like to hear more about her. Well, I assume you mean Joan of Arc. Maybe. I have no idea who Pope Joan is. This is one piece of Christian lore that I'm not actually familiar with, which means now, Gaius, I've got homework. I've got to go find out who Pope Joan is. Sorry, I couldn't be more helpful to you. Usually, when it comes to Christian history, I can hack it, but that's one I don't know about. Miss Pickles says, "Can you turn up Christina's mic a tad bit?" Also, so good to see Christina here. Hey, girl.
Hi.
It
I think
really
it
is.
might just be how I talk, y'all. I have a lower tone. I should
That could
speak
be
up.
it. Also, not all mics have a lot of gain. So but we try. Also, Virulin says they always talk about biology when arguing design, but never rocks. Yeah, isn't that a funny thing? They never want to talk about rocks arguing for intelligent design because you couldn't win an argument on that basis. And Gretchen says, I really can't stress the wingnut timer enough. We get it. We do need. We're going to get a wingnut timer. And Miss Pickle says, oh, what's that?
No, nothing.
Oh, Miss Pickle says the cucumber is evidence of a designer. It's perfectly shaped to go right up. Anyways, thanks God, you're a good Judy.
Oh my.
Miss Pickles, listen, we love that for you. We're not kink shaming here. Whatever you're into, we're here for you.
I do not yuck anyone's yum.
Your business is your business.
It's your business.
Jay says, my evangelical family said that our 3 branches of government were inspired by the Trinity. Oh my God. Christians should be fun. Yeah, we're cooked, friends.
Christmas should be fun.
Okay, Christmas, not Christian. We're so cooked, man.
Slow roasted.
This is bad. When I was a young Christian, the words literally left my mouth that U.S. laws are based on the Bible. That phrase left my mouth when I was still young and dumb. Couldn't be further from the truth. Jesus, titty effing Christ. Good to see you tonight. Says, finally someone better looking than Justin on stream. Wasn't hard to do. Not counting that kitty, he unashamedly fondled on Unapologetic yesterday. The kitty is cute. But listen, you can't hold a candle to Christina. That's for sure. The kitties are cute. Will Smoot says, kudos on the effectiveness of the Philbro clock. That guy gave up in less than 5 minutes. Doug be praised. Christians be praised. Indeed, that is the case. And Sarah, this is interesting. My 10-year-old and I are enjoying this live. We're glad for it. Hopefully we didn't traumatize her at all because, the topic material. Adam, again, people treat me like God, ignore me until they need help.
It's my kids.
That is for sure.
Children.
Marie says, whenever two or more are gathered, Doug and Sharon are well pleased. Love this team up. Keep cooking. Look at the pebbles. Doug is everywhere. Indeed. Praise pebbles. In fact, have them in cereal tomorrow morning. Chance says, it's beyond our comprehension, but let me tell you about it. Yeah. Oh, we've heard that one. John says, if you haven't already added Deja Vu, Roger Waters, to the song list, I suggest you do so. I didn't even know about that song. It's certainly not on the song list. I'll be adding it here momentarily. Thank you for that, John. And Piranha says, here's $5 for now. Obligatory tarantula reference. Once I sell my Goody Sapphire spiderlings, Doug will get his proper tithe. Keep up the barbecue. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And here's a question from the audience. Does Matthew 4 prove Jesus was a flurfer? Maybe. I've used this in the flurfer argument before when Satan takes him to the highest peak and says he can have all the kingdoms of the world. What's your take on that, Christina?
Hold on. Prove Jesus was a flurfer? What is a flurfer?
A flat earther.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's foolishness. I think the whole thing is foolishness. I'm sorry. Only him and Satan on the highest peak, so he had to tell someone he saw all the kingdoms on the earth simultaneously. Yeah, I don't know. You have to remember, there were people that thought that the entire earth flooded when more than likely it was a regional occurrence. So, yeah, he probably did think that, he was at the tallest part, the highest point of the earth. You never know. It's all make believe.
That's some good traveling skills, though, to go from wherever Judea is to wherever the tallest mountain of the world is. I can only assume that they had no idea how big the world is.
Well, I mean, ask the kangaroos.
Right, exactly. Indeed. Well, God put them over there.
How'd they get back?
Magic. Clearly God.
Amen.
There was another ark to carry the animals.
It was like the Titanic. They had the boats on the side that just like, you're going this way, cool. You jump in this boat. That's going east. That one's going west. That one's going. They just send them off in different directions.
100%. Jordy
Period.
says, so I've been looking at the trees for days now. What's supposed to happen? Is it like a magic picture, magic eye picture? Does God just pop out from behind? It is. You have to squint and like get close to it and then walk back. It's one of those 3D images.
I get those all the time, by the way.
I kind of like them. Okay. Herbie says, Justin at Howard George Stirrup is desperate to debate you. I've never heard of him. He's claiming in live chat that he has defeated you on ACA shows. I doubt this. I have no idea who he is, but I can 100% guarantee he's never called into the ACA and done anything other than make a clown out of himself.
Last name Stirrups. So, I mean, I don't make the rules.
Oh, man. Reverend Howard says, after being banished to hell, why was Satan granted supervised custody visits with Adam and Eve in Eden? Also, how did God get full custody, not Satan? Well, I've asked the same question myself. If Satan's so evil and he was a liar and a murderer from the beginning, as Jesus says in the book of John, why did God give him power over anything? Lock the fucker up.
I have a theory.
Let's have it.
Well, God is omniscient. This is all a part of God's plan. When people say, "Oh, he's not like a genie in the sky," no, he's Sid from Toy Story.
That's it. Yeah, he's an evil motherfucker.
He's the kid on the anthill with the magnifying glass and taking the dolls apart and putting pieces that don't belong together on other things.
That's it.
I believe the Satan is his Thor hammer, if you will, which is why he doesn't destroy him, because he needs him. He uses him to do his bidding. He's an employee. Period.
Yep, I agree. Henchman. And Pat, you're right. That was Rob. He changed his PFP thinking we weren't going to recognize his voice. He's an idiot. And Smack says a Rob encounter of the third and too high kind. Indeed. Hopefully that guy doesn't come back. He's a buffoon. And Johannes says, just hearing about your baby pie. I'm sorry for your loss, Justin. Thank you for the condolences. I'm glad you have new kitties to snuggle. I know from experience it helps. It really does. They're actually on my desk in front of my computer monitor right now napping. And it's the most adorable like mess of kittens right now. I had to remove my keyboard. But yes, the kittens are adorable. Herbie says, my 2 cats are the best cats in the world, and that's a fact, but your kittens are so cute. I want them. Well, Herbie, if you're ever in Ohio, you're more than welcome to stop by, and you can pet the cats, although you're sending British pounds. I'm assuming it might be a big trip across the lake. Marin says, Christina, I'm so happy you're also on AXP after Matt Delahunty. You're my favorite. Those are high honors.
Those are very high honors. I am
That's
not worthy.
huge.
Thank you so much.
Don't listen to her. She is worthy. And M68 says, it feels weird to say, but believing in the Bible cheapens it. It's far more interesting as a book of mythology. Also followed Christina on YouTube. Well, thank you for that. And I agree. The Bible's so much more entertaining once you no longer believe it's true. You're like, oh, this is some mythological bullshit, but I'm here for it. And Gretchen says, is Dalton over on Vertical? Unsubscribe. He's not. I only wanted to have one. I wanted to do a special session with Christina. And so like I didn't have like a third co-host. Obviously Ems comes up when we get some good Muslim debate going, but I wanted to make sure we could highlight Christina today. And it's just me says, I subscribe to Christina. Abso-fucking-lutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Smack says, Doug will reveal the truth of the mirrored stream. Well, all streams. Remember, Doug is all streams. He's not like the Ghostbusters. You can even cross streams. And Daniel says, Justin, please do a The Bible Contradicts Itself stream sometimes. Also, sub to Christina just now. Well, thank you. And you know what? It's probably been damn near a year since I've ran the live stream, The Bible Contradicts Itself, or The Bible Has Contradictions. It might be time to do that. We get to talk about them fairly often enough. I don't know if we need to dedicate a whole stream to it, but we can do that for you. Orkuma says, with a beautiful smile, I bet Christina only watches a horizontal stream, unlike the heathens that watch a vertical stream. I am offended.
I actually like the vertical stream too, y'all. Just
you heard it here.
Fun
Listen,
to
we started a TikTok. Of course, we're both going to have affinity for vertical. Adam says, June 1990, Sharon the Holy was mentioned in the scripture known as Playboy. We do not possess the original paper copy anymore. Obviously, it's an oral tradition.
My God.
Anyone get it? Anyone get it?
I got it.
That?
Individual too. Thank you so much. Yikes.
All right. Max says, dial M for theological murder. No truer thing has ever been said. And Dr. Fudge says, Ems, your voice makes my cat freak out. Not sure if she likes you or not, though. Meow. And looks around for you. It's funny. Listen, I would, too. If I heard Ems' voice, I'd be looking around and say, who's that daddy? Listen, cats sometimes get interested. Gaius says, a fan of the name of Rose by Umberto Eco. I very much like the Dulcinian heresy. What's your favorite heresy? My favorite heresy is the one that actually makes sense, which partialism. Partialism is the heresy that actually makes the Trinity make sense, where Jesus only part God, part human, rather than 100% God, 100% human. But they made it heretical. The only logical way of viewing the Trinity was an early heresy. But that's why it's my favorite, because it makes sense. I don't know. Period. Johannes says, breaking JWST stuck in the mud around conscious sun. What's JWST? I should feel like I should know that. Guys, you know I don't do good at abbreviations here unless it's like an inside abbreviation from the channel already. I apologize.
Justin. I was going to try and figure out the acronym, but never mind. Good.
I was thinking Jehovah Witness something or another, but I don't know what the ST is. Jehovah Witness Systematic Theology?
Show off.
Gretchen's, I don't know if that's true. Gretchen says, Simon, I'll pay you $50 to call Ems an AI. Sorry, that's an inside joke too. You haven't been around for that one. Adam says, PL dial M for Mogui? Mogwai Beatbox New Mix 1998. Oh, I've never heard of them. Thank you for the new information though. And Pat says, look, I'm subscribed to Christina and 10 toes down, by the way. Hell yeah, Pat. Let's get 10 toes down on Christina's channel.
Thank you so much.
And Luke says Simon's denial of Hadith is apostasy. It would be for some sects. I don't know if all the sects are like that. And House says Simon dodged like his balls didn't drop yet.
No,
That might be the case. His argument came from experience. And Tornage says, thank you for your content. Just starting my deconstruction journey after a life of hateful judging based out of Christian love. Isn't that the case? They say they're a religion of love. We know that they're not. We're glad you're deconstructing, though. And Peter says, by implication of my religious beliefs, you all shall die, or you all shall all die. You're a jerk. Wow, rude much? What compartmentalization? It's crazy. It's crazy you can think that somebody should die for being apostate, and then when we call you out for it, we're the jerks. That's a wild thing to think about. Reverend Nate again says, can we get a Wu-Tang timer as a palate cleanser for every Wu timer call? I think there might be some copyright infringements there. We have to be careful. Just enough to make us smile, not enough to get copyright strikes. Yeah, you thought of that. Yeah. When it comes to music and movies, you have to be very careful on YouTube. They will copyright infringe you like at the drop of a hat. I just used a sound effect once. It was like a 5-second sound effect, and it got my whole video taken down for demonetization. Dan says, caller gets his scripture from Bible. That's what it is. The Bible. A lot of them do.
I'm going to call it from now on.
Shane says, more Christina, please. Friends, she has a channel. Make sure you're following it. I see 1.14 thousand followers. We need to get closer to 1.5. Design says, we don't know the shape of Jesus's words. We know it's not a sphere. Well, that's basically the contradiction he was trying to make. We don't know what his words are, but I know what they're not. Mm-hmm. And Josh says, pro-myth, more like prolapse.
No. Not prolapse.
That is the case. And Evan, good to see you, buddy. Said the Bible left out the part where everyone had a horrible hangover from Jeebus's Franzia grade wine. Awesome to see Christina Carroll here. Doug, bless you. Indeed, Christina.
Hi.
Everyone's happy to see Christina.
I'm happy to be here.
Johanna says the timer for wingnuts could be the lunaticker. That's it. That's it. I'm writing that down.
I like
Hold
that.
on.
That's
the
a good name.
lunaticker. Okay.
They're so creative.
I love this community.
They're amazing.
All right. We have a pivot counter now coming and a lunaticker. Brandon says, you are very beautiful, Christina.
Thank you.
Tim, some say Nero was weak in bed, but I heard he was a beast. Oh, a great Revelation 13 reference. Thank you for that, Tim. Yes. He certainly was a beast, at least according to the Bible. We don't know about his bedroom performance, however. And Juno says, ex-Adventist here. Thank God I left the call. Every night you fell asleep, I think you mean, to your streams. Hearing crybabies vibe the morality through the atrocities of that book. Love from Brazil. Well, thank you, Juno. And yes, that's going to happen. If you're tuning into the stream, you're going to hear some crybabies. Science Lover says, we know the Last Supper was made by men because it featured a plain white bread, white wine, and raw meat. Not a fucking piece of seasoning in the entire thing. Nothing.
No salt, no pepper.
And they put some bullshit stuff in there like raisins. I guarantee there was raisins.
I'm sure there
in
were
that
raisins. Raisins and rosemary, and that was it. that was the seasoning. Yuck.
Design says your morals are subjective equals where's the divine command theory? We got there. We did get there. Yes. And Design again says I don't think slavery is bad until a God says it is. It's not the win for religion you think it is, my guy. And that guy couldn't find a win at all. Urzmont says God asked a prophet to eat shite bread. I think you mean Ezekiel, the bread baked over dung, and wed a harlot. Yeah, that was Hosea. It says, why do Christians act like baby paste is a line? Because they can't think logically. They're up here and they're already concussed. They're just like stumbling around trying to find an argument without falling down, and they have no idea what's happening. The Blexican says calling a black woman emotional when talking about slavery is fucking crazy. I agree. Unfucking real,
Insane.
these people.
Unhinged for sure.
It's like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to get back on that, but that pissed me off.
Unhinged.
I was emotional after hearing that ass hat say that. Woolite Mammoth says, I'll sub to Christina if she switches to the vertical squad. Listen, we will not be doing the schism, friends. We're all on the same team.
We gotta stick together, okay?
We're all together. David says, best color, objectively not browns. Mistake on the lake. Listen, I hate that I have to agree with you, but it's true. The browns are terrible, but I don't think the browns count as a color. That being said, the browns-orange scheme, not my favorite. We could do better. Sorry, Cleveland, but it is what it is. Nathaniel says, if morals are entirely subjective, what makes justice binding? Since slavery, genocide, and rape is wrong, despite the Bible condoning it, aren't some morals / justice not entirely a matter of opinion? Well, that's the thing. If some of them are just wrong, no matter what, that means they can't come from God's mind. It's not possible, right? Or else that means God is following objective morals that he didn't create. Tim says, blessed are the whores and the verts, are blinded by the black bars and limited in their vision by aspect ratio. This schism must stop. We are not a house divided. A house divided will not stand, friends. And Optimus Rhymes says, there we go. Optimus Rhymes were with you. I'm tired of the schism talk. I would like to remind everyone of Doug's code. Up, up, down, down, left, right. Left, right, BA, start. The Konami code of Doug is true. Doug is omnidirectional.
Like
What's that?
Wasn't that from like Atari or something like that? The
yeah, that's the original Konami cheat code. It's like the godfather of all cheat codes. And we agree, he is anti-baby paste. That is the case. Doc Pleroma says, henceforth Doug shall be confessed as origin of all coordinates, neither above nor beside, but in eternal diagonal repose, orthogon restored. Agreed, all angles. Doug is all angles. And Lord Illuminous Poo, good to see you, says, I read an article about an 80-year-old woman marrying an 83-year-old man and thought, oh, that's not going to last. Oh,
that's not going to last.
I mean, funny. It's true, but
it'll last. It just won't last long.
That cuts. Holy shit.
Jeez. Sorry. I think I might have made it worse.
Lou says, if God existed for eternity past, what was he doing before deciding to create? Why then, and not a light year or an instant prior? Was it random? Nonsense. So this is a fair point. Like, at what point did God decide he was going to create this mess if he existed for all of eternity? Was he just chilling by himself for all of eternity and finally got tired of it? Like, what a weird thing to believe. Or are we one iteration? Maybe there was thousands of iterations before us and he got bored and killed them all and tried again like he did with the flood. Oh, well. I Am the Darkness says, Christina, I find saying wet for Sharon cringy and just nasty. I sense you feel the same. Sorry, Justin. Well, listen, first of all, I didn't make up the saying. A woman in our community made up the saying, and I'm just repurposing it. It's okay if it makes you uncomfortable. We can find another slogan if it makes you uncomfortable. But I mean, it matches the other slogan, which is a double entendre, rock hard for Doug. Sometimes in atheist communities, like you got double entendres. We're not Christians. We don't have to abide by any code.
And I find this comment slightly misogynist. Because why are we giving Sharon a hard time? Why is wet for Sharon getting a hard time, but not hard for Doug?
Exactly. Indeed. Indeed.
I don't like it. I don't like the undertone.
Sharon is the co-redemptrix of reality. We have to give her all the honor due. And Cameron says, W guest, forgot their name. I lost a few tears. Thank you for delivering kind words, Justin. Well, Cameron, when we get good guests, sometimes we have to be nice to them. I understand that some guests need to be beat up, but not all the guests. Melissa Disha, amazing name, by the way, says, I'm deconstructing right now, and it's absolutely so painful. It's just awful. I feel like I've been abused. I relate to that. What about you?
Yeah. Like I said, when I started deconstructing, it was you go through the phases, and I was really just sad and disappointed, and I felt betrayed and lied to, and I went through all of those, like the sad part, and then I got angry, and I wasn't much of a fun person because everything just pissed me off. Because I'm like, the
Mm-hmm.
more I read, I'm like, what, what? And it's like getting punched in the gut every time you open the book. So I had to take a little bit of time away from doing it for a little bit, but it's something that you have to just keep doing. It's necessary. It's painful, but there are growing pains for a reason.
I was like you. I went through an angry phase, and I don't know how long yours was, but mine was probably longer than I cared to mention. Luckily, during my angry phase, I didn't talk to anybody about it, or that might have been unpleasant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our friend Jake is here tonight. Good to see you from Exodus Brothers. Says a man with delusions of grandeur walks into a pub and orders everyone around.
Oh, I like that.
Jake
I
always
know I'm gonna
bringing
forget
the
that, but it's
funnies.
good stuff.
That is good, Jake. I appreciate that. Average Joe, although I guarantee you're not so average, says I was going to join, but I really just have one question. How do you rid yourself of hell fear? I find it still struggle with this. Cheers. How did you deal with that? I know how I did it, but I'm curious about your journey.
I like most of my life was spent with hell fear. I was afraid as a kid. I was afraid to go to sleep. I was one of those kids that was like going to the altar every Sunday, like to give my life to Christ again, just because I know I like didn't do something my mom told me to do, or like I may have thought something or whatever. So I was terrified. I think I've talked about it before on the live, but having to come out of it, I had to just it didn't happen right away. I got to a point where first I was just like, I don't care if it does exist, like, but now I'm just like, I know more. It's not logical. It doesn't logically follow. There's no evidence of it. And being afraid of things that I don't have evidence for, it was just an awareness that I was still attached somehow to that religion. And once I completely severed that tie, the fear went away.
Yeah, that was my process too. Like I never had to try to get rid of the fear of hell. It just left. Like
Hmm.
when my brain realized that it wasn't none of it was true, well, I wasn't afraid of hell because I didn't believe hell existed. So it was like,
Right.
okay. So
Right.
like average Joe, it sounds like your brain hasn't fully rid itself of the belief 100%, but it will, I promise. Just keep on the journey. Rory says, I prefer horizontal. Well, thank you for being here on either of them. Says, I don't have the core strength for vertical. Oh, you were talking about screen orientation. Oh, yeah, me too. Me too. Yes,
Me
sure.
too. Me too.
I get that. I get that, Rory. Thank you for the super chat. And Tim says, I'm an agnostic, apathetic atheist. I do not know and I do not care, but I do not believe there is a God. Actually, there's a lot of people like that. I do kind of care about the topic. Obviously, why I do the live streams because I think religion's harmful, but I could definitely understand the apathetic point of view, why someone would be there. Cookie says, thank you, mods, and everyone who answered. For some reason, I thought he was talking about TikTok. Apologies. Followed. Thanks. Yes, Cookie, yes. Now, listen, Christina does have a TikTok. It's Christina Carroll. If you're watching on TikTok, I guarantee you already followed her. She's in the bottom of the screen. You can click her. But if you're watching on YouTube, her YouTube channel is in the description of this video. We've got 1.16 thousand followers today. Let's at least get 1.2, friends. We got to get over the 1.2 hump. Gretchen again says, win M's. I'm an AI. Laugh my fucking app off. Jay, please give this to M's. I mean, listen, I will do it for you, Gretchen. And Ems, I'm sure, is thankful. And Space Lord says Ems is Quranic kryptonite, the Muslim boogeyman. Yes, when Islamic people go to bed, they check under their bed at night for Ems. That's what happens.
The Baba Yaga.
He's the jinn that they were warned about.
Right.
Gretchen says Ems have a Cash App. I'm an adult, so don't use TikTok. Okay. So Ems may or may not have a Cash App. I don't know. That being said, next time he's up, we can ask him and see what we come up with. And MOSFET interesting name, says the Arabic language is rich. Leveled out does not mean flat. Read the exegesis. Lamau and Ems is a clown. What a liar. Oh, Mouth's fed up here crying that his religion isn't true. Yeah. Okay, well, the Arabic speaker on the stream agrees with me. I don't know if you're a native or a second language Arabic speaker, but I don't have to tell you. I mean, I didn't learn Arabic. I can only tell you what other people can tell me. Dwayne says, just joined the Kraken Elite. Hell yeah. I've seen all of your team ups, new and old, and I can tell you Christina is a vibe. Hell yeah, she is.
You.
Great coworker chemistry. Listen, Christina's actually used to streaming with partners and multiple people, so she's really she's really a great co-host anywhere she goes. But also she's also a great main host on her own channel, so make sure you're tuning into her channel. And Mosfet again came up to cry about his Muslim faith not being real. So talk to Muslim Lantern. No thanks. Not baby Muslims. No thanks. No offense to him, but he doesn't know anything. Also, Ems is a clown. I can tell Ems really got into your fifis. But listen, Mosfet, you can pay me all the money you want to cry in the comments. I won't stop you. Reverend Nate says, Ems, stop. He's already dead. Well, good thing we didn't stop because he came to some points of agreement and actually started deconstructing. So Xanabutu says, I'm deconstructing Mormon, and it's amazing how the apologetics for Mormonism, Christianity, and Islam are all the exact same. It is. There's nothing new in Abrahamic apologetics, right? I mean, the only thing Islam brings to the discussion is like it's okay to marry 6-year-olds. Like that's their unique form of apologetics. But yeah, they're all the same. Jagged says the objective purpose is to get to heaven. Stuff cracks me up. What is the purpose when you get to heaven then? Why is assigning purpose a good... This is actually a really good point. Why is getting to heaven the purpose? Like, that's such a weird, arbitrary thing, because if God had a purpose that he wanted people in heaven, he could have just created us in heaven, right?
Create them in heaven. Yeah.
Like, why the test? If he knows all things, it's crazy.
Because he said... Told you.
Because we need an excuse for the bullshit down here.
Right.
M68 says, we need atheist Quran study with M's. I would tune in every time for that.
Same.
And Dr. Fudge says, why eat everything when you'll just be hungry later? Yeah, it matters now, kid. It doesn't matter that I won't be 1,000 years from now. Or 1,000. It matters now. It does. It's like if you're watching a good movie, you're not going, well, fuck, the movie's going to end someday. I might as well quit it now. You want to see the movie. Like, you still want to play it out. And Luke says, congrats on the 1K subscribers, Christina.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Love this community, friends. We're almost to 1.2, friends. Yeah. Let's get it. Chen says, we should say hypothesis, not theory. Maybe. They don't know the difference between them. I got to be honest. Most of the believers we talk to don't know the difference. They don't know the definition of either. Like, it doesn't matter which one we use. They don't know the definition, right?
No.
Ben says, nothing in nature happens as a singularity. Why should the Big Bang be any different? Well, Ben, I agree, and I don't believe there ever was a singularity. I think the singularity wasn't a thing that existed. It just describes a mathematical reality, which is at some point prior to the Big Bang, our math stops mathing, right? Which means either our model needs adjusted or we need to learn more. That's all. It doesn't mean that there was a actual singularity. M.A. Bus says, take a look at Voyager's photo of Earth in a sun ray. It puts the question of purpose into perspective when you see this speck of dust. Yeah, I've heard that before. When people go to space and look at how like small the Earth is, they kind of realize like we're kind of insignificant in the world. And I can get that. Like if you look from outer space, we're like a tiny, tiny, teeny, tiny speck of a dust on a bigger speck of dust in like a vast ocean of objects. There's like 300 million suns can fit into the biggest sun of the universe. Like 300 million of our suns or some nonsense like that is crazy to even think about. The universe is gigantic.
Yeah.
But Doodle says, a friend of mine asked, do you think we meet everyone again after we die? I replied, I bloody hope not. That would be awful. And I can agree with that. I certainly hope that Anne Frank isn't chilling with Hitler up in heaven. We don't need that.
Can you imagine?
It's the craziest thing to think about. Wiz says, can you each please rank the Abrahamic by silliness? Also, hi, Christina.
Hi.
How would you rank the Abrahamic faith in silliness? I guess it's one, 2, and 3, right?
We're talking about Islam, Christianity, and Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
Ranking them, can they all be 3? Can they all be 1? Because
It's a tie.
all of it's nonsense. All of it's harmful. Like I can't. I can't. Okay, all right. For the sake of the conversation, which one? If we're ranking, what's one is the silliest?
I'm going to rank Islam as the most silly, and Judaism and Christianity just under Islam.
Oh, they're neck and neck. They both got talking donkeys and donkeys that fly and snakes that talk, and it's just all bad. But yeah, no, I can go. I would put yeah. I would
Moons
put
that
Christian
split.
moons that split. Are we serious? It's insulting.
It's really bad. I don't
It's
know.
so
You're right. They're so silly. All 3 of them are absolutely silly.
terrible.
Nightman Cometh says, eyes, tongues, feet, and hands growing mouths and speaking their sins. David Cronenberg's The Quran. Yeah. Now in an animated series. J Mule, good to see you. Thank you for the $50 super chat. That's huge. Let's get some W's for J Mule. It says, I was here for the normal content, and then Christina got me super infatuated, all Aphrodite style, and was here for the normal content, and then Christina got me super infatuated, all Aphrodite. I think there's a duplicate. Subscribed immediately. Simping for Doug. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
He meant it so much, he said it twice.
So nice, had to say it twice.
I don't blame you. I don't blame
Period.
you. Aaron says, does Ems have a YouTube channel or a place I can watch him discuss Islam? He does not. He actually has a day job. He's a medical doctor. He's doing big boy stuff. Like he's not slumming down with me all this time. Says the only thing more rich than his voice is his wealth of knowledge. Dude, his voice is amazing. Like, and I know people think that it's like a voice modulator. It's not. That's really what the man sounds like. It's amazing. Josh says, needless to say, I've subscribed to Christina. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Megs agrees. Loving the live with Christina. Keep cooking and praise Doug.
Praise Doug.
We're all in agreement. TM says, isn't it sad how these religions make people sacrifice not only their intellectual integrity, but their decency as well?
Yeah.
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 Couldn't agree
That's
more.
very sad.
Mere banana. You're not just a mere banana to us. You're a real banana. It says John 3:16, Lamau, psych. Yeah, God does not desire that all will come to him and be saved, or else he'd make it happen. Palavering? What's palavering mean? Palavering with Pim says Pope Joan is agreed by scholars to be completely fictional. Oh, well, that would be why I've never heard of Pope Joan. Never, not even once. River Nate says the Ark had continental lifeboats. You sold me, Christina.
Period.
You started a new apologetic, Christina.
I told you. Listen,
Oh,
if y'all
no.
can make it up, so can I. I'm gonna do edits and I'm gonna add appendixes. Did I say it wrong? Appendices? I don't know. Whatever.
I think we took it. We know what you meant. Tim says, if history is written by the victor and God killed billions more than Satan, the bad guy won and wrote the book. Duh. Yeah. 100%. That's why these Philbros can't answer the question, how do you know that your God is good? They'll never be able to answer it. And Nala says, actually, Christina, I've heard you ask the guest that question before. How do you know that your God is good? And nobody can answer the question. They can't do it.
I've resolved that they don't care if the God is good. As long as the God said or did the thing, it's all right.
Right. Nala says, behold the M, the one who pours fear into the hearts of the deceitful followers of Aisha Diddler. You're talking about Aisha, the Diddler. Yeah, a big W for M. Always a big W for M. M's is an unbelievable member of the community. And Handsome Cat says, hey, can Christina be on more often? She's a doll.
Sure.
We'll definitely be doing more special streams in the future with other creators in the community. This is our first time with this particular format. And I think it worked out pretty well. It's a good way to highlight other creators in the community, because I love this community, and I think there's a lot of people that I follow that you guys might not know yet. I want to make sure everybody knows them. And so we're going to do everything that we can. And I want to see Christina's channel grow and get monetized. She's on the way. She's over 1,000 now. She's at 1.19. We're almost to 1.2. And once she gets 3,000 watch hours on YouTube, which once she start uploading her content, she'll be able to get that. She's going to be monetized. And before you know it, we're going to get her pumping out content all over the place. And you'll get as much Christina as you can get your fill of.
As you can tolerate.
I can't wait. Atlas says, started listening while on trail run. Thank you for that, by the way, Atlas. Good to see you. It says, you guys were great company. Now, home and can super chat. I'm loving Christina's input and thoughts. I just subscribed to her YouTube. Thank you, Justin. Well, thank you, Atlas.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what we want. That's what we want. Yeah. Matt says, just found DZ recently. Is there a support group for deconstructing? I would join the Discord community. I don't know how good it is. We have really well-formed support groups like Freedom from Religion that offer all kinds of services. Ours is more of we're going to call it a chat, not a chat forum, but it's like, if you're old like me, if you're 40 plus and you know what chat forums are, it operates kind of similar to that, except it's, a little more modern, I guess you would say.
A little bit.
And Cyber Deconstruction, Christina. Great to see you, buddy. Says, if you're not following Christina, what is the name of Doug and Sharon and Rocky? What in the name of Doug, Sharon, and Rocky are you doing with your life? You're wasting it.
Thank you.
Absolutely wasting it. I agree. And Ben followed up. Thank you so much for the additional super chat. Says, you missed my point, Justin. I'm sorry. I probably did. So, listen. Sometimes I don't catch everything. Nothing in nature happens in a singularity, suggesting possible multiple big... Okay. So if nothing happens in a singularity, then my understanding is we wouldn't have a Big Bang. Let me explain briefly. Okay. I don't think singularities exist. I'll give you an example. So my background's in robotics, and there's something we have to do in robotics when you have a multi-axis machine. You can't divide by 0 in math. It's not a thing, right? So you have to, when you're calculating your coordinates, you have to avoid a situation in which the math, your kinematics, will force you to divide by 0. We call this avoiding singularity. So you might have two axes that are moving in free time. In order to compute where your tip is on the robot, you have to end up dividing by 0. So we'll actually skip over a position rather than moving through a position just to avoid having to break math by dividing by 0. We call this avoiding singularity. The same thing is happening when we talk about the singularity of the Big Bang. It's a point in which the math stops working. It's not a point that actually existed. Like there was not an existence of a singularity, because that would imply that at some point dividing by 0 was a thing. You know what I mean? So like I may not fully understand your point, Ben Hook, but that's when I say singularity, I'm using it as this is where math no longer works. It's not a thing that could exist in real life. You know what I mean? Globe for life, or globe is life. We agree with you. I was 4 when I asked mommy how she could enjoy heaven whilst I burn if we got separated in the afterlife. I didn't like her answer. Cult vibes, 0 out of 10. Yeah, how could you? How could you possibly enjoy heaven when your loved ones are burning in hell? I could not. And Everlasting Gobstopper says, loving this split screen format. Christina is a great guest. You're making huge waves over here in Australia. Keep cooking, legend. Well, thank you. And she is. Pretty soon on YouTube, she's going to be as big as she is on TikTok. I don't know if you guys know this, but she's huge on TikTok. But we need to get her on YouTube. So she made her debut on TikTok, but we're gonna blow her up. Palavering with Pim says palavering means profuse and idle talk. Oh, that's a good word. I might remember palavering. Oh, okay. I like that. Duke of Shaska says, Christina made me renounce my heresy and acknowledge all orientations of Doug, or for Doug. When caller kept bringing her up for no reason, he made me mad.
He just kept saying my name and leave me out of it. Now I know what Satan feels like. you know,
They couldn't stop.
I don't want to be a part of it.
And Cheesy Ches says, what do you guys think of trying to legislate secularism in law to push out the harm in religion in government without harming freedom of religion? Well, like, I don't know. What do you think, Christina?
Separate religion and
Yeah,
state.
I
Separate church
agree.
and state. Leave it separate and stop trying to marry the two. We don't have a society that
Yeah.
should should even entertain that.
Friends, there's nothing wrong with having a religion. I'm perfectly okay
Right.
living in a country where people are allowed to have a religion, but
Mhm.
like it should never be in the government. We should never be enforcing it from the top down. It just shouldn't happen. Dr. Persimmon says, I need Ems to start doing ASMR, and I would tune in for that. Absolutely. And Johannes says, but if there's no God, I'm not a special boy. That is kind of how people feel about it. Dr. G Numbers Travel Vlog says, the James Webb Space Telescope.
I
Of
knew that.
course. Sorry, yeah, smart people would have caught that. I'm sorry, I'm not smart, guys.
I
Listen,
didn't know that.
I studied electricity and the Bible. Those are my areas of knowledge. Everything outside of that, I'm waste. Johannes says, new schism. There isn't a schism. Indeed, Johannes. The only schism I can get behind is that there is no schism. And friends, that is we're basically out of time. We went through all the supers I had in my list, and we've got 1.19. Let's see if update. We've got 1.21 thousand followers on Christina's YouTube. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much
For being dedicated to the community of friends, and we want to see Christina blow up on YouTube. And we're getting a Dalton raid as we're closing down. Sorry, guys. Sorry, we love you, but we're ending stream. Listen, Christina, I can't tell you. She stayed up. She should be sleeping right now. She stayed up late to be with us tonight. She's waking up at 3 a.m, and so she's not going to get a lot of sleep. So make sure you're following her channel and showing her lots of love. We really appreciate it. Christina, I can't thank you enough for joining me tonight.
Thank you for having me.
And I'm sure we'll be in contact soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody that, gifted, followed me on YouTube and followed me on TikTok. Hopefully I'll disappoint. I got to get a video together. I'm going to be editing all day tomorrow because I owe you all a video at 1.2K. I owe you guys a video for sure. So I'll get on that for y'all.
One of the things you could do that Dalton did when he first started his channel is he went to TikTok and just downloaded a couple of his live streams and uploaded some of the live streams. Your live streams are super entertaining. You can definitely, that's how I started too. I just uploaded some of my live streams. And then I started making like original content. But like, if you upload a couple of your live streams, because you're live for a couple of hours at a pop, you'll hit your 3,000 watch hours pretty quick.
Okay. Yeah, because my lives go about 5 hours, 5.5 hours. So yeah.
Yep. So if 1,000 people watch 3 of your streams, maybe not even the full stream, you'll hit your 3,000 pretty quick because the long form content really gets your hours up. But friends, when she hits new material on the channel, make sure and watch her. Let's get her over the 3,000 watch hours, and let's get her YouTube channel running. We are excited for this. And sorry about the raid. Yeah, I know people are still coming. And sorry about the Dalton raid, but we're ending. But friends, thank you